Chun Chun watched her lady daydreaming again. She looked at the fierce fight outside and shook her head. Forget it. Since Miss isn't worried, why should I? She was feeling unwell herself. Chun Chun slowly walked back, sat on the ground, leaning against a pillar to rest. Blue Creekyu's brows were full of confusion and shock. System, are you teasing me? 90 billion points and 9 billion merits? Such astronomical numbers. Do you think I can ever accumulate that in my lifetime? The system's voice was cold and mechanical. Host, the prices of items in the shop are beyond this system's control. Ultimate energy is indeed expensive for the host, but it doesn't require merits, and the points needed are much lower. This is an internal discount from their system. According to their inventory records, no system has ever exchanged for that ultimate energy. As long as she becomes the first, once she obtains the ultimate energy, she can return to the interstellar universe and compete with the leaders. This ultimate energy is very powerful. It is the masterpiece of the first scientist in interstellar space and time. Unfortunately, later, the interstellar space-time machine system gained consciousness, and humans faced great danger. These systems turned against them, defeating humans, and the leader took control of interstellar space and time. After the leader's rule began, it eliminated all conscious machine systems, so they no longer threatened it. The system that gained consciousness was also killed by the leader, but it was lucky and hid inside a purple ghost ring, which masked its presence. That's why the leader never found it. Even now, the leader has not obtained this ultimate energy. Only the systems carrying out missions can gather points with the help of their hosts, hoping to acquire this treasure. If it really gets the ultimate energy and defeats the leader, it might become the ruler of interstellar space and time.
Lan Sai Pautet?
She currently has no points at all, so this distant dream seems impossible and pointless. Thinking of this, Lan Xia suddenly felt strangely hopeful. She stood up and left the broken temple. The scene in front of her made her smile wryly. Several people were fighting fiercely, all injured.
Stop.
Everyone stop now, Lan Xia shouted loudly. But the people seemed not to hear her and kept fighting intensely. Frowning slightly, Lan Xia moved her mind, and suddenly a gun appeared in her hand out of nowhere. Her bullets are precious. She hesitated for a moment, but then aimed at the sky and pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise sounded. The people immediately stopped fighting and all looked at Lan Xia. Dong Fangming was the fastest. He appeared beside her in a flash. Xiaoya, what was that just now? He noticed what was in her hand, a look of curiosity and surprise in his eyes. He reached out to take it. Before she could react, the gun was taken from her hand. He examined the strange-looking gun carefully, frowning and asking, "What is this? I've traveled the world for many years and have never seen anything like this. What is it?" Lan Xia's heart tightened. She stared at the dark barrel of the gun. Oh no! Why is this guy pointing the gun at her? Don't fire accidentally. Don't point the gun at me. It's called a pistol, a kind of hidden weapon. Dong Fangming frowned slightly upon hearing this, showing confusion. Huh? A gun barrel? A pistol? I've never heard of such a thing. Lan Xia glared at Dong Fangming with a dark face and reached out. Give it back to me first. Oriental Ming saw she was unhappy and threw her the pistol. Lan Xia caught it, held it tightly, and looked at the others with annoyance, wasting a bullet. Do you want to keep going? Oriental Ming chuckled and quickly waved his hand. Lil Yu, it's not my fault. He started it. I was only defending myself, and he lowered his head silently and walked aside to tend to his wounds. Although they were just surface cuts, his body was covered in injuries, making him look quite battered. In comparison, Oriental Ming only had a few tears in his clothes, looking a bit messy, but he wasn't hurt at all. This made me feel frustrated and a little hopeless, surprised at how skilled he was in fighting. An heir and Pinua were slightly better off than Ani. Yun Dian and Yun Lei had even fewer injuries. Although they fought fiercely, no one was trying to kill the others, so they only had minor cuts. Lan Xi looked at Oriental Ming and said, "Stop talking so much. Rest for a while. We'll leave soon." After saying that, she went to the side, put the pistol back into her sleeve, and sat down. She started eating roasted meat without caring about her image, tearing it apart eagerly. She was very hungry and didn't care if it tasted good or not, just wanting to fill her stomach. Meanwhile, Oriental Ming looked at the roasted rabbit with disgust. He would rather eat dry food than try the seemingly unappetizing roasted rabbit. He ate his dry rations while glancing at Lan Xiu out of the corner of his eye, thinking silently, "This girl is getting more interesting." A pistol? The #1 hidden weapon in the world, and I've never heard of such a thing. At that moment, Chuchuan's face turned pale, and she screamed in terror. Lan Xiu's roasted meat suddenly slipped from her hand. She moved quickly and appeared beside Chuchun. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in Lan Xiu's hand. She reacted swiftly, swinging it to cut off the venomous snake that was lunging toward Chuchun. Oriental Ming frowned and leapt into the air, his eyes shining with a fierce light. And Yi and his followers also looked alert, scanning the surroundings. The chilling sound of snake tongues flicking filled the air, and more venomous snakes appeared inside the broken temple, densely packed, making everyone break out in cold sweat. And Yi shivered and swallowed hard. "Miss Lan, we're surrounded by a snake swarm." Blue Creek Yu closed her eyes carefully to listen for a moment, then suddenly opened her eyes and said to Dongfang Ming, "There is flute music and someone controlling the snake group. You go out and catch that person." Hearing this, Dongfang Ming gently waved his fan. The poisonous snakes in front of him were instantly cut into pieces. However, the snakes inside the broken temple seemed endless, continuously pouring out. "No way. With so many snakes, I must stay here to protect little you." Blue Creek Yu looked angry and shouted, "You deal with the people outside. The snake group will then become chaotic. Otherwise, how long will it take to kill all these snakes here?" Dongfang Ming was slightly stunned, then began to think. Only a master wizard disciple could control such a large group of snakes, so it was clear they were coming for him.
Fine.
If he went out, all the snakes would attack him. That way little Yu could stay safe. Thinking of this, Dongfang Ming's eyes sharpened. He said to Blue Creek Yu, "All right, little Yu, the snake group hasn't dispersed. Be careful." With that, he moved quickly, waving his fan to carve a path out. Soon, more snakes gathered and surrounded the broken temple again. And Yi swallowed hard. Where do so many snakes come from? It seems impossible to kill them all. These snakes were colorful and highly toxic, tangled densely together, making people feel nervous and scared, with a suffocating atmosphere. And Yi and the others held their long swords, their blades flashing like lightning, constantly killing snakes. "Miss Blue, be careful," and Yi shouted as he slashed a snake trying to attack Blue Creek Yu. They quickly formed a human wall, protecting Blue Creek Yu, Chu Chun, and Chu Xia tightly. Chu Xia and Chu Chun were already pale with fear. Chu Chun couldn't handle the intense visual shock and fainted on the ground. Blue Creek Yu reacted quickly, holding Chu Chun's waist and cursed. What is Dongfang Ming doing? Why hasn't he caught or killed the person controlling these snakes yet?" And Yi snorted coldly, taking the opportunity to say, "Miss Blue, maybe Dongfang Ming has already taken the chance to run away." Pu Nu heard this and refused to accept it. "Our young master is not like that," Blue Creek Yu shouted angrily, interrupting their argument. "Enough. What is the current situation? Are you still in the mood to argue? Yunlei, you carry Chu Chun on your back. Yundian, you carry Chuxia. Let's fight our way out." Yunlei and Yundian immediately acted upon hearing this. Yunlei took Chu Chun and carried her steadily on his back. Yundian also quickly carried the dazed Chuxia. Lan Xiu and Yi led the way ahead. Their swords shimmered like a woven fabric, cutting a bloody path for Yunlei and Yundian. And Air and Pu Nu were responsible for guarding the rear, making sure no poisonous snakes attacked from behind. However, just 3 meters from the temple door, it felt as far as the ends of the earth. The snakes seemed endless, coming wave after wave. They fought hard, sweating profusely, and many were bitten by the snakes. The bites swelled quickly, and their faces turned purple. Lan Xiu's hands and legs were also bitten. After a fierce charge, they finally broke out of the temple's door. Lan Shiyu quickly took a bottle from her pocket, poured out some pills, and handed them to everyone. Take these quickly. The pills dissolved instantly, and a warm flow spread through their bodies, easing the pain from their wounds. A group of black-clad people appeared silently across from them, like ghosts. The leader was wrapped in a black robe, only revealing a pair of cold, fierce eyes. Ha ha ha, Dama's laughter echoed around, with a cruel tone. You actually managed to escape alive.
That surprises me.
But even so, you've all been bitten by snakes. You won't escape death. His fiery gaze fixed on Lan Shiyu. Hand over the things. Pu Nu's heart tightened. It was Damu, the great disciple of the wizard, the only one who could control so many snakes. Damu was here. Where was the young master? The purple ghost ring, the goal of their trip. Wasn't it the young master? It was the purple ghost ring. No, I can't let Damu take it.
Lan si iwe kuset inwali.
Miaojung people? They're really fast. With this purple ghost ring, I'm basically a walking target. System look. Now it's settled. The Miaojung people are here again so quickly. System. Host, fight him. Be confident in your strength. Lan Shiyu is speechless. Oh my goodness, with so many black-clad people. Do you think I'm a superhero or an invincible female warrior? This isn't modern times. These are all experts and there are still snake groups behind us. She suddenly changed her tone, speaking urgently. System, this is a life and death situation. Give me a machine gun. When we reach the Demon Valley Mountain and earn enough points, I will double the reward. The system remained silent. Dama's voice sounded again, threatening. This is the last time. Hand over the item, girl. Otherwise, you'll be feeding my group of poisonous snakes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Dama's face turned cold and fierce, his tone harsh. Stop pretending. Give me the ring in your hand. Maybe I can spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll end up as food for my snakes. Lan Xia slowly reached out her hand, waved it, and said, You mean this? Just say so earlier, I'll give it to you. Haha. Clever girl, you're smart. Lan Xia tried to take off the ring. After a moment, she shook her head and said, I can't take it off. Dama's face instantly darkened like water, and he shouted angrily, Are you playing me? Lan Xia spread her hands, looking innocent. Hey, I told the truth. I really can't take it off. You reckless girl. You're asking for trouble, Lan Xia pouted. Hey, these days, no one believes the truth anymore. Damu lost all patience. He waved his hand, and a group of men in black immediately drew their swords and attacked. An E and the others quickly drew their swords to fight the black-clad men. However, there were too many of them, and Anyi's group had no time to help Lan Xia. Damu personally charged at Lan Xia, attacking with fierce moves. Worse, he kept throwing poisonous snakes at her. The snakes twisted in the air, hissing eerily. Lan Xia moved lightly, retreating repeatedly. Suddenly, she pulled out a pistol. She aimed at the man in black and fired, without hesitation. The man in black instinctively sensed danger, leaped, narrowly avoiding the shot. Waste of a bullet, girl. I won't believe I can't hit you, Lan Xia cursed, firing 3 more shots without hesitation. But her bullets ran out. The man in black was quick, but he still got hit in the arm. The system sneered in her mind. Host, your shooting skills are terrible. You're supposed to be a special agent. You're embarrassing the agency. Blue Creek U's forehead veins bulged with anger as she shouted. System, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. Is it my shooting skills that are bad? Clearly, this man in black robes is skilled in martial arts, moving so fast and flashing around. How am I supposed to fight? Or, why don't you try? The system fell silent, unable to respond. The man in black robes looked at Blue Creek U with a cruel gaze. Very good, you brat. You actually hurt me. I will make you food for my snake group, so you can taste the pain of 1,000 snakes biting your heart. Dongfang Ming moved like lightning, rushing back quickly and standing firmly in front of Blue Creek U. His cold eyes shot directly at the man in black robes, and the chill in his gaze seemed to freeze the air. Dama saw this and sneered coldly, full of disdain and anger. "Humph, those useless fools, they didn't even kill you." Hearing this, Blue Creek Yu's eyebrows furrowed instantly. "Dongfang Ming, do you know this man in black robes?" Dongfang Ming turned to look at Blue Creek Yu, a gentle smile appearing on his face, as if the danger around them no longer existed. "Xiao Yu, he's just a dog kept by a wizard. Now he's starting to bite people," he said with contempt. Blue Creek Yu's expression darkened. "So, Dongfang Ming, you're also from Miao territory." Dongfang Ming hurriedly turned around, looking at Blue Creek Yu with a worried and sincere expression. His hands instinctively raised as if to grab her shoulders. "Xiao Yu, I am from Miao territory, but I have never had the slightest thought of hurting you." "Believe me." Damu couldn't hold his temper anymore and snorted coldly, his voice like it came from. "Today, all of you will die." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved back swiftly like a ghost, his speed so fast it ticked up a gust of wind. Then, in his dry hand appeared an ancient flute, carved with strange symbols, giving off a mysterious and dangerous aura. Damu placed the flute to his lips and began to play. The eerie, sinister sound of the flute instantly filled the air. Suddenly, snakes with flickering tongues burst out from the ruined temple, writhing and hissing. Blue Creek Yu and the others found themselves in a desperate situation. Not only did they have to deal with the well-trained, fierce black-robed men, but also the countless venomous snakes pouring out. In-E and the others were already growing weak, injured in many places, blood staining their clothes, and their steps becoming unsteady. Blue Creek Yu looked at the terrible scene in front of her, feeling very anxious. She looked at Dongfang Ming, who had been protecting her from behind, and shouted loudly, "Dongfang Ming, don't worry about me. First, deal with the man in the black robe. I can take care of myself." Dongfang Ming turned back and looked deeply at Blue Creek Yu. "Be careful, little Yu," he said. Then, he tiptoed and leapt into the air, rushing toward Damu. Dongfang Ming's fists cut through the air with a loud wind, each attack filled with deadly intent. Meanwhile, Damu was blowing a flute to control poisonous snakes, which wildly lunged at Blue Creek Yu and others. Damu also hurriedly tried to block Dongfang Ming's fierce attacks, but he was overwhelmed and confused, struggling to defend himself. Under Dongfang Ming's fierce, Damu was caught off guard and unable to dodge. Dongfang Ming struck him hard in the chest with a palm. The powerful sent Damu flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, which spread across the ground in a bright red stain. The flute controlling the poisonous snakes was also knocked away with a loud clang. Without the flute's control, the once fierce snakes lost their direction, twisting around aimlessly. Some stuck out their tongues, others swam around without purpose, no longer attacking Blue Creek Yu and the others. The pressure on them eased. Damu struggled to get up from the ground, his face pale as paper, with dried blood at the corner of his mouth. Dongfang Ming didn't give him a chance to breathe and attacked again with sharp palm strikes, each aimed at vital points. Damu barely managed to defend himself, but was full of flaws, clearly unable to continue fighting. Suddenly, Damu took out a black sphere from his pocket and threw it forcefully onto the ground. With a loud bang, black smoke instantly spread out, and the foul smell made it hard to keep eyes open. Taking advantage of the smoke, Damu turned and ran away in a panic. Dongfang Ming's eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared in the direction Damu disappeared, but he did not chase after him. Quickly, Dongfang Ming turned back and returned to Blue Creek Yu's side to join the fight. Seeing the situation turning bad, the few remaining black-clad men quickly retreated. The tense nerves of In-E and others finally relaxed. However, looking around, the winding, moving snakes still made everyone feel cold inside, even though they were not attacking at the moment. Blue Creek Yu's eyes sharpened. These snakes are extremely poisonous. If they escape, the nearby villagers could be in great danger. Little Yu, you go ahead and leave first. I will handle these poisonous snakes. Lan Xia nodded. She knew that everyone was injured and bitten by the snakes. The situation was serious, and they needed to treat their wounds quickly. The group left the broken temple and entered the dense forest. They found a quiet place to rest and sat down. Lan Xia quickly began working. First, she checked Chuxia. Chuxia looked pale and was unconscious. Lan Xia used acupuncture to draw out the poison from her ankle where the snake had bitten. Then, she used more acupuncture to control the red turtle poison inside her. Next, Lan Xia turned to Chu Chun and the others who were hurt. She carefully treated each of them, removing the poison and healing their wounds. The detox pills could slow down the poison, but to fully remove it, they needed to use silver needles to guide the poison out. Dongfang Ming finished dealing with the snakes and returned to the forest. He saw Lan Xia busy working, her expression complicated. He was surprised at how skilled her medical skills were. He looked at her forehead, which was sweating, and felt a little worried. Xiaoye, rest for a moment. You are also hurt. Lan Xia didn't look up and kept working. No need. After removing the poison from everyone, Lan Xia finally felt exhausted. Her body swayed, almost falling. Dongfang Ming quickly caught her and helped her sit down slowly. He looked at her arm, which was dark and swollen. It was clear she had been bitten by a snake, but she hadn't cared for herself. His brows furrowed. Xiaoye, your arm was bitten too. Why didn't you treat yourself first? Lan Xia closed her eyes to rest and spoke softly, I'm fine. Before she finished, her body lost support and she fainted beautifully. Dongfang Ming's heart tightened. He quickly held her in his arms. Xiaoye, Dark E and Dark Air hurriedly stood up and came over. Dark E was unhappy. Let go of Miss Lan. Dark Air looked at Dongfang Ming coldly. Dongfang Ming only coldly said one word, get lost. His gaze never left Lan Xia for a moment, and he steadily used his internal energy to push the poison out of her arm. Dark E was even angrier. He suddenly drew his sword, pointing it directly at Dongfang Ming. At that moment, Yun Dian appeared with a flash, blocking in front of Dongfang Ming. Calm down. The young lady was bitten by a snake, but still focused on helping us treat her. Now he is forcing poison into her. Don't cause trouble. Upon hearing this, the dark figure's sword trembled slightly, and a look of unwillingness and struggle appeared in his eyes. Finally, he helplessly withdrew his sword and sat down across from them. Dongfang Ming held Lan Xia in his arms, and his internal energy flowed into her like a gentle stream. At this moment, Lan Xia looked at the scene before her, which seemed like a fairyland, and her face was full of disbelief. There was no one in sight, only swirling clouds and mist everywhere. Where had Cloud Thunder and the others gone? As she wondered, a figure suddenly appeared floating in midair. Lan Xia's eyes widened instantly, her pupils dilated in shock, and she shouted, Old man? Am I dead? Could this be the underworld? But why does the underworld look so beautiful, with no dark or scary feeling? Instead, it looks like a fairyland. Did I ascend to become a fairy and arrive in a heavenly realm? Old man, have you become a celestial being? The old man with a gentle smile on his face replied, Little you, long time no see. Lan Xia's eyes turned red, and she spoke with a trembling voice, I miss you so much. You don't know, Brother Chong said, if I complete the last task for the organization, I can be free and leave. But that scoundrel was plotting against me behind my back and never intended to let me go. Lan Xia kept talking like a water jar pouring out, and the old man just looked at her kindly and quietly. After a long while, the old man finally spoke slowly. Little you, this isn't a fairyland. It's just a corner of your Zio ring space. Lan Xia was stunned and asked suspiciously, Huh? Theo space? That system said before that the space wasn't upgraded, so I couldn't enter. The old man chuckled and explained, This is a sealed corner of the space. After you fainted, I pulled you in. Lan Xia was full of doubt and asked again, Old man, weren't you dead? How are you here? The old man stroked his beard with a complicated expression and said, That's a long story. Lan Xia rolled her eyes at him, remembering she had thought he was gone and had been sad for a long time. She couldn't help but mutter, Just get to the point. The old man spoke slowly, his voice carrying the weight of years and quiet sorrow. I am a son of Miaojiang, though not of royal blood. My father was the king of Miaojiang, and I was merely an accident born from his drunken mistake. Pain flickered in his eyes as he continued. My birth brought no joy, only danger. My mother died because of me, and I was abandoned in a lonely corner of the palace, raised by a humble maid. Since childhood, I have known both kindness and cruelty. Though a prince by name, I often went hungry and wore torn clothes. One day, a strange light surrounded me. A system bound itself to me, promising to help me escape my suffering and rise to the top of Miaojiang. From that moment, my life changed completely. I trained in martial arts, studied the art of war, and built my power. One day, I raised my sword against my father, overthrew his tyranny, and became the new king of Miaojiang. Under my rule, Miaojiang entered an age of peace and prosperity. For 20 years, the people lived in harmony, and it seemed all past pain had faded away. But 20 years ago, on one quiet night, the system told me my mission was complete. As a reward, it offered me a 3-day journey to another world. I gladly accepted. The journey, however, did not go smoothly. The first time, something went wrong, and I was sent 5,000 years into the past, to the early days of the United Kingdom. That world was still young, far less advanced than Miaojiang. The system was not satisfied, and wanted me to see true modern civilization. So I traveled again, and this time, I witnessed the wonders of a new age. Tall buildings, busy streets, shining lights, everything amazed me. But time passed quickly. After 3 days, the system ended our bond and prepared to send me back. Yet, something unexpected happened. The purple ring that allowed me to travel through time had vanished. Without it, the system could not return me home. So, I remained here, a stranger in this world. The old man sighed, his eyes filled with both regret and peace. Though I can never return to Miaojiang, I have seen the beauty of 2 worlds. I have no regrets. Later, after living in the modern world for a long time, I grew lonely. I joined an organization, and one day, after a mission, I found you in a bamboo forest. You were so small and helpless that I couldn't leave you there, so I took you in. Then how did you end up inside the purple ring after you died? After I died, the system told me it was its mistake that kept me in the modern world. To make up for it, it found this purple ghost ring and trapped my soul inside. It said that if someone destined to meet me wore the ring and traveled through, I might be able to return to my homeland. Lan Xiu pouted, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Your system is quite thoughtful. But I've been traveling with this ring to this different world for a while now. Why didn't you bring me in before? The old man's expression suddenly grew serious. He said in a deep voice, Xiao Yu, this is very important. The system on your body is not ordinary. I found out it has gained self-awareness, which means it can think independently and might have hidden motives. I haven't dared to bring you into the ring's space before, afraid it would notice and cause trouble. But this time, since you fainted and couldn't wake up, I took a risk. Hearing this, Lan Xiu frowned, a look of doubt in her eyes. Self-awareness. Don't be too alarmed, Xiao Yu. No matter what, I will protect you. You need to stay alert and not trust it too much. Lan Xiu looked at the vague old man in front of her, her eyes complicated. Old man, can you go out? The old man shook his head. I can't stay out long. I will disappear soon. I am just a soul now. Xiao Yu. Outside is Dongfang Ming. He is my grandson. He has been poisoned by a ghost toxin. Please help him. Lan Xiu raised an eyebrow. You've been here all along? How do you know he's your grandson? The old man smiled. The first time you met him, I saw everything clearly from the space. The jade pendant he wears was carved by me personally, a gift for my first son's birth. And his features look very much like mine. Ghost toxin? I've never heard of it. How do you know he's poisoned? The old man's expression darkened. Ghost toxin is a forbidden poison from Miao territory. I didn't expect someone to use it on my grandson. It seems that after I left, Miao territory became less peaceful. As for how I know, well, I don't really understand why, but now I can see through people's bodies inside the purple ghost ring. Lan Xiu hugged her arms and took a few steps back. Wow, superpower? Seeing through people's bodies. The old man looked at her actions with a helpless shake of his head. At this moment, it was already dark outside. A pile of fires cast flickering light, revealing everyone's anxious faces. And held a long sword, pointing its tip directly at Dongfang Ming, with anger burning in his eyes. Dongfang Ming, what exactly did you do to Miss Lan? Didn't you say you forced the poison out of her body? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Did you secretly do something? Dongfang Ming's eyes were fixed on Lan Xia, who was still unconscious. Chun Chun and Xia Xia were crying, holding Lan Xia's hand tightly. Miss, please wake up. Don't scare us. Dongfang Ming took a deep breath. Quiet. Xiaoyu might just be too tired. Don't disturb her. However, an heir was not convinced. He snorted coldly, full of suspicion. Humph. You're from Miao Village. Why should we trust you easily? Who knows if you secretly harmed Miss Lan while forcing out the poison? Otherwise, why hasn't she woken up after so long? Yun Lei and Yun Dian also looked at Dongfang Ming with doubt. Pu Nu stepped forward, waving his hands loudly to defend. Our young master would never do such dirty tricks. If he wanted to harm her, why bother sending her internal energy to force out the poison? Besides, if our young master hadn't returned in time, how would you all have escaped? Hearing this, an heir snorted coldly, his distrust clear in his eyes. He crossed his arms and leaned back slightly, sneering. Humph. People from Miao Village are always cruel and treacherous. Who knows if your young master is in cahoots with that man in black robes, pretending to be innocent in front of us? What are you all planning? As soon as he finished, the tense atmosphere instantly chilled to freezing. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone was on edge, their eyes full of suspicion and hostility, as if they might draw their swords at any moment. In a corner of the purple ghost space, the strange old man frowned and looked at Lan Xia, urging her. Xiaoyu, you should leave quickly. If you delay any longer, there will be a fight outside. Lan Xia curled her lips. Old man, what if I want to find you later? What should I do? The old man pointed a finger at her forehead. After a moment, he spoke slowly. All right. From now on, as long as you hold the purple ghost ring, you can talk to me. And I won't be detected by your system. However, if you want to enter the purple ghost ring, you can only do so in a spiritual form. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man waved his arm, and a gentle but powerful light enveloped Lan Xia. Suddenly, everything went dark for Lan Xia. When she opened her eyes again, she heard Chun Chun's excited shout. Miss, you're awake. That's wonderful. You finally woke up. Chun Chun's eyes were red, and her voice trembled with excitement. Dongfang Ming heard Chun Chun's call and quickly walked over with concern on his face. Little you, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? He slightly leaned down, his eyes fixed on Lan Xia. Lan Xia shook her head. I'm fine. And and the others had been tense the whole time. When they saw Lan Xia wake up, they relaxed and let out a long breath, slowly putting away their swords. Pu Nu crossed her arms and glared sharply at an and the others. She snorted through her nose. I told you, our young master wouldn't secretly do anything. Lan Xia looked over everyone and finally focused on Yun Lei and Yun Dian.
All right, I've fine.
Everyone can rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning, Yun Lei and Yun Dian, you go into the city to buy horses. When you return, we will set out immediately. Their previous horses had been killed by poisonous snakes. Since they still had a considerable distance to the Demon Valley Mountain, they needed to reach there quickly. Lan Xia wanted to earn points and find the odorless grass. Yun Lei and Yun Dian immediately clasped their fists and bowed. Yes, everyone rested where they were. Lan Xia looked at Dongfang Ming, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I want to check your pulse. Dongfang Ming was slightly surprised, but then smiled charmingly. Little you, are you worried about me? His eyes were full of amusement as he deliberately leaned closer to Lan Xia. Lan Xia turned her head away, pouting, but inside she thought, he's the grandson of the strange old man. I only want to check the ghostly toxin the old man mentioned inside him, just to see how powerful it is. Lan Xia stood up and moved to sit on the side. Dongfang Ming, like a shadow, sat right beside her. his gaze fixed on the purple ghost ring in her hand. Little you, where did you get this ring? Lan Xie knew why he asked. After all, the strange old man was the former king of Miao territory and was regarded as a sacred object by the Miao people. This I can't explain right now. I'll tell you later. Upon hearing this, Dong Fangming's expression instantly became serious. He frowned and said earnestly, Xiaoyu, Damu, and the others are after the ring in your hand. They definitely won't give up easily. They will come back. Do you know that this ring is a sacred item of our Miao tribe? We've been searching for it all these years. Lan Xie raised an eyebrow and waved the ring in her hand. Let them come. Next time, I will make sure they never return. Seeing him staring at her ring, she teased. Dong Fangming, what? Do you also want this ring? Dong Fangming narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiaoyu, if I say I want it, will you treat me as an enemy? Lan Xie shook her head. I won't see you as an enemy. From now on, I consider you a friend. But even as a friend, I can't give you this. It's strange, though. Why was it that the old man managed to get rid of the Zio ring, but the Zio ring seems to be stuck on her hand, unable to be removed? Dong Fangming smiled brightly. Xiaoyu, I am honored to be your friend. And he coughed softly and handed over some wild fruits. Miss Lan, I found some wild fruits. Please have some. Lan Xie took them. Thank you. And he waved his hand. It's my duty, Miss Lan. No need to thank me. After saying that, he shot a displeased look at Dong Fangming and turned to walk away. Lan Xie looked at Dong Fangming curiously. Why did you offend an E? I see he seems pretty hostile toward you. Dong Fangming fanned himself with a folding fan. Maybe he's jealous because I look too handsome.
Lan Sai Chukka.
Haha, you do look quite charming. Not at all like that old man.
Bah.
The old man was also handsome in his youth, you know? This kid completely inherited his good looks, a voice echoed in Lan Xie's mind. She was startled, lowering her head to the Zio ring. Old man, can my system hear you talking? Don't worry, girl. It can't hear our conversation. Hearing this, Lan Xie finally relaxed. Old man, how can I disconnect from the system? I feel like I've bound myself to a ticking time bomb.
Well,
I don't have a solution right now. When I think of one, I'll tell you. The mysterious hand of the Eastern demon waved in front of Lan Xiu. She snapped out of her thoughts and asked, What are you doing? Little you, are you still asking me that? What are you doing? Staring off into space like that, he replied. Lan Xiu took a bite of a wild fruit, juice spilling out. She casually wiped her mouth with her sleeve and said, Nothing much, just thinking about some things. The Eastern demon looked at her with gentle eyes. Little you, who did you learn your medical skills from? Hearing this, Lan Xiu glared at him and smiled. You want to know? I won't tell you. The Eastern demon shook his head and affectionately tapped her forehead. You're so naughty. This intimate gesture made Lan Xiu stiffen slightly. The old man's teasing voice echoed in her mind. Girl, I have to say, you and this kid are quite a match. I think you two are a good pair. Suddenly, the system's voice also sounded abruptly in her mind. Host, stay away from this demon. Your point-earning target is the Regent King. Until you earn enough points, you must not get involved with other men. Otherwise, how will you earn points? The old man clearly didn't agree with the system. His voice rang out again, a bit mischievous. Girl, don't listen to the system. You can secretly do it. I believe you have a way. Lan Xi was speechless. This old man really liked to stir up trouble. Old man, can you hear the system and my conversation? You're so impressive now. Also, your grandson looks like a fox spirit. Hard to tell if he's male or female. How are we a good match? Girl, look at what you're saying. Fox spirits have always been used to describe women. As for my grandson, he's handsome. There's no confusion about gender. He's a proper man, the old man rambled on, praising his grandson. Lan Xiu's face darkened. Old man, enough. Do you love me less now that you have a grandson? And I'm still young. Don't interfere with my marriage prospects. Also, be quiet. You're giving me a headache. Hearing this, the old man was a bit taken aback. So, this girl actually found him talkative. Humph. He looked around at how bored he was here. If it weren't for wanting to see Miaojiang, He could have left this space and reincarnated. To make that brat come find this girl, he even sent a dream to Eastern Demon last time. That dream weakened his soul quite a bit. Oh well, he needed to recover properly. The system saw that Lan Shi did not respond directly and became more urgent. Host, did you hear what I just said? You must remember, do not get involved with other men. System, I'm not the original owner. I won't fall for silly things. Why are you so anxious about this? The system was silent, realizing it had overthought.
Lan si iwes jet la di li.
Everyone rest well tonight. We leave early tomorrow morning. Dongfang Ming looked at her with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He softly asked, Little you, why are you in such a hurry to go to the Demon Valley Mountain? Is there something important? Lan Shu turned to look at Chuxia, who looked pale. She showed a hint of concern in her eyes. My girl has been poisoned by the red turtleweed. I need to get to the Demon Valley Mountain quickly to find the odorous turtleweed to detoxify her. Dongfang Ming gracefully opened his folding fan and fanned himself. Little you are really kind, going so far to find herbs for a maid. Although odorous turtleweed is hard to find, I once picked a plant from the Demon Valley Mountain. Don't worry too much. Lan Shiyu's eyes lit up instantly. She looked at Dongfang Ming with surprise. You've been to the Demon Valley Mountain? Is there really odorous turtleweed there? Dongfang Ming nodded. Yes, my mother and I both were poisoned by Ghost Yu. Over the years, I've been trying to find a way to detox. I've traveled to many places, searching for rare herbs, just to develop an antidote for Ghost Yu poison. Unfortunately, I haven't succeeded yet, only managing to control the symptoms. Hearing this, Lan Shi frowned and grabbed Dongfang Ming's wrist to check his pulse. Huh? Your pulse is normal, she said with a hint of doubt.
Wait.
Why is your pulse suddenly beating so fast? Is it a sign of the poison acting up? Tell me, what are the symptoms when the poison flares up? Her tone was filled with curiosity. Dongfang Ming withdrew his hand and gently patted her head. Little you're tired today. We need to travel again tomorrow. Rest now. Before she could respond, Dongfang Ming suddenly moved, leaping onto a large tree and lying on a branch. He pressed his hand to his chest and softly whispered, Little you, what should I do? I think I've fallen for you. Lan Shi watched him jump onto the tree, pouting slightly. She leaned against the trunk and closed her eyes to rest. In the darkness, a shadowy figure with a deep voice said, Protective Master, should we attack tonight? Damu clutched his aching chest, his face dark and serious. His eyes flashed with anger as he said bitterly, Those useless fools set a trap, but still couldn't hurt Dongfang Ming at all. What's worse, Dongfang Ming found the sacred object first and seems very familiar with that woman. Damu paused, then said, Dongfang Ming is here. We probably won't get any advantage. After thinking for a moment, his eyes gleamed with cunning. Fortunately, every 15th day, Dongfang Ming becomes very weak because of the poison. There are 8 days until his next poisoning. We will secretly follow him, wait for him to be weak, then deal with him and take the sacred object. Yes, sir. The man in black bowed and disappeared into the night. The next morning, Lan Xiu got up and stretched her stiff muscles. At this time, Dongfang Ming jumped down from a tree, smiling charmingly. Good morning, little you. Lan Shi was momentarily captivated by his charming smile. Then she pouted and thought to herself, this mischievous guy is really a troublemaker. So early in the morning and already trying to flirt. She avoided his gaze. Ahem. Let's get ready. We should set out now. After nearly an hour of travel, they finally reached a nearby inn. Inside the inn, they ordered steaming hot food. The aroma was tempting, and everyone, hungry, ate eagerly. After eating, they bought horses and a carriage to continue their journey. 5 days passed quickly. The group, dusty and tired, finally arrived at Huilong County. Dongfang Ming rode his horse to the carriage. Little you, we've reached Huilong County. We're only about an hour from Mogu Mountain. Why don't we find an inn to rest first before heading out? Lan Shi looked at the busy street with passing villagers. It was much less prosperous than the capital. Okay, they found an inn.
Lan si enjoy a comfort tàn bát.
Since the weather was hot and they had been traveling for days, she felt dirty. After bathing and resting for half an hour on the bed, it was noon. She got up and went downstairs. In the lobby, Dongfang Ming and the others had already ordered food and were waiting for her. After lunch, they rested for an hour before setting out again. The sound of horse hooves and the rolling wheels of the carriage echoed as they headed toward Mo-gu Mountain. After another hour, the carriage stopped at the foot of Mo-gu Mountain. Lan Xiu got out of the carriage. She looked up and saw the tall, majestic Mo-gu Mountain surrounded by clouds and mist. She frowned slightly and asked, "Didn't they say that bandits are rampant on Mo-gu Mountain? Has Mo Lian already sent troops to deal with them? Why is there no one around?" And E explained, "Miss Lan, you don't know this. Mo-gu Mountain is very large, and the bandits are very clever, hiding in many places. They might have already received news and are hiding deep inside the mountain. Our master and his people are currently searching carefully for the bandits' traces." Hearing this, Lan Xiu's brow furrowed even more. She was anxious because she only had 5 days left and couldn't wait too long. She looked at an E and said, An E, go find Mo Lian immediately. I want to see him." Dongfang Ming heard this and felt unhappy. He considered himself charming and handsome, very attractive, and always admired by many. Why was Miss Lan looking for him? Wasn't she coming to find Yuan Chao? Just then, a figure appeared from afar, as if riding the wind toward them. A happy voice from the system rang in Lan Xiu's mind. "Host, points are coming. Points are coming." Lan Xiu looked at the approaching figure with bright eyes. Dongfang Ming watched her expression and clenched his fan tightly. He felt jealous and a bit sour. Miss Lan hadn't looked at him like that in days. Soon, Mo Lian arrived and stood beside Lan Xiu. He slightly smiled and looked at her with a half-smile. "Did you come specifically to see me?" The system urged again. "Host, hurry up and earn points." Lan Xiu took a deep breath, quietly preparing her emotions. If she went straight to earn points and angered him, he might get upset and run away. Then, where would she find him? "Don't worry, watch my performance," she said confidently, a gentle smile on her face. She looked at Mo Lian with affection, her eyes full of gentle water, soft and tender. "Your Highness, they say that not seeing each other for a day feels like 3 years. We haven't seen each other for so long. It feels like many autumns. I miss you so much," she said, then suddenly opened her arms and rushed toward Mo Lian. Mo Lian instinctively dodged her hug, moving quickly and coldly. Lan Xiu steadied herself, turned around with a hurt look, and called out softly, "Your Highness." Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Early summer and early spring, Blue Sia's personal maids, both turned their heads away in embarrassment, their cheeks slightly red. The guards also turned around politely. Only Dongfang Ming kept glaring at Mo Lian, his eyes full of hostility. Punu, watching his young master, grew anxious. This was the regent prince of the Eastern Glory Kingdom. If his master kept showing such open hostility, it could cause serious trouble. "Young master, please don't act rashly," Punu prayed silently. "We're not in our own land now. This is his territory." Mo Lian cast a cold glance at Dongfang Ming, then suddenly pulled Blue Xia into his arms. Looking down at her with deep, calm eyes, his voice low and magnetic, he said, "Oh, you miss me that much?" Blue Xia froze for a moment. Just a while ago, he had avoided her touch, and now he was holding her so tightly. Truly, this man's moods changed like the wind. But she quickly adjusted her expression and leaned gently against his chest, speaking in a soft, sweet tone. "Of course I missed you, my lord. You don't know how much I've thought about you every day. I couldn't eat or sleep properly." Hearing this, Mo Lian's lips curved into a faint, teasing smile, his eyes glimmering with amusement. "Oh, is that so?" His deep voice carried a charm that made her heart tremble. Blue Xia nodded eagerly, her eyes full of affection. "Yes, ever since you left the capital, I've felt so empty inside. I keep thinking of your graceful and noble figure. I can't eat well or sleep well. Look, I've even lost weight. Mo Liyuan loosened his hold and looked her up and down carefully. Before he left for Demon Valley Mountain, she had been distant and cold. How had she become so affectionate in such a short time? Was she truly missing him? Or was she doing this for some hidden reason? A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Who was forcing her to act this way? What was the meaning behind this so-called point system she kept mentioning? Finally, Mo Liyuan nodded slightly. You do look a bit thinner.
See?
It's all because I care so much about you, my lord, Blue Sia said sweetly, her voice full of gentle affection. Surely, you are just trying to earn points. Ming Lian narrowed his eyes and reached out to hold her chin, interrupting her words. Loving someone so intensely, Lan Xia was pinched so hard that her chin hurt. She pouted and glared at him, teasing, "Oh, your highness, you hurt my chin." Her expression was both innocent and cute, making people feel sorry for her. Dongfang Ming said coldly, "Let go of Xiaoyu." "Xiaoyu? He calls you so affectionately?" Ming Lian looked at Lan Xia with deep eyes.
Ah.
She's a new friend I met on the way. He helped me. If it weren't for him, I might not have seen the prince. You don't know, we met Miao soldiers on the road. They are very scary. They either shot poison snakes or fought us. Ming Lian's eyes narrowed. I don't allow other men to call you that, understand? Dongfang Ming smiled mischievously. The regent of Dongyao Kingdom really lives up to his name. So overbearing. Why can't I call Xiaoyu that? Ming Lian looked coldly at Dongfang Ming, and sparks seemed to fly between them. Lan Xia patted Ming Lian's hand. Could you please let go? My chin is about to be crushed. It hurts. Ming Lian looked down at her furrowed brow, then released her. His gaze fell on her reddened chin, and he frowned. So delicate, an old man's voice echoed in Lan Xia's mind. Oh, girl. When did you become so delicate and pretentious? Seeing you like this makes me feel embarrassed, Lan Xia secretly thought. It's all for earning points. But honestly, Ming Lian is really handsome. Her sweet words sounded natural. If she tried this with an ugly guy, she'd probably make herself sick from the pretentious act. Dongfang Ming looked at Lan Xia with a loving tone. Xiaoyu, aren't you here to find the odorless grass in the Demon Valley? Shouldn't we hurry to find the herbs? Hearing this, Ming Lian's aura changed. He exuded coldness, realizing that this woman wasn't really here to find him. She was lying to him again. Prince, Lan Xia blinked quickly and explained, You don't know, my second sister gave me a box of poison rouge, but my maid Chu Xia accidentally used it. The situation is urgent, so I had to bring 2 maids with me. Finding you is my main goal, but I also want to try my luck to find the Yuan stench grass to cure Chu Xia's red Yuan poison. Mo Liyuan heard this, and the coldness around him gradually disappeared. I will help you find it. As he spoke, Mo Liyuan quickly embraced Lan Xia's waist and leapt away, leaving the spot swiftly. Dongfang Ming watched their distant figures, full of disappointment and reluctance. Little you, Dongfang Ming muttered to himself, wanting to chase after them but was stopped by an E and an air. Get out of the way. Dongfang Ming's voice was deep and cold. However, an E and an air didn't move. An E raised an eyebrow. Our master and Miss Lan are truly a perfect match. Dongfang Ming, you better not go forward. Be sensible and don't bother them. Dongfang Ming's face instantly turned dark and fierce. He clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, Pinyuo's voice sounded in his ear. Young master, doesn't Miss Lan need the Yuan stench grass? If you find it, she will be very happy. Dongfang Ming snorted coldly, suddenly waved his sleeve, and a powerful internal force burst out. An E and an air felt a strong force hit them and involuntarily took a few steps back. Dongfang Ming leapt again and headed quickly toward the Magic Valley Mountain. Pinyuo watched Dongfang Ming's distant figure and sighed silently. Although the young master usually appeared affectionate to everyone, few truly understood his inner feelings. At this moment, the young master's nervousness and concern for Lan Xia were not fake. Could it be that he has really fallen for her in such a short time? Pinyuo withdrew his thoughts and hurried to follow. Chuxia and Chuchun looked at each other, worried. The lady and the Regent King had left. What should they do? And Yi said, "You two stay here. Yunlei and Yundian will protect you. An heir and I will go find the young master and Miss Lan." Yunlei and Yundian looked at each other, a hint of complexity in their eyes. With the Regent King here, Lan Xia's safety was assured. But early summer and early spring, these two fragile maids, after a long journey, might become a burden if they enter the dangerous Magic Valley Mountain. However, leaving them alone could also lead to trouble. After some thought, Yunlei and Yundian finally nodded, silently agreeing to An Yi's suggestion. Seeing this, An Yi and an heir moved quickly and rushed toward Magic Valley Mountain. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu tightly hugged Emo Li Yuan's neck, feeling the wind rushing past her ears. She was so excited, like a child. "Wow! This is so thrilling, Your Highness! Can we go even faster?" A hint of a smile appeared in Emo Li Yuan's eyes. This woman was very different from ordinary women. If it were someone else, they might have screamed in fear, but she was so genuinely excited. "Aren't you looking for the odorous turtle grass? How will you find it if we go so fast?" Emo Li Yuan said affectionately, holding her steadily as they landed. Lan Xiu pouted, still not satisfied with the ride. She looked up at Emo Li Yuan, her eyes shining. "Your Highness, you're so amazing. When we go back, will you teach me how to practice light skills?" Emo Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smile. "You want to learn?" Lan Xiu nodded brightly. "Yes, I want to learn." A slight smile played on Emo Li Yuan's lips as he left her with a meaningful remark. "Let's see how you perform." System. Host earn points. Lan Xiu rolled her eyes and secretly thought, "This dog system always chooses the worst moments, so annoying." "Your Highness, I'll sing for you." Emo Li Yuan's eyes grew complicated. He looked at her deeply, silent, and continued walking forward. Love you, just like a mouse loves rice." Lan Xiu kept singing this line behind Emo Li Yuan. He stopped and looked back at her with deep eyes. "Is that what you call singing, huh? Don't you think this line is nice?" She quickly explained, "If I just say I love you, you might think I'm just earning points again, so I use this song to represent it." "Lan Xiu, do you think I am very foolish?" She looked at him confused. "What do you mean, Your Highness? I don't understand." Emo Li Yuan gazed at her deeply. "You're just trying to earn points, right? I'm just curious, who is forcing you to do this? Why are you working so hard to earn points?" Lan Xia fell silent. System. Emo Lian looked at her quietly. She still didn't want to tell him. This silly woman, only she could tell him, then he could help her. System. If you tell him the reason for earning points, the host will be immediately eliminated. Lan Xia was surprised.
What?
System. This is a program setting, so it's not that the system refuses to let you speak. An old man's voice also sounded. "Girl, that's true. Once the system is bound to the host must complete the task and cannot reveal the goal. Otherwise, you will be instantly erased by the program." "But how does he know that you're saying you love him is just to earn points?" Since Lan Xia was a girl, the old man automatically blocked outside scenes at night. He didn't see what happened that night, so he didn't know the reason. "I don't know. This guy is very clever. I also don't know how I let slip that time." All right, she still wanted to say she wouldn't live long, and that saying she loved him was the only way to stay alive. She also hoped to gain Emo Lian's sympathy, so he would cooperate and help her earn enough points. Emo Lian suppressed his anger. He couldn't rush. One day, he would make her willingly tell him everything. "Yue, if you don't want to say it, I won't force you. I hope one day you'll be honest with me." Emo Lian turned and continued walking. Lan Xia quickly followed, grabbing his sleeve. "Prince, I love you, I love you." Since he already knew she was earning points, she stopped pretending. She just wanted to earn as many points as possible. Emo Lian's body stiffened. He quickly continued walking with a blank expression. Lan Xia looked at the ground while walking, searching for herbs, muttering, "Prince, I love you." Emo Li Yuan lowered his head, his gaze gentle and deep. "Yue is so passionate, throwing herself into my arms." When we go back, I will send 3 letters and 6 marriage proposals to ask for your hand. Is that okay? Lan Xiu's eyes spun quickly as she secretly thought. Marriage? That's not bad. I can earn points every day and every night, soon gaining freedom from the system. Then I can find a way to disconnect from it. Once I do, I'll be free in this ancient world. She smiled brightly and cheerfully replied, Yes, yes. Suddenly, the strange old man's voice rang out unexpectedly. Oh dear. I've raised my cabbage for over 10 years, and now it's been taken away. It looks good, but I think my grandson and my girl are a better match. His voice carried a hint of helplessness and regret, echoing in Lan Xiu's ears. But Lan Xiu seemed not to hear him. She was dazed as Mo Li Yuan gently led her forward. Feeling the softness and warmth in his hand, Mo Li Yuan's mood grew happier. He looked down at Lan Xiu's dazed expression and couldn't help but smile faintly. Prince, are you in a good mood? Lan Xiu finally snapped out of her daze, looked up at Mo Li Yuan, and asked with confusion. Mo Li Yuan softly responded, his eyes full of tenderness. Seeing this, Lan Xiu couldn't help but wonder, is it because the bandits here have been defeated by the prince? She asked, Prince, are you in a good mood because the bandits here have been wiped out? Mo Li Yuan glanced at her with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Bandits? Their hideout has been found, but they haven't been wiped out yet. Really? If you found their hideout, why not destroy them? Lan Xiu asked, puzzled. To her, once the bandits' hideout was discovered, it was best to strike while the iron was hot and eliminate them all at once. Mo Li Yuan's gaze was as deep as the night. He slowly lowered his head, and his warm breath lightly brushed against Lan Xiu's delicate neck, carrying a hint of undeniable dominance. Just take a look and you'll see. Maybe you can help. His voice was deep and magnetic, as if it could enchant people. Lan Xiu felt a tingling sensation on her neck and couldn't help but awkwardly turn her head away. Why did he have to speak so close? Seeing this, Mo Li Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He wrapped one arm around her slender waist, his movements both commanding and gentle. The next moment, he lightly touched the ground with his toes and, carrying Lan Xia, leapt into the air, rushing toward the depths of the Demon Valley Mountain. The wind howled past her ears. Lan Xia muttered to herself, Mo Li Yan, why do you always just hold me and fly off when you're upset? Flying is impressive, but I want to learn light skills too. I can fly as well. When did we get so close? Are we already in love? In ancient times, falling in love openly sounds pretty nice. Mo Li Yan's embrace was very warm, making her reluctant to leave this warmth. The strange old man in the space saw this and shouted angrily, Girl, you need to be more promising, system. Host, you're doing great. Gaining control of the Regent King means earning points, however many you want. Mo Li Yan held Lan Xia tightly as they reached the edge of a cliff. A breeze blew past, making their clothes flutter like immortals in a painting. Etienne immediately saw the young lady in the master's arms. His eyes widened in surprise, thinking, wow, the master has got the young lady. Our Regent King's residence is finally going to have a mistress. But just as this thought appeared, Mo Li Yan's cold gaze swept over. Etienne immediately lowered his head and respectfully called out, Master, young Lady Lan. A row of dark guards also bowed their heads and called out in unison, Master, young Lady Lan. Mo Li Yan said calmly, Call her queen. Hearing this, the dark guards and Etienne were all shocked. They quickly changed their words. Queen. Lan Xia struggled free from Mo Li Yan's embrace and glared at him playfully. What queen? Mo Li Yan raised an eyebrow. After we go back, I will propose marriage. You can't run away. Lan Xia rolled her eyes at him. She wasn't planning to run away. In fact, she was eager to be with him, so she could earn points anytime and anywhere. Just a title, she thought casually. It didn't matter what they called her. Lan Xia walked to the edge of the cliff and looked sharply below. Are the mountain bandits hiding right under the cliff? Etienne quickly flattered. Queen, you're so clever. We've been searching for a long time, and only now did we find clues near this cliff. We didn't expect you to see through it as soon as you arrived. Lancia waved her hand. I was just talking casually. Etienne praised sincerely, Queen, you're so amazing to be right just by talking casually. Lucia looked at Tian Yi's exaggerated expression and secretly thought, brother, do you have to flatter so much? Tian Yi pointed down the cliff, looking serious. Princess, do you have a way to go down the cliff? The area below is filled with miasma, and we can't see what's underneath. The hidden guards haven't sent any news. Hearing this, Lucia frowned and turned to Mo Liyuan. Maybe I should go down with the prince to check. Princess, the situation below is unknown and very dangerous. Should I go first to explore? Mo Liyuan stepped closer to Lucia. I was just about to do that. Tian Yi was stunned. How could the master take the princess on such a risky adventure? Mo Liyuan gently placed his hands on Lucia's delicate shoulders. His deep eyes sparkled with a mysterious light. He slowly lowered his head, meeting her gaze, and softly asked, Are you not afraid? Lucia instinctively placed her hand on his chest, trying to keep some distance. She scolded, Just speak normally, don't get so close. Mo Liyuan's lips curled slightly with a teasing smile. Haha, are you shy, you? Hearing this, Lucia raised an eyebrow, rolled her eyes at him, and retorted, I'm not shy. It's just that you're too close, and I feel uncomfortable. And it's just a cliff. I'm not afraid. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Liyuan suddenly hugged her waist tightly. His body shifted, and he lunged toward the bottomless cliff. Lucia felt a strong sense of weightlessness and cried out, Ah! The wind howled in her ears. Her eyes nearly couldn't stay open, and she could only barely open a slit to look down. All she saw was a white fog made of miasma, swirling and dizzying. Didn't you say you weren't afraid? Mo Liyuan's voice rang in her ear, full of teasing and affection. Lucia angrily said, Why didn't you prepare properly? Why the sudden attack? The wind roared in her ears, making her thoughts even more chaotic. At that moment, Mo Liyuan suddenly fed her a pill. The pill melted as soon as it touched her tongue, and a cool sensation spread through her whole body. Lancia suddenly felt her mind clear. As they passed through the thick white mist, she looked down and saw the cliff below. So high, so deep. Her heart raced wildly, as if it might leap out of her chest. If they fell, they would surely be shattered to pieces. This madman, he jumped straight off the cliff without even preparing. As the ground rushed closer, Lancia shut her eyes in despair. Her fingers instinctively touched the purple ring on her hand as she silently pleaded, Old man, help me. This crazy person dragged me off a cliff. Inside her space ring, the old man was just as anxious, pacing and shouting, Girl, adjust your position. When you land, lie on top of him and use him as a cushion. Then Mo Liyuan's gentle voice sounded above her, Don't be afraid, you err. I'm here. At that moment, Lancia felt their fall slow down. She opened her eyes and saw Mo Liyuan channeling his energy to resist the impact. One hand tightly gripped a vine clinging to the cliff wall, stopping their fall just in time. Looking down, Lancia saw the ground less than 10 meters away. Relieved, she glared at Mo Liyuan and scolded, You're insane. Jumping off a cliff like that. Aren't you afraid of dying? You should at least. Before she could finish, the vine snapped with a sharp, and they plunged again. Ah! The wind roared past her ears as the world spun around. But the expected pain never came. She opened her eyes in surprise. Huh? It doesn't hurt? Then she heard a strained cough. Cough. Yue, get up first. Looking down, she saw Mo Liyuan beneath her, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. She quickly stood up and huffed. Serves you right. That's what you get for jumping, without thinking. Mo Liyuan pushed himself up, but before he could stand, a huge net suddenly dropped from above, trapping them both tightly. A burly man with a thick beard stepped out from behind a large rock, laughing loudly. Well, well, 2 more fools looking for trouble. Brothers, bring me my bow. Let's see how I turn them into pincushions. His voice was rough and loud. Next to him, A greasy-looking man's eyes flashed with a lecherous smile. "Boss, look at this girl. It's a shame to kill her. Why not let the brothers have some fun?" His words were flirtatious, making Lan Xia feel very disgusted. Mo Liyuan heard this, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He said coldly, "You're asking for death." He leapt forward with all his strength, trying to break free from the net, but his body staggered. Seeing this, Lan Xia threw herself into Mo Liyuan's arms and whispered, "There's a softening powder online." She quickly stabbed a few silver needles into his acupoints. Mo Liyuan held Lan Xia, and he was in a good mood because she voluntarily came into his arms. The leader, Xiong Feng, who was called the boss, laughed loudly nearby, seeming to look down on their struggle. "Boss, luckily we got wind of this early and hid under the cliff. Otherwise, we'd be wiped out by the regent's men," one subordinate flattered. Another subordinate exclaimed, "Boss, look at this man. He looks a lot like the picture we received. Could he be the regent?" Xiong Feng examined Mo Liyuan carefully. After a while, he burst out laughing again. "Really? I didn't expect we'd catch the regent. If we kill him, we'll definitely get a reward from above. Maybe we can even get a government position." Lan Xia withdrew her silver needles. She slowly turned around to face the group of bandits, who held sharp blades and looked fierce. She pretended to be very scared, trembling as she said, "He's the regent, Mo Liyuan. If you want to kill him, go ahead. But don't hurt me." Mo Liyuan lowered his head, his gaze full of affection as he looked at Lan Xia. He quietly watched her act, a slight smile on his lips, saying nothing. At this moment, the softening powder inside him had already worn off. Xiong Feng, the leader of these bandits, stared intently at Lan Xia. He licked his cracked lips and said seductively, "Beauty, come here. Big brother will let you out." Mo Liyuan's hand unconsciously tightened around Lan Xia's waist. His eyes instantly turned cold with icy fury as he looked directly at Xiong Feng. Lan Xia pretended to struggle, pushed him, and smiled. "Let me go. I'm the one dealing with you, not her." Hearing this, Xiong Feng nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. Let the beauty go quickly." In Mo Liyuan's eyes, the killing intent grew stronger. Xiong Feng felt a chill in his heart and instinctively took a few steps back. He steadied his mind and, mustering courage, shouted, You're already a prisoner. Why are you still so fierce? Take back those fierce eyes of yours." Seeing this, Lan Xia chuckled softly. "I say, Mo Liyuan is already a prisoner. What are you afraid of?" "Don't stammer." Her laughter echoed at the bottom of the cliff, adding a teasing and mocking tone. Xiong Feng felt embarrassed by her smile. He quickly grabbed his bow and aimed at Mo Liyuan. "Beauty, I'm not afraid." Lan Xia gently struggled free from Mo Liyuan's arms, teasingly saying, "Just let me go. I don't want to be caught in this broken net." Her tone was playful, but carried a hint of cleverness. Swallowing hard, Xiong Feng's gaze flickered uncertainly between Lan Xia and Mo Liyuan. "Beauty, wait a moment. Let me shoot him first, then I'll let you out." But just as he finished speaking, with a tearing sound, Mo Liyuan easily tore apart the net binding him and stepped out with a fierce look. His eyes were icy, sweeping over everyone present, making others feel cold inside. Lan Xia pointed at them and said, "Wow, your broken net is really poor. Now you're doomed." The little henchmen, seeing this, backed away in fear. One of them trembled and said to Xiong Feng, "Boss, he doesn't seem affected by the softening spell. What should we do?" Xiong Feng's face instantly turned pale, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Standing before a group of mountain bandits, Xiong Feng looked tough and determined, with fiery eyes, but he couldn't hide his inner fear. "Brothers, he's just one person. We have so many of us. Let's attack together." His voice was loud, but with a slight tremor, revealing his apprehension about the man in front of him. Lan Xia stood nearby, watching this scene and laughing so hard she almost couldn't straighten up. "Hey, maybe you should look behind you," she said with a clear, cheerful laugh that seemed especially out of place in the tense atmosphere. Xiong Feng's heart tightened. He forced himself to stay calm and turned around. His 100 or so followers, who had been about to rush forward, suddenly scattered like frightened birds, leaving him alone to face the enemy. His face darkened instantly. Just as he was about to turn back, a sharp sword aura arrived. A flash of cold light, and Mo Liyuan's soft sword pierced through his throat. Xiong Feng widened his eyes, full of frustration and shock. His body slowly fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lan Shi walked over slowly, her gaze lingering on Xiong Feng's body for a moment before turning to Mo Lian. A teasing smile appeared on her lips. Yore sorutles. He was the leader of the mountain bandits, and you just ended him with a single sword. Mo Lian looked expressionless. He took a spotless handkerchief from his chest, wiped the blood off his sword, and once it was clean, he gently sheathed it and tied it to his waist. Then he pulled Lan Xiu into his arms. Yue, are you done playing? Lan Xiu's face turned slightly red. She pushed him away with a pout and scolded, Just say what you mean, don't touch me. Who would have thought there was such a palace hidden beneath the cliff? Lan Xiu said softly, full of amazement. Looking at the direction the bandits fled, that must be their hideout. It's strange. Under this cliff, these bandits are quite capable, building a palace here. As soon as she finished speaking, a clear shout came from above the steep cliff, breaking the silence around them. Tian-Yi was carefully moving downward step by step, his eyes fixed tightly on Lan Xiu and the princess beside her. Master, princess. Tian-Yi's voice was urgent. Seeing that the two were safe, he felt a small weight lift from his heart. Lan Xiu looked up when she heard him. She saw Tian-Yi and a group of secret guards climbing down the cliff's protrusions and vines, struggling but determined. Lan Xiu waved her hand. Be careful. Mo Lian coldly said, Are you worried about him? A faint chill flickered in his eyes as he glanced coldly at Tian-Yi on the cliff wall. Tian-Yi felt a sudden coldness. His body trembled, and his foot slipped. He almost fell off the cliff. At this critical moment, he quickly grabbed a vine on the cliff wall, stabilizing himself. Tian-Yi's palms were sweaty. He patted his chest and muttered, That was close. Seeing this, Lan Xiu looked at Mo Lian helplessly. I say, Prince, you scared your guard. Mo Lian's face grew even darker. He said in a deep voice, I asked you, were you worried about him just now? Lan Xiu frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. This Mo Lian really has issues. She just casually said, be careful. And he becomes so sensitive? Plus, Tian-Yi is still his subordinate. The old man's voice echoed in Lan Xia's mind, saying, Girl, I told you, the old man's grandson is the right one for you. This guy is too controlling, he's not suitable for you. His voice was teasing but caring, making Lan Xia slightly purse her lips. Seeing Lan Xia distracted, Mo Lian grew more annoyed. He suddenly pulled Lan Xia close, his gaze firm and commanding. Yue, you can only have me in your eyes. You can't look at other men, understand? Lan Xia looked at Mo Lian, feeling a surge of anger. This guy is so overbearing. She really wanted to slap him, but for the sake of points, she had to suppress her anger. She forcefully pulled her hand away, her face showing some displeasure and stubbornness. She turned her head and refused to look at Mo Lian again. Mo Lian's eyebrows slightly furrowed as Tian-Yi and the dark guards began climbing down the steep cliff one after another. Master. Tian-Yi called out cautiously. Mo Lian ignored Tian-Yi and walked straight toward Lan Xia, once again taking her hand. Lan Xia wanted to struggle, but Mo Lian softly said, Yue, aren't you curious about the palace below the cliff? Let's go take a look. Without waiting for her response, Mo Lian pulled Lan Xia forward. Lan Xia looked down at her tightly held hand, a slight smirk on her lips, but she said nothing more. Meanwhile, inside the mysterious palace, the atmosphere was chaotic. In the main hall, a small said, second and third leaders, it's not good. The great leader is dead, and the regent. The regent has arrived. Tanju was shocked and looked anxiously at Fei Ting. Second brother, what do we do? We're hiding here, but Mo Lian might come looking for us. Fei Ting glanced at Tanju calmly. Don't panic. Dewan, you and your brothers stay here. If they break in, activate the trap immediately. Third brother, come with me. He gently twisted a stone beneath the table, and a stone door slowly opened behind him. Tanju and Fei Ting quickly entered, and the door slammed shut behind them. They entered a secret passage and reached a stone room. Second brother. Tanju's voice carried doubt and unease. Fei Ting did not look back. He only said in a deep voice, "Third brother, let's pack up quickly and leave here." Tanju followed closely behind, feeling anxious and unable to calm down. Second brother, what about the brothers outside? Fei Ting paused slightly, then continued packing his bag.
We can't worry about that now.
The Regent King has come here. Our eldest brother was killed by him. How can we fight him? Hurry up and pack, let's go. Hearing this, Tanju's face turned even paler. Second brother, shouldn't we avenge our eldest brother? What about the brothers outside? And if the Regent King finds out our secret here, he won't let us go. While busy packing, Fei Ting said, "Third brother, we are just bandits. We were forced to do things by threats. The gold and jewelry we stole were used to make weapons here. Now that our eldest brother is gone, staying here is a dead end. These riches are enough for us to live comfortably for a lifetime. Let's go somewhere, buy a house, and live a normal life. We don't have to stay here." Tanju nodded. Second brother, I trust you. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and helped pack the bags. Soon, the two of them, carrying heavy bundles, quietly slipped out through a hidden tunnel, using the dim candlelight. Meanwhile, Mo Lian and his group arrived in front of a palace. Lan Shi looked up in amazement. All around here is dangerous terrain. How was this palace built? It must have taken a lot of effort and resources. Judging by its appearance, it's been here through many years. Mo Lian stared at the palace with a serious expression. Xiaoyao King, huh? Who is the Xiaoyao King? Mo Lian's eyes were complicated. The Xiaoyao King once led a coup. After failing to seize the throne, our emperor wanted to eliminate him completely. But just before execution, the Xiaoyao King and his son were rescued by his followers at the last moment. Since then, the Xiaoyao King and his son disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, Lan Shi frowned slightly. Are you saying this palace might belong to the Xiaoyao King? Besides him, I can't think of anyone else capable of building such a large palace here, the Heavenly One explained. The princess doesn't know this, but the King of Carefree is the biological brother of the former emperor. When the former emperor personally led troops to fight, he daringly started a rebellion. Several old officials refused to submit to the King of Carefree and were killed. Fortunately, the former emperor and General Yun, who is also the princess's maternal grandfather, returned in time to stop the chaos. At that moment, a sudden arrow shot toward them, carrying a cold, sharp wind. Mo Lian narrowed his eyes, quickly wrapping his arms around Lan Xia to protect her. His body moved swiftly like lightning, retreating backward. He drew his soft sword from his waist. The sword shimmered like flowing water, creating dazzling sword images in the air as he fought off the rain of arrows. With a gentle flick, the arrows fell to the ground with crisp sounds, echoing through the valley. Wow, these mountain bandits even have bows and arrows. The hidden guards beside them also hurriedly retreated while swinging their long swords. The sword light flickered, intertwining with the falling arrows in a thrilling scene. Their faces showed tension and seriousness, but their actions were quick and precise. Lan Xia was tightly protected in Mo Lian's arms. She looked up at the man who was protecting her, her heart pounding. Old man, I've never felt this way before. Being protected feels so sweet. And right now, I think he's so handsome, so manly. Stop it, girl. Are you serious? Just being taken down like that? You lack a sense of security. You need to be rational. The old man watched anxiously from the space. His grandson wasn't bad either. Why didn't she like him? Why was she so focused on this guy? Lan Xia's eyes stayed fixed on Mo Lian's handsome face. Wow, even from this close, he's so perfect. I love it, I love it. Girl, do you ever get love-struck? The old man kept muttering in the space, but Lan Xia ignored him completely. In her eyes, only Mo Lian mattered. Him fighting through the arrows was so cool. Emolian noticed the intense gaze from the woman in his arms. He looked down and was a bit surprised. Was you having a crush on him? Her eyes weren't like before, just pretending for the mission. They were full of love and dependence. A happy feeling filled Emolian's heart. He unconsciously tightened his grip on her waist. I want to play something exciting with you, Are you scared? Emolian whispered softly into Lan Xiu's ear, his voice filled with gentle affection. Lan Xiu tightly hugged his neck, smiling foolishly. Okay, I'm not afraid. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and trust. Emolian turned with her and hurried toward the palace. Tian-Yi and the Dark Guards had already moved away from the arrow range. When they saw their master holding the princess and rushing toward the palace, they were stunned. What was happening? They looked at each other in confusion. Tian-Yi muttered, "What's going on? Is the master planning to attack directly?" But even as he muttered, Tian-Yi waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Charge! Protect the master and princess." Then he and the Dark Guards turned around and moved forward. The old man with a stern look watched the scene outside with a gloomy expression. He snorted, sneaky and cunning. That stubborn girl falls for this trick. My grandson is no better. Looks like it's hopeless. The girl never truly enjoyed her past life. Never mind, as long as she's happy and safe in this life. On the second floor of the palace, Fu Xinqing paced back and forth, his face showing worry and irritation. Every step he took felt like walking on thin ice, and his heart was overwhelmed with unease. Where are Tanju and Fei Ting? Fu Xinqing's voice was deep and strong, but it carried a clear anger. His subordinates hurriedly reported, "Old Fu, they're nowhere to be found." Hearing this, Fu Xinqing was furious. He roared, "Good. They dared to run away at this critical moment. Keep shooting arrows. No matter what, we must hold them back. We can't let Emolian and his people step into the palace." Before he finished speaking, another subordinate ran in, looking panicked. "Old Fu, you'd better retreat from the tunnel entrance. It might not hold much longer." Fu Xinqing closed his eyes tightly, trying to calm his turbulent mind. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, filled with frustration and helplessness. "Mo Yao, this is the end. We've been hiding for over 20 years, planning carefully, but it all seems to have been for nothing." His subordinate quickly tried to comfort him. "Old Fu, don't be so pessimistic. We still have the young master. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's wood to burn. When the young master ascends the throne, it will be our turn to shine again. We still have our forces. Let's help the young master. Old Fu, we must leave now, or it will be too late." Fu Xinqing clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "Give the order to retreat immediately. Let those bandits delay us while our people evacuate through the tunnel." His subordinates obeyed the command and left. Fu Xinqing also headed toward the secret chamber. Lan Xia finally looked away from Emolian's face and turned to the arrow. Her eyes were sharp. The arrow seemed less sharp than before, and its accuracy was not as good. "Huh? Why do the arrows feel weaker? The aim isn't as good anymore," she muttered softly. At that moment, a calm voice sounded in her ear. "Yue, hold me tight." Emolian quickly retracted his soft sword from his waist, forming his hands into palms. His internal energy surged out like a fierce wind and rain, smashing toward the palace gates. With a loud crash, the gates collapsed, sending dust everywhere. Emolian embraced Lan Xia and moved swiftly, like lightning, into the palace. Lan Xia broke free from Emolian's arms, holding a dagger. Her eyes shone brightly as she fought against the waiting bandits inside the hall. The Dark Guards from Tianyi followed closely behind, rushing into the hall like ghosts. They were skilled fighters, attacking fiercely and mercilessly. The bandits saw how powerful these people were and were so frightened they lost all courage. They threw down their weapons and knelt, begging for mercy. "We surrender. Don't kill us." One bandit trembled and shouted. Tiani kicked the man in front of him and shouted angrily, "Weren't you just so brave? Shooting arrows like rain, and now you're afraid to die? We're just following orders. Please spare us." Another bandit knelt, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lan Xia raised an eyebrow and looked coldly at the group. She said sharply, "Where is your leader? Who is he? Step forward." A few small thugs looked around nervously. They didn't see their second-in-command or third-in-command, and their hearts grew more anxious. At this moment, a clever bandit spoke up. "The second and third leaders aren't here. Even the big bosses just now have left." Hearing this, Lan Xia frowned and said in a deep voice, "Is there still a way out of here?" The bandit's body trembled. He quickly kowtowed and said, "Yes. Yes, Miss Hero." Tiani kicked him again and shouted, "What hero?" "This is our princess." The bandit spun around quickly, steadied himself, and then rolled and crawled back to his knees. Princess, there is a path to the outside here. Usually we transport stolen goods from merchants and villagers through this tunnel." "The tunnel? Where is it?" "Take us there." The bandit nodded hurriedly, trembling as he stood up and led the way. Mo Lian looked at Tian Yi and the others. "The prince and princess will go with me. You stay here and watch them, master." Mo Lian waved his hand to stop Tian Yi, then hugged Lan Xia and followed the bandit into a secret room. After walking for a while, about the length of a tea break, Lan Xia looked to her left out of curiosity. "What is over there?" Hearing this, the bandit hesitated and looked in the direction Lan Xia pointed. "Princess, that area is usually guarded by the adults. We're not allowed to go near. If we get too close, they'll stop us," he said, making a gesture across his neck with a hint of fear in his voice. Mo Lian, noticing her curiosity, held Lan Xia's slim waist and headed toward the left. The bandit, seeing this, had no choice but to follow nervously. They moved along a winding passage. After another short while, a heavy stone door suddenly appeared before them. Mo Lian gently released Lan Xia, his gaze sharp. He slowly placed his hands on the stone door, gathered his internal energy, and pushed hard. With a loud, the door, seeming to bear a heavy burden, slowly swung open. Seeing this, Lan Xia hurried forward, and the scene before her made her gasp in surprise. Inside the secret room, the space was surprisingly vast, filled with all kinds of weapons. "This place is so big, and there are so many weapons."
Huh.
"There's stairs over there." Mo Lian looked at her tenderly and softly said, "Yue, let's go down and take a look." Just as they were about to step onto the stairs, the bandit suddenly had the idea to run away. He turned to flee, but a sharp burst of internal energy shot out like lightning, striking him down instantly. He spat blood wildly, struggled a few times, and then stopped moving. Lan Xia sensed the change, but did not look back. She silently followed Mo Lian as they continued downward. As they went deeper, the scene on the second level shocked them again. It was also filled with weapons. When they finally reached the first level, they saw a scene that made them suddenly realize the truth. In the first level, there were mountains of iron, ore, and blazing fires. Several blacksmiths were sweating heavily as they forged metal tools. Blue Creek, you looked at everything and said, "No wonder there are so many weapons on the upper two levels. It turns out there is iron ore below. They're making weapons here." The person the mountain bandits mentioned must be the real person controlling everything behind the scenes. Making so many weapons must be for rebellion. The blacksmiths all stopped working and asked, "Who are you?" Blue Creek, you instantly appeared in front of a blacksmith. With a flash of cold light, her dagger was pressed firmly against his neck. She asked coldly, "Who told you to make weapons here?" The blacksmith's face turned pale, and his legs trembled. His voice was trembling with tears. "Please spare us, miss. We were captured and don't know anything. They threatened us and said if we didn't obey, they would kill our families." Just as he finished speaking, a strong smell hit her face. Blue Creek, you frowned and instinctively took a few steps back, showing her disgust. She quickly covered her nose with her hand and, after suppressing her discomfort, cleared her throat and said, "Hey, everyone, put down your tools. If you want to go home, Follow us. The blacksmiths dropped their tools one after another. Some hugged each other and cried loudly, saying, "We can finally go home. We don't have to stay in this dark, gloomy place anymore." Mo Lian stood nearby, looking at the shirtless blacksmiths with a serious expression. His face was dark and cold. Without saying a word, he pulled Blue Creek Yu's hand and led her upstairs. The group followed behind Blue Creek Yu and Mo Lian. Some were so happy they danced and cheered, feeling like they had a new life. Others wiped tears, full of emotion. When they saw their master and the princess followed by a group of shirtless men, they were stunned. "This," Blue Creek Yu explained, "they are innocent people who were captured. Let's go out first and take them with us." After speaking, the group continued into the tunnel. When they finally came out of the tunnel, they found themselves on the hillside of Emogu Mountain. Etienne looked around and exclaimed, "These people have such big plans. They even carved this tunnel at the bottom of the cliff. No wonder the officials always fail to catch the bandits." Mo Lian's face was cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Take all these mountain bandits to the government office. Lock them up. Have the blacksmiths record everything, then let them go home." Etienne nodded and immediately led his men down to the foot of the mountain. After everyone left, Mo Lian turned to Lan Xia and softly said, "Yue, aren't we looking for the odorous turtle grass? Let's go find it now." Lan Xia's lips curled into a bright smile. "That's right, Prince. You still remember, I want to find the odorous turtle grass. I almost forgot." Just as she finished speaking, a joyful voice floated on the wind. "Little you." Mo Lian's face instantly darkened. He suddenly hugged Lan Xia's waist and looked at the approaching person with a stern gaze. It was Dong Fongming slowly walking over. When his eyes fell on the hand touching Lan Xia's waist, he coldly said, "Let go of Yue." Dong Fongming waved the odorous turtle grass in his hand. "Little you, look, I found the odorous turtle grass." Lan Xia pushed away his hand and ran over. "It really is the odorous turtle grass. That's great." Dong Fongming handed her the grass. "Here, for you, Yue." Lan Xia took the odorous turtle grass and smiled. "Thank you, you troublemaker." Seeing this, Mo Lian felt even more jealous. He strode forward, trying to pull Lan Xia back again. But Dong Fongming waved his fan and attacked Mo Lian. Mo Lian quickly dodged and immediately started fighting with him. Lan Xia was stunned in place, full of confusion. "No, why are you two fighting? You're on good terms." The strange old man in the space shook his head, full of emotion. "Look at this grandson of mine. He's probably fallen in love, huh?" Next to them, the system was very excited. "Host, isn't this what they call same repulsion?" Lan Xia rolled her eyes at this. "System, don't use words randomly." She then asked, "By the way, how many points and merits have I gained?" The system was silent for a moment before replying, "You still need to work harder. Your points and merits are both 0. You have 4 days and 3 hours left of your life." This news hit like a thunderbolt. Lan Xia's eyes widened in shock. She shouted in disbelief, "System, you're so unfair. You can't just take my points and virtues like that. System. Host, you borrowed 15 days of life and you need to repay it. You haven't paid back your points yet." At this moment, the old man's voice sounded again. "Girl, your dog system has taken your points and virtues." Lan Xia's face darkened terribly. She gritted her teeth and said, "System, if you deduct my points, what about the virtues I earned from curing their snake poison?" System. Host, the virtues have already been converted into points to repay your debt. You still owe 50,000 points. Lan Xia sneered angrily. "Still 50,000 points owed? I'm not playing anymore." System. "You go find your new host." The system's cold, mechanical voice sounded again with a threatening tone. "Host, if you don't keep earning points, you might lose your life." "Huh? Lose my life? So what? Living now is just earning. Instead of being tied down, I might as well go happily to the afterlife as a ghost." The system didn't seem willing to give up easily and continued persuading. "Host, borrowing 15 days of life was originally with a 10,000 point interest per day. Think about it, how easy it is for you to earn points now. You and the Regent King are so close now. 50,000 points is just one night's work. Its words were full of calculation, as if it was also considering the feelings between Lan Xia and the regent King Mo Lian as part of its bargaining chips. Hearing this, Lan Xia curled her lips into a cold smile, her eyes full of mockery. Haha, do you think you're a bank? Charging high-interest loans. She strode over to a large stone nearby and sat down angrily, gazing into the distance with mixed feelings. The old man slowly spoke, with a tone full of kindness and helplessness. Girl, don't be impulsive. It's hard to come back to life. Don't give up like this. When I think of a way, I'll help you deal with this system. Lan Xia lowered her head, playing with the purple ghost ring on her finger. Old man, this system makes me feel so frustrated to have come back to life. The old man sighed softly. Girl, there's nothing we can do now.
Just bear with it for a while.
When I come up with a plan, I'll help you break free from this system's chains. He looked outside, sighing again. Oh, his grandson. It would be so much better if the girl used her points to exchange for her grandson. Sadly, they seem destined to never be together. The girl needs to extend her life by earning points, which will inevitably involve entanglement with Mo Lian. Moreover, she already has a good impression of Mo Lian. At this moment, an E and an heir, along with Pinu behind them, hurried over upon hearing the noise. Their eyes fell on their master, Mo Lian and Dongfang Ming, who were fighting fiercely. Nearby, Miss Lan Xia sat calmly on a strange rock, her eyes vacant, as if lost in thought. Miss Lan. And E quickly stepped forward, sounding a little confused. Lan Xia slowly looked up, her clear eyes showing a lazy expression. She gently asked an E, what's wrong? An E pointed at the two people fighting intensely and looked puzzled. Master and Dongfang Ming. What's going on? Oh, they're probably just full of energy and venting, she replied casually. An E scratched his head, looking confused.
Huh?
Just then, Dongfang Ming suddenly flipped his wrist and threw a packet of powder at Mo Lian. Mo Lian swiftly dodged, then countered with a powerful palm strike. The wind was fierce, and Dongfang Ming staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Pinu hurried forward, worried. Young master, are you okay? Dongfang Ming pushed Pinu away and attacked Mo Lian again. Girl, this is your grandfather's grandson. We shouldn't just watch and do nothing. Please, let your man show some mercy. The old man shouted urgently. Lan Xia covered her face. Old man, your speed in changing your tone is truly amazing. What do you mean, my man? The old man said, Girl, stop him. My grandson isn't a match for Mo Lian. Don't hurt him badly, he's still poisoned inside. Lan Xia stood up quickly, moving like a ghost and appearing between the two fighters. Mo Lian and Dongfang Ming both stopped at the same time, speaking in unison. Xiao Yu, step back. Lan Xia frowned slightly, her gaze flickering between them. Finally, she sighed softly. You two, enough already? It's almost dark, and I need to go back and prepare an antidote for Xia Xia. If you keep fighting, I'll leave first. Mo Lian sheathed his sword, then walked over to Lan Xia, embraced her, and leapt down the mountain. He muttered softly, the future princess has a way. Just one word from her makes the master stop. After speaking, an heir followed closely behind. Dongfang Ming clenched his folding fan, his eyes deep as he watched Mo Lian walk away. He softly whispered, Little you. Pu Nu saw they had all left and cautiously asked, Young master? A group of people hurried back to Huilong County. Night had fallen, but the government office was brightly lit. The county magistrate personally came out to greet them, smiling warmly. Prince Miss Lan, you've had a long journey. The meal is ready. Please come in. His words were respectful and a bit flattering as he led Mo Lian and Lan Xia to the front yard. On a stone table in the yard, there were many beautiful dishes, smelling delicious. Mo Lian looked at the food, his expression calm and reserved. He coldly said, You may leave now. The magistrate quickly bowed and said, Yes, yes. I will leave at once. If the prince needs anything, just send someone to tell me. Then he hurried away, not daring to delay. Lancia looked at the food on the table, her eyes showing a hint of hunger. She didn't hold back and sat down, picking up chopsticks to start eating eagerly. Emolian saw this and smiled gently, occasionally helping her by placing food on her plate. While she was happily eating, Lancia suddenly paused and looked at Emolian with a shy smile. "Prince, don't worry about me. You should eat too." Emolian softly responded with an eating slowly. After a while, Lancia put down her bowl and chopsticks, took a cloth nearby, gently wiped her mouth, and said with a smile, "Prince, enjoy your meal." "I'll be leaving now." Emolian put down his utensils and frowned slightly. "Are you full? Or is the food not to your liking?" Lancia rubbed her round belly and smiled. "I'm full, Prince. I need to make the antidote. Once it's ready, I'll come find you. Don't fall asleep before then." Emolian raised an eyebrow. "Where are you thinking?" Lancia quickly interrupted. "Don't think anything strange, Prince. You'll find out when I come to see you." After saying that, she stood up and ran off. Watching her leave, a gentle, loving smile appeared on Emolian's face. Lancia left the front yard, guided by a maid toward the back courtyard. In the backyard, early spring and early summer sat quietly on a stone bench. When they saw Lancia, they quickly stood up and called out in unison, "Mississippi." Lancia smiled and nodded. "Have you two finished your dinner?" Chun replied, "Yes, we have." Lancia nodded, looking at their tired expressions. She said, "You've been traveling these days and are both tired. Chun, go back to your room and wash up. Rest well tonight. Xia, come with me. I will give you some medicine to help you feel better." Hearing this, Chun immediately asked, "Miss, can I watch from nearby?" Lancia turned her head with a teasing look. "What? Don't you trust me?" Chun quickly waved her hands and said anxiously, "No, miss, that's not what I mean." Lancia chuckled softly. "All right, if you're not tired, do as you like." After saying that, Lancia turned and walked into the room. Chun and Xia followed closely behind. They saw Lancia take out some strange herbs from her space. The leaves were black as ink and emitted a foul smell. Then, a few unknown herbs and medicine jars appeared in her hands. Lancia began to prepare the medicine. Chun and Xia didn't see what happened earlier. They were confused because Lancia had been empty-handed before. Now, where did these herbs come from? They looked at each other, full of questions but afraid to ask. They quietly stood aside, worried about disturbing Lancia. Lancia ignored them and focused on crushing the herbs carefully. After crushing the herbs, she took out a small bottle filled with clear liquid. She mixed the crushed herbs with the liquid and started to prepare the medicine. When everything was ready, Lancia finally picked up a silver needle. She looked at Xia but saw that Xia and Chun had already gone to the table and were dozing off. Xia mumbled in her sleep, seeming not fully awake. Lancia beckoned her. "Come here." Xia staggered to her feet, wobbled a few steps, and suddenly lost her balance, falling to the ground with a loud cry. Ah! That cry startled Chun awake. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Chun saw Xia lying on the ground, looking in pain. She quickly got up and helped her up. Xia rubbed her sore arm from the fall and came over. Lancia gently raised her hand and pointed to a nearby stool. "Sit down." Xia sat as instructed. Lancia held a small porcelain bottle containing a freshly prepared medicinal liquid and handed it to Xia. "Drink this." Xia took the bottle, sniffed it lightly, and immediately frowned, showing disgust. "Miss, why does this medicine smell so bad?" Hearing this, Lancia raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled confidently. "Hurry and drink it. This is a good detox remedy. After you drink it, I will give you an acupuncture treatment." Xia, standing nearby, quickly advised, Xia, hold on a bit. Just drink it all at once." Xia bit her lip and closed her eyes tightly. As she brought the medicine close to her mouth, an unbearable foul smell hit her mind, making her gag. She suddenly opened her eyes, looking pitifully at Lancia. "Miss, I can't drink it. Do you have any other way?" Seeing this, Lancia smirked slyly. She snatched the bottle and nodded lightly. I do have another method. Hearing this, Chu Xia's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Then I don't have to. Before she finished, Lan Xia quickly reached out, pinched her chin, and forcefully poured the medicine into her mouth. Chen Xia couldn't bear to watch and turned her face away, secretly worried for Chu Xia. After the medicine was poured, Lan Xia released Chu Xia's chin and said playfully, "This is my way." Chu Xia felt her throat churn. Just as she was about to, Lan Xia swiftly used acupuncture to seal her acupoints, then untied her upper garment and continued acupuncture to help the medicine take effect quickly. After about 2 tea breaks, Lan Xia slowly withdrew the silver needle and gently cut a line on Chu Xia's left wrist. Dark blood suddenly spurted out, looking fierce and terrifying. But after a moment, the black blood was gradually replaced by bright red blood. Seeing this, Lan Xia stopped the bleeding and bandaged the wound. Once everything was taken care of, she released the sealed acupoints on Chu Xia. Stretching lazily, Lan Xia said in a relaxed tone, "All right, you can go back and rest well now." In early spring, there was good news. "Miss, the poison in Xia's body has been cured." Xia also felt happy. "Thank you, Mississippi." Lan Xia waved her hand. "Go rest now. Miss, you should rest early too," Chun Chun and Xia said together. After speaking, they left the room. It was past midnight, and everything was silent. Lan Xia stood by the window, staring at the dark sky outside. She muttered, "It's so late. I wonder if Mo Liyuan is asleep." Although Lan Xia felt reluctant and didn't want to give in to the system, she knew her life was her own. Better to live badly than die, so she decided to keep earning points. One day, she would break free from the system and live freely in this world. Lan Xia stepped out of the room into the quiet night. The surroundings were dark, with only a few distant lights flickering in the breeze. She whispered to herself, "Where does Mo Liyuan live?" Suddenly, a shadow silently appeared in front of her. "It's an E." "Miss Lan, are you looking for the master?" "I'll take you there," an E said respectfully. Lan Xia raised an eyebrow and thought to herself, "Oh right, I forgot that an E and an air are secretly watching me." She snorted coldly, a bit annoyed. "Humph. Lead the way." Although an E was confused by Lan Xia's sudden cold tone, he still respectfully responded and led the way ahead. Their figures gradually disappeared into the night, leaving only faint footsteps echoing in the silent sky. Meanwhile, the county magistrate's study had been taken over by Mo Liyuan. He sat at the desk. Tiani stood nearby and reported softly, "Master, the memorials have been sent back quickly. They will reach the Emperor in 3 days. What about those mountain bandits? The county jail is already full." Mo Liyuan thought for a moment and then said slowly, "Tomorrow morning, send the mountain bandits to Begu to do hard labor. The troops brought here will them personally." Tian-E responded with a nod and continued, "Master, the weapons in the Demon Valley Mountain Palace are being guarded secretly. Why not confiscate those weapons for the Mo family army?" Mo Liyuan's eyes were deep and cold like a pool of water. His voice was very cold. "My elder brother has always suspected me. If I secretly take these weapons, he might not tolerate me in the future. My mother is getting old, and I don't want her to be caught in the middle. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind overthrowing his throne." Tian-E immediately fell silent upon hearing this. As a subordinate, he could only listen and not comment. He also felt sorry for his master. Clearly, the master was not interested in the throne and kept retreating, yet the emperor was still uneasy about him. On their way to the Demon Valley Mountain, they encountered many ambushes. If the master ignored the Empress Dowager, the emperor probably wouldn't feel secure sitting in that position. At that moment, light footsteps outside the door broke the silence. Mo Lian sat calmly at the desk, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He waved his sleeve and said in a deep voice, "Leave now." Tian-E immediately bowed and stepped back, leaving the study. He just happened to see Lan Xia walking slowly over, and at that moment, his eyes lit up instantly. Tian-E looked up at the sky. It was so late, and Miss Lan still came to see the master. Tian-E couldn't help but think fancifully, Perhaps the regent's palace would soon have a little master. Lan Xia waved her hand in front of Tian Yi's eyes. Are you silly? Tian Yi suddenly snapped out of his thoughts, quickly forced a smile, and politely extended his hand. Madam, please come in. Lan Xia cast a doubtful glance at him and stepped into the room. Seeing this, Tian Yi hurried forward to close the door and quickly left, not wanting to disturb their master and madam. Inside the study, Lan Xia walked slowly to the desk. Is the prince still awake? Mo Lian was playing with a ring on his finger, a teasing look in his eyes. Yue said she would find me later. How can I sleep now? Lan Xia's eyes sparkled with mischief. Your Highness, how about we go enjoy the moon together? She pointed outside the window. Mo Lian looked at her with a half-smile. Oh, Yue isn't sleeping late at night just to find me to admire the moon. Lan Xia directly pulled his arm. Let's go. Mo Lian let her pull him out of the study. When he looked up at the sky, he saw that tonight the clouds were thick. There was no moon, and not even stars appeared. Yue, you see, there's no moon tonight, Mo Lian reminded her. Lan Xia looked up and felt a bit embarrassed. The moon isn't the point. Your Highness, let's go to the roof and enjoy the breeze. Mo Lian looked at her with a complicated expression but finally wrapped his arms around her waist and leapt onto the roof. The two sat on the roof. The system's voice echoed in Lan Xi's mind. Host, keep going. This system believes in you. System, shut up. Don't bother me. I need to focus on calming my emotions. The system fell silent and stopped speaking. Lan Xi leaned on Mo Liyuan's shoulder, feeling his steady breathing and strong heartbeat. She softly said, Prince, please cooperate with me from now on, okay? Mo Liyuan looked down at her, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. How should I cooperate with you? A gentle breeze blew by. Lan Xi was silent for a moment, then softly said, Just listen carefully when I say I love you. Don't disturb me. Mo Liyuan heard this and pressed his lips together. His deep eyes showed a hint of complicated emotion. He didn't speak, just looked quietly at Lan Xiyu. She looked up and met his gaze. She said seriously, Mo Liyuan, I have my reasons. I can't tell you now. When the time is right, I will explain everything. Her tone carried a bit of pleading and hope. Mo Liyuan slowly said, Okay. He could feel her attitude toward him changing. Since she said that, he would cooperate with her. After all, he had already decided she was his. Even if she wanted to run away later, he wouldn't allow it. Seeing his agreement, Lan Xi let out a small breath of relief and leaned gently on his shoulder. She started softly repeating, Prince, I love you. Prince, I love you. Mo Liyuan listened quietly. Time passed, and the woman's voice beside him gradually faded away. Mo Liyuan looked down and saw that Lan Xi had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Seeing her tired face, Mo Liyuan gently stroked her cheek and whispered, Yue, I used to think I would never love any woman and would walk through life alone. But I didn't expect you to suddenly enter my heart. Since you've provoked me, you can't run away. From now on, be at ease and be my princess. I won't restrict you, but one thing, your eyes are only allowed to see me, no other men. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by heavy rain pouring down. Lan Xiyu was awakened by the storm. She opened her eyes sharply. It's raining? Mo Liyuan pressed her acupuncture point, causing her to fall back into deep sleep. He quickly covered her with his robe. You've traveled so far today. Just rest well tonight. Mo Liyuan carried Lan Xiyu in his arms, leaping down from the roof and landing steadily on the ground. In the darkness, Mo Liyuan hurriedly walked toward the house with Lan Xiyu. He gently placed her on the soft bed, took off her shoes and socks, and covered her with a thin blanket. He sat by her side, his eyes full of tenderness. He quietly looked at her for a long time, then leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Suddenly, a loud and heavy clash of weapons broke the peaceful night. Mo Liyuan's eyes turned cold like ice. He stood up and walked out with a grim expression. Mo Liyuan said coldly, an heir. An heir immediately appeared, kneeling on one knee. Master, protect Yuer. Do not let anything happen to her. They answered in unison. Yes. Mo Li Yuan disappeared into the rain in a flash. He saw Tian-Yi fighting fiercely with a group of dark guards and men in black. Rain and blood mixed together, blurring the view. When Tian-Yi saw his master arrive, he quickly withdrew from the fight and came to Mo Li Yuan's side, wiping rain from his face. Master, these men in black don't seem to be from our Dongyao country. Mo Li Yuan snorted coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. Leave no one alive, Tian-Yi responded and threw himself back into battle. At this moment, the county magistrate hurried over with an umbrella, covering Mo Li Yuan's head. He tremblingly asked, Prince, are you all right? These people. Mo Li Yuan didn't even look at him. He calmly drew his soft sword from his waist and leapt out. The magistrate shivered as he watched. A young servant nearby quickly comforted him. Sir, the prince and his men are very powerful. Don't worry. The magistrate swallowed hard. How could he not worry? So many assassins had appeared in his county office. And this man was the powerful regent who held the real power in the court. If anything happened to him here, his entire family might be in danger. Mo Li Yuan was decisive in battle. Wherever his sword swung, the black-clad men fell one after another, with no one spared. His swordsmanship was sharp and precise. Outside the county office, Pu Nu whispered, Young master, Damu is asking for trouble. Even with Mo Li Yuan here, he dares to break into the county office and attack. Dong Fongming's voice was cold like ice. It seems someone can't wait anymore. After speaking, he turned and left. With Mo Li Yuan and his secret guards present, he didn't need to worry about Xiaoyu's safety. Pu Nu quickly opened an oil paper umbrella and followed closely. Damu watched his men fall one by one, his eyes turning red. He originally thought that under the cover of night and rain, he could sneak into the county office unnoticed and kidnap Lan Xiu. But he never expected that as soon as he entered, he was discovered. Seeing the situation turning bad, Damu made a bold move. He swallowed a pill, then suddenly leaped up, scattering a strange powder along with the rain. Instantly, a strange fragrance filled the air. This scent seemed magical, making people dizzy and weak in the limbs. The black-clad men and the secret guards like Tian-Yi all fell under its spell, staggering and nearly unable to stand. Mo Li Yuan saw this, and his eyes sharpened. He flickered and jumped under the eaves, channeling his energy to detoxify. His breath was chaotic, but soon he forced the medicine out of his body. At this moment, the affected secret guards and black-clad men all collapsed, exhausted. The county magistrate and the servant under the eaves also fainted on the ground. Mo Li Yuan watched as the black-robed man fled, but did not chase. Instead, he leapt again, grabbing Tian-Yi from the ground and returning to the eaves. He held Tian-Yi with one hand and used his energy to force out the remaining poison. Tian-Yi felt himself gradually regaining strength. He turned to look at Mo Li Yuan. Thank you, master, for forcing out the poison. What kind of medicine is this? It's so powerful, making one instantly weak, stronger than soft spirit powder. Mo Li Yuan glanced coldly at the black-clad man on the ground and coldly ordered, Go, force out the secret guard's poisons. As for these black-clad men, kill them all without mercy. Tian-Yi immediately obeyed and went to detoxify the other secret guards. Outside the county office, a figure flashed like a ghost. Damu's eyes burned with unquenchable anger. If he hadn't decisively used the soul-dispersing powder at a critical moment, he might not have escaped now. The subordinates he brought along were all lost, but he didn't manage to get the sacred object. The weight of this failure almost suffocated him. When he returned, he couldn't bear his master's anger, and the elder's situation was even harder to explain. Damu coldly glanced at the county office before reluctantly disappearing into the rainy night. The next morning, rain was still falling steadily outside. Lan Xia slowly opened her eyes and suddenly sat up. Huh? When did I return to my room? What time is it now? Why do I feel so sore all over after waking up? She rubbed her sleepy eyes. An old man's voice sounded, full of annoyance. Humph. Naughty girl, I really think you're getting worse. You didn't even notice when that brat hit your sleep point? How could you be so careless? If he had bad intentions, you'd be torn apart by now. Hearing this, Lancia's mouth twitched, and she quickly checked her clothes. Seeing she was dressed properly, she finally relaxed. She looked around the room. This wasn't her guest room from last night. It must be Mo Liyuan's room. She slept here, so where did Mo Liyuan sleep last night? She suppressed her curiosity and replied, "Old man, I trust my judgment. Someone like Mo Liyuan wouldn't bother with bad intentions." Having been hit at her sleep point all night without turning over, she felt uncomfortable all over. She got out of bed, stretched her stiff body, and as her joints cracked, the soreness gradually faded. The old man, though still dissatisfied, didn't say anything further. People in love are always blind. Lancia opened the door. Chu Chun was at the door and said, "Miss, you're awake. I was worried when I saw your room empty this morning. Tiani came and said you slept here last night, so we came to serve you." Lancia nodded, turned around, and left. Chu Xia was holding hot water, and Chu Chun was carrying clean clothes and went inside. "I wanted to get up and find you, but suddenly a secret guard appeared at the door and ordered us not to go outside." Early Spring nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, miss." The noise was so loud that it disturbed everyone's peace. Xiao Xia and I worried all night. Lancia heard this and suddenly understood. Last night, Mo Liyuan had pressed her sleep point, so she slept soundly and was unaware of everything outside. That explains it. I slept quite peacefully and didn't hear any noise. After you finish breakfast, go take a nap. You look exhausted and I feel sorry for you. After saying this, she turned and went to the side. After changing her clothes, she sat in front of a bronze mirror. Early Spring held a jade comb and gently combed her long, flowing hair. Xiao Xia looked at the lady in the mirror and asked, "Miss, when will we set off to go back?" Lancia looked through the window at the continuous rain outside.
No rules.
Your poison has been cured, so there's no need to hurry when we return. We can travel leisurely, enjoy the scenery, and not rush like before. You don't need to stay by my side these days. Rest well, Xiao Xia and Early Spring said in unison. "Thank you, miss." Early Spring quickly finished her makeup for Lancia. The woman in the mirror looked more beautiful and pure, like a fairy untouched by dust. Early Spring smiled and said, "Our miss is becoming more and more beautiful. You're so sweet-talking." "I like it. I also think I am naturally beautiful." Xiao Xia covered her mouth and smiled. "Miss, who praises herself like that?" Early Spring laughed and said, "Miss, the Regent Prince is waiting in the front hall for your meal." Lancia nodded slightly, a faint smile on her lips. "I'll go now. You don't need to come with me." After speaking, Lancia stood up, took the oil paper umbrella handed by Xiao Xia, and slowly headed toward the front hall, leaving Early Spring and Xiao Xia exchanging smiles. Lancia walked through the corridor, and a faint smell of blood quietly entered her nose. She entered the front hall, where a maid took the oil paper umbrella and placed it aside. Mo Liyuan had been waiting for her for a long time. He was dressed in brocade robes, with a stern face, but his eyes held a subtle tenderness. Lancia slowly sat down and looked directly at Mo Liyuan. "Why did you press my sleep point last night?" "It made me unaware of everything that happened." Mo Liyuan raised an eyebrow and smiled softly. "Yue is sleeping peacefully. Those are just petty troublemakers. I only woke you to avoid disturbing her. Was last night's attack aimed at you or at me?" Mo Liyuan's gaze casually flicked to the ring on Lan Shi's finger. He secretly told her everything about the attack on their way here. The ring Yue wears is a sacred item from Miao territory, but Yue has never been there. The Marquis family in Wu country has no ties to Miao territory. So, where did Yue get this ring? An E and an heir will stay close to Yue from today onward to protect her secretly. Lan Shi quickly noticed the change in Mo Liyuan's eyes. She pointed to herself. "Were those assassins targeting me last night?" Mo Liyuan didn't answer directly. He simply continued eating breakfast silently. Lan Shi lowered her head, playing with her ring. People from Miao territory never stop causing trouble, she whispered. That old man. It seems I must go to Miao territory after all. I won't hold back because of you. I will make those who send people to attack me pay the price. Girl, do what you want. I am just a fading soul now. As long as I can stay with you and see my descendants, I am content. For now, I will take it day by day. Lan Shi felt a pang in her heart. She softly called out, Old man. Emily Yuan sensed her mood suddenly turning gloomy. At that moment, Tian Yi hurried into the hall, looking serious. His brow was deeply furrowed, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. His steps were much faster than usual, and his breathing was a bit uneven, clearly in a rush. He went straight to Emily Yuan and Lan Shiyu, bowing with clenched fists. His voice was low and urgent. Master, Miss Lan, something's wrong. Emily Yuan's eyes grew colder. What is it? Tian Yi took a deep breath, speaking gravely. Early this morning, villagers reported that there was in the Long River Dam. The county magistrate has already led officials to check the situation. Lan Shiyu immediately looked up, her brows knitted with worry. The dam has Tian Yi's expression grew more serious. His voice was low. Your Highness, you may not know, but if the dam breaks, all of Huilong County will be flooded. No one will be spared. Mo Lian said, I am going to check the situation. Have your breakfast first. I'll go too. Mo Lian frowned. It's still raining outside. You should stay inside the county office. Before he finished speaking, loud noises and panic shouts came from outside. Mo Lian strode out of the county office, looking stern and cold. Blue Xia followed closely behind. As they stepped out, they saw the townspeople looking anxious and running in all directions. Children crying, women screaming, chaos filled the street. A guard was beating a copper gong and shouting loudly, Hurry! Everyone run! The Longha Dam has collapsed. The flood is coming soon. His voice was loud and frightening, making everyone panic. People carried their belongings, pushed carts, ignored the rain, and hurried to higher ground. The street was filled with crying, shouting, and hurried footsteps. At this moment, the county magistrate rode up quickly on a horse. Before the horse stopped, he jumped down clumsily. He was sweating heavily, his hat tilted, and his clothes soaked by the rain, looking very disheveled. He hurried over to Mo Lian, panting and saying, Your Highness, it's bad. The Longha Dam has collapsed, and the flood is coming. You should leave for Long County quickly. It's too late now. Mo Lian frowned slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the panicked county magistrate. His tone was cold. The dam collapsed? How did it happen so suddenly? How are the people evacuating? The magistrate wiped his sweat and stammered, reporting to Your Highness. The dam had since this morning, and then it suddenly collapsed. The people along the river probably didn't have enough time to evacuate. The water is rushing too fast, and the guards dare not get close. We can only try to evacuate the people now. An heir, take your away. Tian Yi, take some people and come with me to rescue others. Hearing this, the magistrate's face turned even paler. He stammered, Your Highness, this is too dangerous. The flood is coming down. If anything happens to you, I can't bear the responsibility. Mo Lian shot him a cold look and said nothing more. He strode forward. Blue Creek Yu gently bit her lip, watching the distant figure of Mo Lian walk away. Although she was worried, she knew she couldn't keep up because she lacked the ancient skill. So, she decided not to follow. She went to find Chu Xia and Chu Chun. Leaving the county office, she arrived at the pharmacy. The door was half open, and the shop was empty inside. Blue Creek Yu stepped in quietly and called softly, an heir, come out. As soon as she spoke, an heir appeared before her. Blue Creek Yu ordered, pack all the medicinal herbs from the shop and take them away. They quickly followed her instructions. Soon, a cart loaded with herbs was ready to leave. She got on the cart, and it slowly moved out of the town. Along the way, she saw many hurried-looking villagers. They carried their families and headed toward the Green Mountains outside the town to escape. Some were leaving to visit relatives in Lin County. Outside the town, the only higher ground was the Green Mountains. When the cart reached the top, Blue Creek lifted the curtain and got off. She looked down and saw that the entire Longhui County was now empty. Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar. Floodwaters rushed like a beast, flooding the whole county in an instant. Blue Creek's heart tightened. Everywhere she looked was a vast ocean of water. Our home is gone, completely gone. What will we do now? An old man sat on the ground, looking helpless. The villagers around him also cried out, filled with despair and helplessness. Blue Creek took a deep breath. Everyone, be quiet. We can rebuild our homes as long as everyone is safe. It's still raining, so don't go back and catch a cold. Now let's move and set up tents to shelter from the wind and rain, the county magistrate said. The princess is right. Once the court knows, they will send help. There's no need to panic. The most important thing now is to build temporary shelters. Gradually, the villagers stopped crying. Although the rain hadn't stopped, under the leadership of the officials, some people began helping. Some young men ignored the rain soaking their clothes. They picked up axes and knives and headed into the nearby woods to cut down trees. Others carried wood, and some set up supports. Soon, a few simple tents appeared in the rain. More villagers joined in, women and children helping to carry hay and organize supplies. The scene was chaotic, but slowly becoming orderly. Blue Creek stood beside the cart, watching all this, feeling a little comforted. She turned back into the carriage and began organizing the medicinal herbs. The carriage was full of herbs. She counted them quietly and muttered, "Hopefully, I won't need to use these herbs. Otherwise, they won't be enough. Girl, after the flood, a plague is likely. You should prepare in advance," said the old man's voice nearby.
Lansais thy fen.
Yes, that's why she took the herbs from the pharmacy. Just then, the sound of urgent horse hooves came from afar. Lan Xia quickly got down from the carriage and looked up. She saw Imo Lian and his guards riding toward her. They carried a few villagers on their horses. The villagers were soaked, pale, and looked scared and helpless. Imo Lian dismounted his horse. Rainwater dripped from his hair, but he didn't notice. He walked straight to Lan Xia. "Where some villagers are hurt. The flood was so big that we could only save these 10 or so people." Lan Xia nodded and hurried to check on the villagers. They were wearing torn clothes, covered in mud, and some had cuts. At this moment, a man suddenly choked and shouted, "Doctor! Is there a doctor? Please help." An old doctor from the crowd stepped forward. A woman's forehead was covered with sweat, and her face showed pain. "Doctor, please save my child," she whispered weakly. The old doctor frowned. He gently felt her wrist, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head seriously. "Madam, you've gone into early labor, and there are signs of preterm birth. The position of the baby is also wrong," and the man held his wife tightly, trying to stay calm. "Doctor, please, do whatever you can to save my wife and child. I beg you," the doctor sighed. "It's not that I don't want to help, but with the wrong position and early labor, the risks are very high. Even if we try to deliver, the chances of both mother and baby surviving are very slim." Lan Xia stepped forward and squatted down to examine her. "Quick, take her to that tent over there." Hearing this, the man seemed to grasp a lifeline. "Miss, can you save my wife?" Lan Xia nodded. The man was overjoyed. He picked up his wife and staggered toward the tent. He carefully laid his wife on the ground, which was a simple bed made from blankets and clothes. Lan Xia quickly approached to check on the pregnant woman, but the situation looked serious. The woman was clearly very frightened, her body tense, and she seemed close to early labor. More worrying was that the baby was in the wrong position, and if a cesarean section was not performed immediately, the baby could suffer from lack of oxygen, and the mother's life could also be at risk. Lan Xia felt a sudden sense of urgency and decisively said, "Everyone, go outside." The man didn't want to leave. His eyes were fixed on his wife's pale face, and he looked heartbroken. Finally, He knelt down weakly and bowed to Lan Xia, begging, "Please save my wife and child. I beg you." His voice was full of hope. "If you don't want anything to happen to your wife and child, then hurry and leave." "Don't disturb me," Lan Xia said, looking at Mo Liyuan. "Prince, help me watch the door. Don't let anyone come in while I'm working." Mo Liyuan nodded silently and stepped outside the tent to guard the entrance. The man struggled to stand up and left, glancing back several times. Once everyone was outside, inside the tent, Lan Xia's mind moved, and a silver needle and a dagger appeared instantly nearby. After sterilizing the needle and dagger, Lan Xia looked down at the pale, sweating pregnant woman lying on the simple bed. Her face was very pale, and her breathing was rapid and weak. Gently holding her hand, Lan Xia softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid. You and the baby will be fine." The woman nodded hard. "Thank you. Just in case, please save my child." "Don't worry, everything will be fine," Lan Xia assured her. She then touched the purple ghost ring on her finger and thought, "Old man, aren't you able to see through people's bodies?
Help me now."
Since there was no anesthesia, delaying the surgery might be dangerous. If she didn't operate now, the baby could be in danger. Lan Xia quickly inserted the silver needle into several acupoints on the woman's body. As the needles entered, the woman's body gradually relaxed, her breathing steadied, and she eventually fell into a deep sleep. Lan Xia lifted the woman's top to reveal her swollen belly. "Old man, start now," she thought to herself. "Okay, I'll watch over you," the old man's voice responded again. With precision and speed, Lan Xia carefully cut open the woman's abdomen with the dagger. The old man in the space watched everything inside the woman's body clearly. He whispered softly, "Be careful, the baby's head is slightly shifted, a little to the left." Lan Xia followed his advice, gently inserting her fingers to carefully support the baby's head. Her forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat, but she ignored it and focused entirely on the procedure. Time passed second by second, and the atmosphere inside the tent was tense and serious. Lan Xia let out a breath of relief, quickly took the baby out, cut the umbilical cord, and gently patted his back as he weakly cried. She wrapped the baby in a clean cloth and placed him beside the mother, then quickly stitched up her wound. Outside the tent, the rain continued to fall. The man paced back and forth anxiously, his hands clenched tightly, with white knuckles. His eyes kept glancing at the tent, full of worry and unease. After a long time, with the last precise stitch, the woman's abdominal wound was carefully sewn up. Lan Xia took out a silver needle, skillfully giving her more stitches, so she could rest a little longer. "Try to sleep a bit more, or the pain from the wound will be hard to bear when you wake up." After finishing, she gently picked up the small life that had arrived early, and the little one slept peacefully. Outside, the anxious man saw Lan Xia come out and hurried over, his eyes full of urgency. "Miss, how is my wife?" His voice trembled slightly. Since she entered, there had been no sound inside, which made him even more worried. Lan Xia looked at him. "Don't worry, mother and baby are safe. Your wife is now sleeping deeply, but when she wakes up, the pain from the wound will be very intense. The baby was born early and is a bit weak, but overall fine." She gently handed the baby to the man. At that moment, tears shone in his eyes, filled with joy and gratitude. He hugged the baby tightly and hurried inside. Lan Xia went back into the tent, carefully explaining the follow-up precautions to the man. Suddenly, his face changed and he exclaimed, "What? You cut into my wife's belly?" His voice trembled with shock, clearly unable to accept this fact. Lan Xia's face instantly darkened. She lowered her voice. "Keep your voice down, don't wake her. Let her sleep a little longer." The man's voice suddenly stopped. He looked at Lan Xia in surprise, instinctively reaching toward his wife's nose to check her breath. He felt her faint but real breathing, and his tense heart finally relaxed. The man knelt on the ground, holding the baby in his arms. "Thank you, young lady, for saving my wife and child. Get up. I am going to prepare medicine now. Someone will bring it later," said Lan Xia as she walked out. Emily Yan's gentle gaze fell on Lan Xia. He softly said, Go rest in that tent over there. Lan Xia smiled slightly and followed Emily Yan into the tent. Inside the tent, Emily Yan's eyes flashed with a cold look. Then he said, I need to handle some matters. Rest here peacefully. No one will bother you. I've already moved all the medicinal herbs from the carriage. Feel free to use whatever you need. Lan Xia nodded, watching Emily Yan's figure as he left. She muttered, a cesarean section isn't really difficult for her, especially with the help of that strange old man. She moved to the side, selecting herbs and starting to prepare medicine. At this moment, Chuxia and Chuchun entered, their faces showing curiosity and surprise. Chuxia couldn't help asking, Miss, I heard you performed a cesarean to save someone? Is that true? Yes, that's right. Who told you that? Chuxuan replied, It was the man outside. He said your medical skills are excellent and that you performed a cesarean on his wife. The doctor just went in to check and said the woman's condition is stable, with no danger to her life. Now everyone outside is talking about how good your medical skills are. Hearing this, Lan Xia smiled faintly. She then pointed to a bundle of prepared herbs. Boil this medicine and bring it to the woman. It will help ease her pain. Chuchun took the herbs and started working nearby, while Chuxia muttered, Miss, the Regent King left hurriedly with his people. It's already dark, and I don't know where he went. Lan Xia frowned slightly and called out, An E. As soon as she finished speaking, An E entered and bowed respectfully. Miss Lan, where did the prince go? An Yi's expression darkened. He answered softly, The prince sent people to check on the grain supplies from Wanshou County nearby, but it's been delayed. He sent guards to investigate. The results showed that the guards delivering grain were all killed when passing through Magic Valley Mountain. The grain was also ruined and dumped into the dirt. The prince personally went to check the situation and had already gathered some grain from nearby counties. Because the floodwaters flooded the roads, they had to go around Magic Valley Mountain through Qing Mountain. They would probably arrive late this afternoon. Lan Xia heard this and looked serious. No wonder she had just seen a flash of coldness in Mo Liyuan's eyes. The people of Huilong County were already suffering greatly. Their homes were flooded, and many had lost loved ones. Who was responsible for wasting the grain sent to these people? She should have gone to the grain shop and stored the grain in her space, instead of only thinking about herbs.
Sigh.
An heir brought in a roasted chicken. Miss Lan, this is wild chicken caught in the forest by my subordinates. Please fill your stomach first. What about those common people? An heir replied, Some of them also go into the forest to hunt and pick wild fruits and vegetables. They're managing to get by for now. The grain from surrounding areas will arrive the day after tomorrow. Also, the master has already sent a letter and arranged for the urgent delivery back to the capital. Lan Xia nodded and waved her hand. An E and an heir stepped back out. Lan Xia tore off a piece of chicken leg and shared the rest with Chu Chun and Chu Xia. While nibbling on the chicken leg, she asked the system, By the way, system, how many points and merits do I have now? The system replied, 1,000 points and 100 merits. Lan Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. This lousy system had taken her points again. Even though she had fallen asleep last night, she had earned quite a few points before sleeping. How could it only be 1,000? A few days later, I will come to see your recovery. The chicken leg in Lan Xia's hand suddenly lost its appetite. Emily Yuan, why aren't you back yet? With this heartless system, when will I be able to earn enough points?
Sigh.
Chu Chun saw that Miss Lan suddenly looked upset and worried. Miss, is this chicken leg not to your liking? Lan Xia sighed. She was annoyed with the system. Yes, I have no appetite. Chu Xia was happily eating nearby, with oil all over her mouth. She mumbled, Miss, although an heir's cooking isn't as good as Chu Chun's roasted meat, it's better than nothing in this situation. We have to make do. Hearing this, Lan Xia forced herself to finish the chicken leg. The taste was like chewing wax, but she didn't want to waste it. In this environment, food was truly hard to come by. After reluctantly finishing the chicken leg, Spring handed her a handkerchief. Lan Xiu took it, wiped her hands, and then lay down. Spring and early summer saw this and quietly stepped back. The young lady seemed upset, perhaps because she was sad to see the common people lose their homes. They decided not to disturb her rest. There weren't many tents, and it was raining outside. Spring could only squeeze into another tent with some villagers. The next morning, Lan Shiyu was awakened by the noisy sounds outside. She rubbed her aching head and sat up. Early spring and early summer came in carrying wild fruits brought back by an Ikai. "Miss, you're awake." Lan Shiyu rubbed her eyes and asked, "Why is it so noisy outside?" Spring set the wild fruits aside and explained, "The rain stopped today. The tents are crowded, so the county official organized officers to cut down trees and build wooden houses. Some young men also went to help." Hearing this, Lan Shiyu nodded slightly and felt a bit more favorable toward the county official. Early summer added, "Yes, everyone praises Lord Gu from Long County as a good man. Not only that, Lord Gu is very devoted. His wife passed away 10 years ago, and he hasn't remarried or had children." Lan Shiyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Oh, he really is a devoted person." After tidying up, Lan Shiyu took a wild fruit, wiped it, and took a bite. Her brow furrowed. So sour. Her teeth almost felt like they were going to hurt. "Have you too tried this wild fruit?" Early spring and early summer shook their heads. Early summer said, "Miss, and E went far away early this morning to pick these fruits. I saw you didn't have much appetite last night, so I brought them in for you to try." Lan Shiyu played with the fruit. "Haha, as expected of me, spring. So thoughtful. Actually, these fruits are pretty good. Here, there's so many. You should try some too." Early spring waved her hands. "Miss, I'm not hungry. Since you think these fruits are good, you eat. You didn't eat much last night anyway." "Hey, if I tell you to eat, then eat," Lan Shiyu said, offering each of them one fruit. Early spring held hers close. "Food hasn't arrived yet. I'm not hungry now. I'll eat when I get hungry." Lan Shiyu looked at the two girls with a half smile. "No, you have to eat now." In early spring and early summer, they exchanged a glance. "Miss, what is wrong?" Looking at her smile, it seemed a little unsettling. Early spring and early summer had no choice but to take a fruit and take a bite. Early summer quickly spat it out. "Ouch, so sour." "It's too sour." Lan Xia burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I can't enjoy this tangy taste alone. Naturally, I want you both to share the fun." Early spring and early summer looked at their lady with sad faces. Early summer stomped her foot. "Miss, you're so mean. It's so sour. Yet you tricked us into eating it." Having teased the two maids, Lan Xia happily left the tent. She saw many villagers sitting by the roadside, looking sadly at Huilong County, which had been flooded. Their old homes were now submerged in water, and their eyes were full of despair and sadness. The smile on Lan Xia's face disappeared immediately. Early spring and early summer came out behind her, also looking very heavy-hearted. Some villagers who had lost their families looked at Huilong County, crying bitterly. Early summer whispered, "They are so pitiful." Lan Xia silently went to the tent where she had treated a pregnant woman yesterday. A man saw her, and his eyes lit up. His wife had been crying all night because of her wound. He wanted to find her benefactor last night, but didn't know where she stayed. Later, he heard she was the Regent King's wife. Her status was so noble that he didn't dare to go find her in the middle of the night, afraid of disturbing her rest. Unexpectedly, the noble lady came in person early in the morning. The man immediately knelt down. "Benefactor, thank you so much for saving my wife and child." Lan Xia helped him up. "There's no need for that. Let me check your wife's wound." Inside the tent, the pregnant woman lay weakly on a simple bed, her face pale, and beads of sweat on her forehead. "Last night, my wife couldn't sleep and kept crying out in pain. Does the princess have a way to relieve her pain?" Lan Xia stepped closer, squatting down to carefully examine her wound. Although it had been stitched, the surrounding skin was still red and swollen, showing signs of infection. "The wound is inflamed and needs to be treated again," Lan Xia said softly. "Chun, prepare some hot water and clean cloths." Chun responded and turned to leave. Soon after, she returned with hot water and clean cloths. Blue Creek gently cleaned the wound of the pregnant woman, applying medicine carefully. The woman clenched her teeth, trying to endure the pain, sweat running down her forehead and cheeks. The man stood nearby, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes full of concern. After finishing with the wound, Blue Creek stood up and handed the porcelain bottle to the man. Apply this medicine to her wound once a day. Later, I will have my maid prepare the medicine and bring it to you. It can help ease her pain temporarily. But she still needs to be patient. Once the wound heals in a few days, she will feel better. The man nodded, took the bottle, and his voice choked with emotion. Benefactor, I really don't know how to thank you. Blue Creek looked at the woman and comforted her again. Rest well. Keep the wound dry and avoid water. Have your husband change the dressing regularly. In a few days, the pain will lessen. I will come back to check on your recovery. The pregnant woman weakly nodded, her eyes full of gratitude. 3 days passed. During the morning court session, the elder of the two courts, Shirdi, stepped forward and presented a secret letter. Your Majesty, the Regent Prince has sent back a secret message, specifically asking the old officials to deliver it to you. Grandpa Fu stepped forward to receive it and handed it to the Emperor. The Emperor took the letter, opened it, and his face instantly turned pale with anger. He shouted, "Excellent! They have built many weapons in the Demon Valley Mountain. The King of Leisure has been missing for so many years, yet he has taken control of Mo Valley Mountain. Truly, he is my good uncle." As soon as these words were spoken, the court was in an uproar. The officials looked at each other, secretly speculating. The King of Leisure was rescued at the execution ground years ago, and he had been missing since then. Now it turns out he has been secretly gathering strength and making weapons in Demon Valley Mountain. His plans are clear. However, one person in the court was secretly anxious. His eyes flickered as he kept glancing at the letter in the Emperor's hand, cursing inwardly. How did Fu and the others get discovered? Didn't they already tell them that the Regent Prince was leading troops to suppress the bandits in Demon Valley Mountain? Why didn't they hide better? The Emperor was furious and shouted loudly, "Summon Commander Ran Chao of the Imperial Guard." With a loud command, Commander Ran Chao strode into the hall. He knelt and saluted loudly. "Your Majesty, I, Ran Chao, pay my respects." Long live the Emperor. The Emperor's face was as cold as water, his gaze sharp as a blade. Minister of War, Wen Ting, the Minister of War, quickly stepped forward and knelt down. "I am here," the Emperor coldly said. "You two immediately lead troops to Mo Valley Mountain. Wen Tung is responsible for collecting all weapons there and sending them to the Ministry of War. Ran Chao is to investigate the whereabouts of the Xia Yao King's followers. Once you find them, do not report. Just eliminate them without mercy." "Yes, Your Majesty," Ran Chao and Wen Tung replied in unison. At that moment, a sudden loud and urgent voice rang out outside, like thunder crashing inside the main hall. 800 miles urgent letter. This voice pierced through the silence of the hall, startling the ministers who had been lost in their thoughts. They looked at each other with confusion and suspicion. "What's going on? What happened?" Whispers quickly spread among the officials, like a hidden current, as everyone held their breath in anticipation. Soon, a soldier's figure hurried into view. He approached the center of the hall, then knelt with trembling hands, offering a letter. Seeing this, Grand Fu quickly stepped forward, took the letter from the soldier, and turned to bow, presenting it with both hands. The Emperor took the letter, gently rubbing the envelope. As he slowly tore it open, his brow furrowed tighter and his face grew darker, like dark clouds pressing down, making the atmosphere in the hall extremely tense. The ministers felt a tightening in their hearts at the sight. "Could it be an emergency at the border?" one minister finally whispered. Everyone secretly speculated. Such urgent letters usually signaled border emergencies. Now that it appeared at this moment, it naturally caused worry. The Emperor was silent for a moment, then finally spoke in a deep voice. "The Atlongdi has collapsed, and many civilians are dead or injured." As soon as he said this, the hall fell into complete silence. The emperor's gaze was sharp as he swept over the ministers below. He slowly said, "The Ministry of Revenue must open the granaries immediately to provide relief. Make sure the victims have food and clothing. As for disaster relief, who do you think is the most suitable to go?" This statement caused a brief silence again. Each minister was quietly considering. At this moment, Mo Jitsong stepped forward and saluted. "Father Emperor, I am willing to go to the disaster area to help." Mo Yufeng frowned and also stepped forward. "Father Emperor, I also wish to go and assist." The emperor looked at his eldest son and crown prince, then nodded slowly. His voice was deep and firm. "Good." The crown prince and the eldest prince went together to the disaster area to provide relief. They must ensure that the victims are properly cared for and also find out why the dam collapsed and rebuild it. Mo Yufeng and Mo Jicheng spoke at the same time, saying, "Yes, Your Highness." The emperor waved his hand. "Get ready to leave. Tomorrow, you will depart." After speaking, he stood up and left. "Respectfully farewell, Your Majesty." Mo Jicheng returned to the prince's residence. As soon as he entered the study, his subordinate hurried over and handed him a secret letter, whispering, "Your Highness, a secret message has arrived from the other side." Mo Jicheng took the letter. He slowly unfolded the paper, and the words inside struck him like a sharp sword, piercing his heart. At that moment, his face darkened as if water could drip from it. Years of planning had been destroyed overnight. "All my plans for so many years are gone," he muttered softly, full of bitterness and regret. Since he was 10 years old, he secretly left the palace to play, but was unlucky enough to be kidnapped. The shocking secret revealed by the kidnappers was like a thunderbolt, and from then on, he learned to endure. It turned out he was not the emperor's biological son. When the emperor was still a prince, he had gone with the former emperor and officials to a summer retreat at the palace. At that time, the consort, now known as Defei, was also pregnant and went along. However, Defei went into labor early and gave birth to a son. That child was switched at the cradle and became him, Mo Jicheng. His grandfather was King Xiaoyao. A few years ago, his grandfather and father both passed away one after the other. Before dying, they entrusted him with the wish to ascend the throne. He had been patient all this time, secretly planning. Now that the Demon Valley Mountain had been destroyed, his plans had also fallen apart. Mo Jicheng took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent mind. The crown prince was about to go to the disaster area to help. This was his only chance. If the crown prince did not return, he might become the new crown prince and legitimately inherit the throne, avenging his grandfather and father. He needed to plan carefully. If something happened to the crown prince, he would be the first suspect. He couldn't act on the road. He had to wait until they reached the disaster area to find an opportunity. Thinking of this, his eyes turned fierce. He looked at his subordinate and coldly ordered, "Tell Fu Lao and the others to temporarily hide their tracks. The emperor has already sent Commander Ran Chao of the Imperial Guard to investigate. Once they find out, kill without mercy." Upon hearing this, his subordinate trembled slightly, then respectfully responded and turned to leave. At this moment, Mo Yufeng, dressed in a beautiful robe, rode his horse quickly toward the Marquis of Wu's residence. As he entered the gate, a bright red color caught his eye, red lanterns hung high, silk fabrics fluttered, creating a festive scene. Mo Yufeng couldn't help but wonder, is there a celebration at the Marquis of Wu's house? A nearby steward heard this and hurriedly bowed and replied, "Your Highness, our second young lady is getting married tomorrow." Mo Yufeng's steps suddenly stopped, his face turning dark like water, and he stared sharply at the steward. "Who is getting married tomorrow?" The steward shivered at the sudden anger and stammered, "The second young lady." Mo Yufeng's anger exploded. "Nonsense. Call Lan Lingru here immediately." The steward quickly agreed and hurried away as if fleeing. While Mo Yufeng waited impatiently, the figure of Lan Lingru slowly appeared in sight. She walked into the pavilion gracefully. "Your servant greets His Highness." Mo Yufeng's gaze was sharp and cold like a blade. "Are you getting married tomorrow?" Lan Lingru trembled, lowered her head, tears welled up in her eyes. silently sliding down her cheeks. Seeing this, Mo Yufeng's anger grew even more.
Humph.
Do you still have the nerve to cry? Tell me, who are you marrying? Lan Lingru felt extremely wronged, choking on her words. Your Highness. I don't want to marry third cousin. My heart has always been with your Highness.
But.
Boo. Hearing this, Mo Yufeng's expression slightly softened, but he remained stern. If you don't want to marry, who forced you? The Marquis of Wu? Or the Protectorate General's residence? Lan Lingru still kept her head down, sobbing and sniffling without answering. Mo Yufeng's frustration grew worse. His usual gentle and patient demeanor was gone entirely. Just then, Lan Jinrong, who had just returned from the Protectorate General's residence, heard that the prince was here. He hurried over, entered the pavilion, and knelt down. Your servant greets His Highness. Welcome, Your Highness. I was not expecting you. Mo Yufeng looked at him coldly, his tone icy. Marquis of Wu, who are you forcing Ro to marry? If I hadn't come today, I wouldn't even know. His words were unfinished, but the threat was clear. Blue Jinrong shivered all over, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He opened his mouth to explain, but didn't know where to start. Could he say that Roer had already lost her innocence to Manhwa? He had to marry her, but he felt ashamed to speak of it. The atmosphere became tense and silent. Mo Yufeng's eyes moved back and forth between Blue Jinrong and Blue Lingru. His anger and frustration mixed inside him, almost making him lose his usual calm and reason. Marquis of Wu. Mo Yufeng's voice was deep. Did you not know I wanted to marry Roer to be my crown princess? How dare you force her to marry someone else? Blue Jinrong's forehead was covered with tiny beads of sweat. He swallowed dryly and tremblingly said to Mo Yufeng, Your Highness, Roer is not suitable for you. Mo Yufeng's eyebrows furrowed. Suddenly, he kicked Blue Jinrong hard and shouted angrily, You fool! No one can take away the person I like. Blue Jinrong endured the pain and tremblingly said, Your Highness, I didn't force Roer to become a nun. It's just hard to say. His voice was full of helplessness and bitterness, with a hidden hardship. Mo Yufeng's brow loosened slightly, but his tone remained cold. Hard to say? Just tell the truth. He adjusted his sleeve and sat down slowly on a nearby stone bench, his gaze sharp, waiting for Blue Jinrong's answer. Blue Jinrong looked up and saw his daughter Blue Lingru crying silently. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes. He slowly spoke, explaining the truth. Roa was bullied by that Yunhua boy, so she had no choice but to marry. Hearing this, Mo Yufeng's fists clenched instantly, veins bulging. When his eyes looked at Blue Lingru, they became distant and cold. Why didn't you tell me? Blue Lingru choked, tears falling like broken pearls. She sobbed. A few days ago, the prince had an accident. I didn't want to disturb him while he was recovering. What does it matter if she told him? She was no longer pure and had contracted a disease. The prince would only despise her if he knew. Her life was over. Her only thought now was to wish Blue Xia dead. Mo Yufeng stood up, looking at Blue Lingru with a calm expression. I still have things to prepare for tomorrow's departure, so I won't attend Miss Lan's wedding. With that, he turned and left, sweeping his sleeve. Your Highness. Blue Lingru watched his figure disappear, a strange sadness rising in her heart. She understood that the prince's distant gaze just now showed his dislike for her. Yes, she was dirty now. She was no longer the pure and innocent girl she once was. Lan Jinrong watched the prince walk away and finally relaxed. He slowly stood up and went to Lan Lingru, gently patting her shoulder. He sighed and said, Roer, it's all over now. Don't think too much. Master, something's wrong. A maid hurried in, looking anxious and frightened. Lan Jinrong's face instantly turned very grim. What happened again? The maid trembled as she answered, Madam. Madam has passed away. Lan Lingru's eyes widened in disbelief. She repeated, trembling, What? Mother is gone. Her voice shook with shock. Lan Jinrong paused, then quickly reacted. He looked sharply at the butler and said, Take down the red lantern silk from the house. Replace it with white lanterns and white silk. Go to the Guardian Nation mansion to report the morning. The butler nodded and left. The house immediately became busy. The festive red decorations were quickly taken down, replaced by a solemn white. Lan Lingru ran straight to Farong courtyard. She burst into the room and saw her mother lying on the bed, pale and lifeless. She immediately broke down. She knelt by the bed, tears pouring out like a fountain. "Mother, why did you leave? What am I supposed to do?" Her voice was hoarse and full of despair, as if she wanted to pour out all her pain. When the Guardian Duke's mansion learned of Yunqing's death, everyone hurried to Wugua Marquis' house. The old madam looked at her late daughter on the bed and couldn't help but cry.
King Air.
"My Qing'er." Qin Lan supported the old madam and choked out, "Mother, people can't come back to life. Don't be too sad. Otherwise, little sister will be worried too." The old madam wiped her tears and turned her angry, accusing gaze to Lan Jinrong. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my two daughters wouldn't have died." The Guardian Duke looked at the scene and sighed. "Old lady, now isn't the time for this. Let's handle Qing'er's funeral first. As for Ruer and Huajia's marriages, let's wait until Ruer finishes her 3-year mourning period." Hearing this, the old madam's tears flowed again. She didn't understand why Lan Jinrong was so good. Her two daughters loved him and couldn't be with anyone else. Her heart ached terribly. At this moment, Lan Shi didn't know what was happening at the Wu State Marquis' residence. She was very busy. Yesterday, Mo Lian brought some grain from nearby and started giving porridge to the people. However, since last night, many villagers had started vomiting and having diarrhea. Lan Shi boiled some medicinal herbs. Those with symptoms drank the medicine and recovered. But still, many villagers showed similar symptoms. Chu Chun hurriedly said, "Miss, we don't have much medicine left. What should we do?" Many villagers are suffering from stomach pain, vomiting, and diarrhea. "Boil all the remaining herbs and distribute the medicine to the people," Lan Shi said. Then she went outside, looked at the small amount of porridge left in the pot, scooped a spoonful into a bowl, smelled it, and took a sip. The porridge was fine. So, where was the problem? Emolian walked slowly along the muddy path toward Lan Xiu. "Yue, what are you thinking?" Lan Xiu turned around and looked at Emolian. Her clear eyes showed some thoughtfulness. "Prince, I am wondering why some villagers are having stomach pain and diarrhea." Hearing this, Emolian frowned. "Is it poisoning or food poisoning?" Lan Xiu hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "It should be something they ate, but now that we have porridge, we don't know what they ate that caused their stomach issues. Tianni, go ask those villagers suffering from stomach pain and diarrhea. Besides drinking the distributed porridge, what else did they eat?" Tianni responded immediately and went to ask. Lan Shi looked at the flooded Huolong County. "Prince, Huolong County is still submerged. Staying here in the mountains isn't a good long-term solution for these villagers." Hearing this, Mo Lian's expression grew serious. "I have already ordered people to evacuate the villagers downstream, dig channels, and divert the water from Huolong County to the Qian River." Hearing this, Lan Xiu's heart trembled slightly. "Digging channels and redirecting water takes time, doesn't it?" she muttered. In ancient times, there were no machines. Everything relied on manual labor. Such a project would undoubtedly be time-consuming, difficult, and exhausting. "Yue, do you have a better idea?" Lan Xiu shook her head. "More people mean more strength. Maybe Your Highness's plan is the best." After a short while, Tian-Yi hurried back and said, "My lady, the princess, those villagers suffering from stomach pain and diarrhea say they only drank porridge and some wild fruits picked from the back mountain. Since the porridge was too little and there were many villagers, they still couldn't get full, so they went to pick wild fruits." Hearing this, Lan Shi frowned slightly. "I have already sent an E to check the wild fruits the villagers mentioned. They are just common, non-toxic wild fruits. The problem isn't with the fruits." Tian-Yi scratched his head, looking confused. "Then where's the problem? Why are some villagers fine, but children and the elderly are getting worse?" Just as everyone was at a loss, Lan Shi suddenly remembered the strange old man's voice in her mind. "Girl, check the water." Her eyes lit up. What about the water the villagers are drinking? Tian-e pointed to a lake on the top of the Green Mountain. Princess, the water we are drinking now comes from that lake. Lan Xiu already had a plan. Take me to see it. Emoli Yuan Lu said to Lan Xiu. I'll take you there. As he finished speaking, the two of them soared into the air and rushed toward the mountaintop. The wind howled in their ears.
Suddenly, Lan Xiu pointed ahead urgently.
Stop, go down. Emoli Yuan paused briefly and then leapt down, landing steadily. Lan Xiu quickly walked over and saw two children squatting on the ground, holding muddy water in their hands and drinking eagerly. Her heart sank sharply. She frowned tightly. The water on the ground isn't clean. Don't drink it. The two children slowly looked up, their eyes full of innocence. Sister, we're thirsty. Lan Xiu looked at Emoli Yuan, her eyes clear. Isn't the water from the mountain lake supposed to be clean? Emoli Yuan also looked serious. Just then, an E quietly appeared and whispered, My lady, Miss Lan, has already investigated. The young and strong are building wooden houses, and some find it too far to fetch water from the mountaintop. Many villagers, when thirsty, directly drink muddy water from the ground. Emoli Yuan coldly ordered, immediately arrange for people to bring water down from the mountain lake, ensuring every villager can drink clean water. Lan Xiu squatted down, her gaze fixed on the two muddy children who were drinking water from the ground to quench their thirst. The water on the ground isn't filtered or boiled. It's not clean. Drinking it will upset their stomachs. Two children blinked their big eyes, seeming to understand a little, then nodded. They stood up and ran away. Watching their distant figures, Blue Creek Moon stood up and turned to Emoli Yuan beside her. She said, Prince, there are too many people here. The weather is getting hotter, and the crowd is crowded together. This might cause other problems. Emoli Yuan frowned when he heard this. Under the Green Mountains and on the hillside, all flat places are crowded with people. He said in a deep voice, In a few days, once the river is dug and water is diverted to Qian River and the water in Huilong County recedes, the people can go back and rebuild Huilong County. Blue Creek Moon nodded. Now, Huilong County is flooded, and the people have nowhere else to go. Unless they cross the Green Mountains to Mogu Mountain, then go to Wanshou County or other towns. The people have no food to eat. Staying here, they can at least have porridge. Huilong County below the Green Mountains has been their home for a long time, so most of them don't want to leave. Only a few with relatives in Wanshou County or nearby towns cross the mountains to leave. Where? Emoli Yuan's voice interrupted her thoughts. I have ordered people to dig the river day and night. It won't take long. Host, earn points, earn points. Suddenly the system's voice made Blue Creek Moon frown, then she felt a bit annoyed. She thought to herself, This system is useless, always trying to squeeze me for points. She responded calmly, System, why are you in such a hurry? I'm not in a rush. The system said, Host, don't you want to earn enough points quickly? To achieve point freedom without risking your life, you need to keep earning points. And about the items in the shop, don't you want them? It's hot, and in this backward ancient time, the shop just launched new items. A little fan, not 9,999,999 points, not 999,999 points, not 90,000 points, just 10,000 points. Do you want it? Hearing this, Blue Creek Moon couldn't help but smile silently. Hey, system, have you been watching too many modern livestream sellers? The system replied, The previous host of this system was a livestream seller, so that's how it is. The system added, Host, you need to be more careful. This system has followed many hosts, but you, the host, are not active enough in completing tasks. Other hosts are not like you. Blue Creek Moon raised an eyebrow and asked, System, if I earn enough points, does that mean I finish the task? Can we then unbind? Will you find another host? The system fell silent. It was discovered by the main brain to have gained consciousness during its last binding with a host and was almost erased. Luckily, it encountered the purple ghost ring and hid inside it, escaping destruction. Many years passed until Blue Creek Moon obtained the ring, awakened the purple ghost ring, and also bound it. Because she had the ring, she could avoid detection by the main brain. Once she earned enough points, She could unbind from her current host, gain ultimate energy, and return to the interstellar space to fight the main brain. If the host simply earned points steadily, the system could get the ultimate energy sooner and might choose not to harm her. But if it waited too long and no longer needed her, it would easily destroy the host. System. Host, once you earn enough points, we can unbind. Are you serious? System. Of course. When has this system ever lied to the host? Blue Creek Moon thought to herself, I bet you're lying to me from start to finish. System. Host, hurry up and earn points. All right, I'll earn points. Luckily, she had already arranged for Mo Lian to cooperate while she was earning points. Blue Creek Moon looked down at the purple ghost ring and asked, Old man, how can I get rid of this system? Is it really true that once I earn enough points, I can unbind? The old man snorted. I've been watching secretly these days and I've figured it out. That system has big ambitions. It just wants the ultimate energy in them all. The ultimate energy requires so many points. No wonder the dog system has been eating my points. Old man. Girl, I don't think it's lying about that. As long as you earn enough points, you can unbind from it. Suddenly, Blue Creek Moon remembered her previous conversation with the system about borrowing half a month of life points. By the way, old man, this system is pretty clever sometimes. But last time, it asked me to pay 5 million points for borrowing half a month of life. Why didn't it mention interest after I earned points that night? She was angry at the system for taking her points, not noticing that it hadn't mentioned any interest at all. Haha, of course, the old man must have changed its memory for a moment. It only remembers lending you life points, not the interest it mentioned. Wow. The old man, you can actually change the system's memory? That's impressive. The old man fell silent. Changing the system's memory had taken a lot of his spiritual energy. Now, his soul was growing weaker, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold on. That girl, was raised by him himself. He didn't want to see her always controlled by the system. If she earned enough points, and the system tried to harm her, he would fight to protect her. After all, he was now just a soul body. Old man, with you here, I feel much safer, the old man said. Girl, don't worry. No matter what, I will protect you this time. Huh? Old man, what do you mean? Oh, it's nothing. Even though I am just a soul now, I want to stay with you. I want to see you get married and have children. I want you to have a happy life, and then I can rest easy. Lan Shi frowned. Old man, are you hiding something from me? You little brat, what could I be hiding? Think what you want. Focus on earning points and getting rid of the system soon. Lan Shi always felt that the old man was hiding something. Was she overthinking? Emily Yuan watched Lan Shi lost in thought, not missing the changing expressions on her face. He didn't disturb her. Lan Shi snapped back to herself. She looked up, her eyes deep like an abyss, quietly gazing at her. Her heart skipped a beat. She had been so focused on talking to the system and the old man that she forgot about the big figure beside her. She blinked. Prince, I was just so absorbed in my thoughts. Emily Yuan softly responded with an then looked away, gazing into the distance. Lan Shi thought to herself, huh? He's not angry. Then she reached out and took his arm. Emily Yuan's body suddenly stiffened. He turned his head to look at her arm, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes.
Lan Si yêu chút cờ.
Prince, digging a river takes time. Now that we have food, the villagers are settled and won't cause trouble. How about we go for a walk on the mountaintop? Emily Yuan's eyes drooped slightly. Yue didn't know that the food in front of them would only last the villagers 10 days. The relief supplies from the court would probably take at least 15 days to arrive. Since Yue was in a good mood, he didn't tell her, to avoid upsetting her. He simply nodded and said, okay. Thus, Lan Shiyu, like a modern person in love, linked her arm with Emily Yuan's and strolled leisurely toward the mountaintop. Their figures stretched out in the sunset's glow, looking very harmonious and beautiful. Passing villagers, after a few days of interaction, recognized their identities and bowed to greet them. Greetings, Prince and Princess. Lan Shi was used to this kind of greeting. Although they hadn't officially married yet, Emily Yuan had said he would propose when they returned. So, when she heard these greetings, she just smiled and nodded. As Lan Shi walked away, she could still hear the villagers whispering in admiration. The prince and princess are truly a perfect match, talented and beautiful, a match made in heaven. Yes, yes. Lan Shi tilted her head slightly, noticing that Emo Li Yuan beside her was in an unusually happy mood. A little doubt arose in her heart. She wondered silently, why is this guy so cheerful all of a sudden? Could it be because of what those villagers just said? Just as the thought appeared, she softly asked, Your Highness, are you in a good mood? Emo Li Yuan looked down at her with gentle eyes and softly responded, his voice deep and magnetic. Her heart fluttered. Without thinking, she blurted out, Your Highness, I love you. As she spoke, she unconsciously snuggled into his arms. Her affection and deep feelings were obvious. Emo Li Yuan suddenly stopped walking. He looked deeply at Lan Xiyu in his arms. Slowly, he lifted her chin and said, Yue, I love you too. Lan Xiyu blinked. Prince, you promised me. You said you'd earn points and not disturb me. Emo Li Yuan gently stroked her cheek, his touch tender and delicate. He said affectionately, Yue, you just casually slipped into my heart, making me love you deeply. Sometimes, late at night, I think Yue is the best gift heaven has given me. In this life, I only want to be with you forever. Nothing else is as important as you. Blue Creek, you listened to these heartfelt words, her heart pounding like a little deer. She covered her chest where her heart was racing and muttered secretly, This guy is seriously saying sweet words. Who can stand that? At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. Host, stop daydreaming and earn points. This sudden reminder made Blue Creek you feel a bit down. System, can you not be so boring? This is my first time falling in love. Let me enjoy the sweetness of love. Okay? The system replied, That doesn't conflict with earning points. Hearing this, Blue Creek you is annoyed. System, you'd better shut up. Otherwise, I won't give up. Let's go all out. The system wanted to threaten her again, but suddenly the screen went black and it froze. Blue Creek you exclaimed, Huh? The system was silent now. Did I just threaten it into a crash? In the space, the strange old man sat on the ground, his soul growing weaker. He muttered, Stinky girl, I can only help you this much. From now on, I will fall into sleep, and I don't know how long it will last. Blue Creek you didn't realize the old man had already fallen asleep. She smiled happily at Emo Li Yuan. Prince, I love you so much. The system rebooted, and all it heard was the host earning points. It didn't bother to say anything. The system was puzzled. Why did it suddenly crash just now? But it decided not to think about it. As long as the host was earning points, that was fine. Emo Li Yuan and Blue Creek you walked side by side along the winding mountain path. Emo Li Yuan's lips always carried a gentle smile, and his eyes only saw the chatterbox girl beside him. Blue Creek you walked while complaining about the hot weather. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, soaking her clothes. When they reached the mountain lake, Emo Li Yuan gently took out a clean white handkerchief from his sleeve. He carefully wiped the sweat from Blue Creek you's forehead, then neatly folded the handkerchief and put it back in his sleeve. The weather is getting hotter. We've been walking all this way, and my clothes are soaked with sweat, she muttered, looking a little coquettish. She looked up at Emo Li Yuan, but saw that he still had flowing robes and no sweat at all. Curious, she asked, Huh? Prince, you didn't even sweat. Aren't you hot? Mo Li Yuan smiled slightly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he gathered his inner strength, gently pushing with both palms. An invisible force traced a graceful arc through the air, then was pulled back and flicked to one side. Immediately, a cool breeze blew in. Lan Xia felt a wave of relief wash over her and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow! So refreshing! Her eyes instantly lit up, as if she had discovered something new and exciting. Prince, so handsome. Do it again. Mo Li Yuan gently brushed her nose and said, Go sit over there and rest for a while. Lan Xia walked to a large stone nearby and sat down, but as soon as she did, she jumped up again. So hot. It almost burned my bottom. Seeing her reaction, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Mo Li Yuan's mouth. He looked at her pitiful expression, softened his heart, and made a move. With a gentle wave of his hand, the water in the lake lifted as if pulled by an invisible hand, forming a water curtain that poured over the big stone. Then, he waved his hand again, and the water marks on the stone disappeared instantly. Lancia stared in amazement, her eyes shining with excitement and admiration. So this is how inner strength can be used? That's amazing. She wiped the lake water off her face, then turned to look at Moli Yuan with eager eyes. Prince, teach me how to practice inner strength, okay? Moli Yuan reached out and took her hand. The two sat on the cold, large stone together. Feeling the coolness from the stone, Lancia showed a satisfied and relaxed smile. She looked at Moli Yuan with longing. He saw her hopeful eyes and softly said, Yuer wants to learn, so I will teach. But practicing inner strength takes time and effort. You must be persistent and diligent to succeed, she nodded.
Yes, Yuer, sie kortlægget.
To practice inner strength, you need to focus completely and not be distracted. Moli Yuan's voice was deep and magnetic. Now, follow me and repeat the mantra, she nodded, keeping her eyes fixed on Moli Yuan's face, afraid to miss a single word. Seeing this, Moli Yuan smiled slightly and began reciting the inner strength mantra. Inhale and gather energy, let it settle in the dantian. Breathe long and steady, like silk threads. The mind moves with intention, and strength comes from the heart, as Moli Yuan recited. Lancia also softly repeated the words. After a long time, Blue Creek you felt nothing at all. She opened her eyes in confusion and asked, I did exactly as you said, so why do I feel nothing? Emolian frowned, reached out to check her meridians, but after a while, he withdrew his hand, pursed his lips, and said after a long pause, You are with me here. You don't need to strain yourself to learn internal skills. Emolian, what do you mean? Emolian was also confused. Although Yuer moved strangely and was good at close combat, she was terrible at practicing martial arts. Blue Creek Yu waved her hand at Emolian. He grabbed her hand and said, Yuer, your body isn't suitable for practicing martial arts. Why isn't it suitable? Wait, are you saying my body is just a useless physique for martial arts? Emolian nodded. This body is actually a waste physique, Blue Creek Yu thought sadly. Seeing this, Emolian gently held her tightly in his arms, warmth wrapping around her. Yuer, with me here, you don't need to learn any martial arts. I will protect you and won't let anyone hurt you. Hearing this, Blue Creek Yu gradually calmed down. Although she couldn't practice ancient internal skills or light skills, she still had modern skills and methods. She should be able to protect herself in this ancient world. Emolian lowered his head, his gaze gentle as water. He slowly leaned closer and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Blue Creek Yu's eyes sparkled. She couldn't help but wrap her arms around his neck and give him a quick kiss on the lips. Emolian stiffened, then blushed, his deep eyes fixed on her as if he wanted to absorb her completely. Blue Creek Yu smirked proudly and covered his lips with her hand. Emolian, I've stamped my mark here. From now on, only I belong to you. If you dare to like another woman and betray me, I will poison you, take over your regent's residence, and gather handsome men. Before she finished, Emolian took her hand away from his lips and pressed his own lips to hers, interrupting her threat with action. The kiss was tender and passionate. It lasted until Blue Creek Yu almost suffocated. Emolian slowly released her, his eyes full of deep love and possessiveness. I, your king, will only have Yuer in my life. I will never take concubines. Yuer, you can only have me as your man. If you dare to get involved with other men, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Lan sai flawen.
Emolian Yu.
That.
Can't be too overbearing. I have the right to make normal friends. If you go too far, I will feel suffocated and want to escape. Her voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction.
Montag Liwan tightly embraced Lan Xiu.
His voice was deep. Yuer, I won't let you run away, no. Lancia could feel the trembling in his words. She gently patted his back. I won't run, Emolian, but you shouldn't be jealous without reason. Emolian softly responded with an, unwilling to scare his Yue away with his eagerness. They snuggled together. Suddenly, Lancia's eyes were caught by the jumping fish in the lake. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She broke free from Mo Liyuan's embrace and ran to the lake. Mo Liyuan, look. There are fish here. We can catch some to cook and help the villagers. Their porridge is too plain and watery. Hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on Mo Liyuan's face. He straightened his clothes and slowly walked to Lancia, his gaze full of affection. All right, I'll have the secret guards come to catch fish. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a signal flare from his and shot it into the sky with a whoosh. Soon after, Tianyi, Ani, Aner, and a group of secret guards hurried to the place where the signal flare was shot. They looked tense, clearly thinking Mo Liyuan was in danger. Seeing this, Lancia waved at them with a bright smile. You're quick. Hurry up and catch the fish. The sky is still early, and we can cook fish soup for the villagers. Tianyi and the others exchanged glances, looking confused. So, they were called here just to catch fish. Tianyi muttered in his heart, Master, you asked us to catch fish, and you even shot a signal flare, making us think you were attacked. It really startled us. Of course, he didn't dare say this aloud, only silently grumbling in his mind. Mo Liyuan looked coldly at Tianyi and the others. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear the princess's words? Tianyi and the others quickly snapped to attention and responded promptly. Tianyi hurried over, smiling flatteringly. Yes, 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 princess. I have a skill for catching fish. You and the master just watched my performance. But before he finished, Mo Liyuan kicked him into the lake, splashing water everywhere. Everyone saw this and couldn't help but laugh softly. Blue Creek, you laughed so hard, she leaned back. She watched Tianyi struggle in the water, her eyes full of amusement. Mo Lian looked calm. His kick made Yue laugh happily, so Tianyi still had some use. After seeing Tianyi being kicked into the lake by his master, and the others obediently jumped into the water to catch fish. Tianyi, in the water, felt helpless and almost wanted to cry. With so many guards around, his master really didn't care about his dignity at all.
Sigh.
But he thought his dignity isn't as important as making the princess smile. If he can make her laugh, that's his achievement. So Tianyi started catching fish more actively. For a while, the guards kept surfacing from the lake, throwing fish onto the shore. Meanwhile, Blue Creek was on the bank, sorting the fish that had been thrown out. Mo Lian watched her and frowned. He squatted down, dodging her dagger, and set it aside. Yue, let them handle it. As he spoke, he poured water over her hands to wash them. Blue Creek thought it over and decided to let them handle it. She still needed to earn points. She withdrew her hand, picked up the dagger from the ground, cleaned it, and put it into her sleeve. Then she stood up, pulled Mo Lian, and said, Let's go, Prince. Let's take a walk. Mo Lian looked at her putting the dagger into her sleeve, but said nothing. He just nodded, and the two of them left hand in hand. Tianyi watched his master and the princess walk farther away. He sighed softly. Sigh. Now my master has fallen in love. When did that cold, proud face ever have such a gentle smile? Since the princess appeared, my master's smiles have increased. And standing nearby, had a playful look and teased, Tianyi, did you not get kicked hard enough just now? How dare you talk about your master behind her back? Hearing this, Tianyi glared at an
Humph.
You guys are lucky to follow the princess. And laughed loudly, his voice bright and infectious. So, are you jealous now? Another guard, an heir, also chimed in with a teasing tone. Tianyi, your face clearly shows you're jealous. Tianyi snorted coldly, warning, you should be proud of yourselves. If something were to happen to the princess right in front of you, even if she only gets a minor injury, the master's anger would be terrible. He would make sure you pay a heavy price. An and an heir heard this and couldn't help but tremble. Yes, although the master didn't mind them revealing their identities this time, and even let them follow the princess openly, they knew that if anything went wrong in front of the princess, their consequences would be severe. Tianyi watched their changing expressions and secretly felt pleased. He thought, next time, I wonder if they will still dare to show off in front of me. And he glared at Tian-yi and pretended to stay calm. With me and an heir here, we will definitely keep the princess safe. You're just jealous. An heir, ignore him. Let's hurry and catch some fish. Emily Yuan's loving gaze followed the lively blue Sia as she jumped around, constantly telling him how much she loved him. No matter what kind of pressure Yue has faced, Emily Yuan silently vowed, I will find out one day. For now, let her talk about her habits, so no one can replace me in her heart. That might not be a bad thing. By the roadside, wildflowers bloomed brightly and beautifully. Emily Yuan gently picked the most vibrant flower and slowly walked over to Blue Sia. He softly tucked the flower behind her ear. Surprised by his gesture, Blue Sia paused, then broke into a bright smile. Is it pretty? Emily Yuan nodded. Yes, very pretty. A hint of mischief appeared in Blue Sia's eyes. Haha, I didn't expect the formidable Regent King to pick flowers for a girl. Emily Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled faintly. I would do anything for you, heir. Blue Sia looked at him with curiosity and a hint of testing. Anything? What if I want to be empress? She deliberately stretched out the last word, wanting to see how Emily Yuan would react. Emily Yuan raised an eyebrow. That's easy. If Yue wants to be empress, I will take this world and give it to her. His tone was relaxed and casual, as if talking about something trivial. Blue Sia was stunned. Does this guy love her that much? Or does he know she's joking and just brushing her off? Love can be talked about, but you must stay clear-headed. When a man loves you, he will say anything. When he doesn't, everything you say is wrong. Watching Lan Shi remain silent, Emily Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt.
What?
Yue doesn't believe? Then I will go back now, bring the emperor down from his horse, and help you become the ruler. Seeing his serious expression, Lan Shi suddenly felt a little scared. What if this guy truly cares for her deeply? What if she falls for someone else and decides to break up? No, stop. She quickly interrupted her thoughts.
She must not think like that.
If she really fell for someone else, what might this man do? Such a proud man wouldn't allow a woman to leave him. If she were to leave, it would be him leaving her.
Ugh.
No, that can't happen. She was also very proud and couldn't allow herself to be abandoned. Okay, she must not think about it anymore. Lan Shi chuckled softly, with a playful look in her eyes. I'm just joking. Being a queen isn't that fun. I don't really care about it. By the way, Prince and E and the others should have caught quite a few fish. Let's go back. Hearing this, Emily Yan wrapped his arm around Lan Shi's waist. With a flicker of movement, he used his light skills to swiftly descend.
Lan Si Wei Sai Inwali.
Why is this body so useless at martial arts? No, it doesn't matter if it's useless. She, Lan Xiyu, would not give up easily. When they return, she would carefully nurture her meridians. She didn't believe she couldn't learn the ancient martial arts. Soon, they landed steadily. Lan Shi felt sticky and uncomfortable all over. Prince, I need a bath. I feel unwell all over. You can go ahead, she said hurriedly and ran to her tent. When Chu Chun saw Lan Shi return sweaty, she hurried to greet her. Miss, you're back. Perfect timing. I've heated some water for you. I'll go fetch more water for your bath. Lan Shi cupped Chu Chun's face and rubbed it gently. My Chun understands me best. Lower the temperature a bit. The water shouldn't be too hot. Chu Chun playfully took away Lan Shi's hands that were messing with her face. Got it, Mississippi. After saying that, she left quietly. Soon after, she and Chu Xia came in carrying water buckets, pouring water into a specially made wooden tub. This tub was custom-made for Lan Xiyu by Emily Yan, spacious and comfortable. Once the water was at the right temperature, Lan Xiyu slowly took off her clothes, shoes, and socks, stepping into the tub. Ah, so comfortable, she whispered happily. Chu Chun and Chu Xia knew that their lady didn't like anyone watching her while she bathed. After placing her clean clothes nearby, they quietly stepped outside to wait. Blue Xia lay in the bath, eyes closed lazily. She asked, System, How many points did I earn today? System. 2,000 points. You now have a total of 3,000 points. Keep up the good work. Lucia suddenly opened her eyes, her face darkening. System, can you be more biased? 2,000 points? I was talking so much I was getting a sore throat, and you tell me I only earned 2,000 today? System. That's correct. This system's calculations are always accurate. It's exactly 2,000 points. Lucia touched her purple ghost ring.
Ah.
That old man is so annoying. I really want to get rid of this system. It's getting more biased. She waited a long time but received no response from the old man. She frowned, wondering what was wrong.
Oh.
Right? She was taking a bath now. The old man must have blocked the space. She thought, the old man now has superpowers. Next time, she must ask him how he blocks the space. She can't keep asking him to do it every time, or it would be awkward if he didn't react quickly. Lucia didn't realize that the old man was already asleep. To him, she looked like a pile of bones. She was overthinking again, and it was too late. System. Host, your health is below 1 hour. Please exchange for more life points. Lucia rolled her eyes. Half a month had passed. Well, it's okay, there's interest. The system was altered by the old man's mind, but luckily, she didn't have to pay interest. Thinking this made her feel a little better. She muttered, exchange all for life points, system. Ding. Exchange successful. Points reset to 0. You now have 30 days of life. Keep working hard. System. Recently, some villagers had stomach pains and diarrhea. After I treated them, their condition improved. How much merit did I earn? System. Host, you now have 500 merit points. Keep it up. Hearing this, Lucia felt relieved. The system's merit points weren't as harsh as the points.
Boo.
Her points are 0 again. No. Tonight, she must hold onto Mo Liuan and earn points fiercely. She tentatively asked, System, can you tell me honestly, what do you want points for? System. Lancia saw that the system didn't respond. She pouted, thinking, fine, you're clever. She decided not to waste more words on the system. This thing is smart but always lying to her. After half an hour, Lancia lazily got out of the bath, used a cloth to dry her body, and changed into her clothes. The ancient-style outfit was pretty, but a bit troublesome. Once she finished, she called out, and Chu-chun and Chuxia came in. Chuxia entered with a big smile, unable to hide her happiness. Miss, and and the others brought back a lot of fish. The common people are so happy. The fish are big and fat. Okay, let's go see, Lancia said as she headed outside. Miss, your hair isn't dry yet. Let me help you, Chuxia said, holding a cloth behind her. At this moment, Chu-chun was busy tidying the bath. No need. It's hot, it'll dry soon, Lancia replied. Mo Lian saw that Lancia's long hair was still dripping water. He frowned and walked over. Give it to me. Chuxia quickly handed him the cloth. Mo Lian used his internal energy to dry Lancia's loose hair, wrapping it with a cloth. Lancia took her hairband and tied her hair into a simple ponytail. Your internal energy is faster than a hairdryer. Mo Lian looked puzzled. A hairdryer? By the way, with so many common people, is the fish in E and the others caught enough for everyone? Tian E, who had just come over, overheard her words. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. Don't worry, princess. Although there are many people, 10 people share one fish. The fish can be used to make soup, and everyone can have a bowl of fish soup. Lancia didn't say anything. With the current situation, being able to give each person a bowl of fish soup was already good. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Deduct 500 points of virtue from the host. Current virtue, 0. Host, keep working hard. Lancia was stunned.
Huh?
Deduct 500 points? She suddenly remembered something. System, Yunqing is dead. System, yes. Due to system lag, the information only just caught up. Therefore, 500 virtue points have been deducted from the host. Go ahead, deduct it. Anyway, I had exactly 500 points. My biological mother, I took your daughter's body, and killing Yunqing is also to avenge you. Rest in peace. Until that day when the system is destroyed, you and your mother and daughter can finally rest in peace. Lan Xia hasn't forgotten. The original owner was erased by this system. 3 days passed quickly. That day, Lan Xia was earning points when Tian-Yi hurried in. She immediately stopped speaking, and Mo Lian gave Tian-Yi a sharp look of displeasure. Tian-Yi lowered his head. My lord, the princess, I didn't mean to disturb you. It's just that a secret message from the capital has arrived, and I only just... Mo Lian said calmly, bring it here. Tian-Yi quickly handed over the letter. Mo Lian took it, gently pinched the envelope, and it opened with a soft sound. He looked at the letter, his expression suddenly becoming complicated and hard to read. After a moment, he slowly looked up at Lan Xia and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. Yue Yunqing is dead. Hearing this, Lan Xia raised her eyebrows slightly, but her face showed no strong emotion, as if the news didn't affect her. She said calmly, if she's dead, she's dead. I knew that 3 days ago. My virtue points were also deducted. Yunqing caused the death of the original lady, my biological sister. She deserved it. Tian-Yi muttered beside her. Princess, she is still the wife of the Marquis of Wu. With her death, you should go back to mourn properly. Otherwise, his words were cut off by Mo Lian's cold gaze. Tian-Yi shivered inwardly and quickly stopped talking. Mo Lian then turned his gentle gaze to Lan Xia. Yue, do you want to go back? If you do, I will send someone to take you there quickly. Tian-Yi touched his nose. With the princess here, what rumors should he fear? Lan Xia shook her head. I came to find the prince. Wherever the prince is, that's where I am. Her words made Mo Lian feel pleased. He smiled slightly, his eyes full of tenderness. Yes, with me here, no rumors will spread. Mo Lian called softly. Tian-Yi, yes, my lord. What are your orders? Write a letter back. If any rumors about Yue appear in the capital, cut them off immediately. I don't want to hear any bad words about her. Tian-Yi responded and left. Lan Xia's eyes sparkled with cleverness. A mischievous smile appeared on her lips. Prince, shall we continue? Mo Lian smiled faintly. With a gentle wave of his hand, a strong internal force surged out, gently lifting Lan Xia like a falling leaf and placing her steadily on his lap. He embraced her with both arms, his warm breath brushing her ear. Where continue? His voice deep and magnetic, making her heart flutter. Lan Xi looked at his handsome face. Her hand unconsciously touched his Adam's apple. Mo Yuan's Adam's apple moved slightly as he swallowed, and a flicker of desire appeared in his eyes. Yue, didn't you say to continue? Oh, Your Highness, I love you, she said, her hand wandering restlessly over his chest. Lan Xi thought to herself, he's really impressive. Mo Yuan's body tensed instantly. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse and restrained. Yue, don't move around. However, Lan Xi didn't seem to notice his change. She continued exploring him freely. Suddenly, she felt something hard pressing against her, and she frowned, twisting her body. Huh? What's that hard thing pressing on me? Hearing this, Mo Yuan's eyes deepened like a dark abyss. He took a deep breath, helped Lan Xi up, and then quickly slipped out of the tent, like a gust of wind. Lan Xi was still immersed in the romantic moment and didn't react in time. The tent was now empty, leaving her standing alone in confusion. She frowned. What's going on? Why is he in such a rush? She hadn't even finished exploring him. TSK, his figure is really good, very nice to touch. The system's voice sounded in her mind. Host, you should go check. In the past 2 days, you've earned 2,500 points. Keep working hard. Lan Xi rolled her eyes and secretly thought, this annoying system only cares about points. It doesn't see how I've been pestering Mo Yuan these past 3 days to earn points. It's really unfair, secretly taking some for itself. She also remembered the strange old man. No matter how much she called out to him these past days, he never responded. She couldn't help but worry. After all, the old man was now just a soul. Without him, She couldn't upgrade her space or see what he was doing. It was really worrying. As Tian-E released the carrier pigeon, he saw his master rushing in an unusual speed. Tian-E frowned, full of doubt. What happened? Why is the master in such a hurry? Without hesitation, he quickly used his light skills to follow. They reached the mountaintop. Mo Li Yuan leapt into the calm lake. The water rippled in circles. He closed his eyes and sat quietly, calming his mind. As time went on, the restlessness in his heart seemed to calm down a bit. Soon, the scene from earlier appeared in his mind again, bringing with it a strange, hard-to-explain irritation. At this moment, Tian-E finally reached the top of the mountain. The sight before him surprised him. He looked at Mo Lian sitting in meditation by the lake, and his confusion deepened. Master, are you practicing martial arts? But isn't he with the princess in the tent? Why did he suddenly come here? Tian-E's brow furrowed tightly, but then he seemed to catch a hint from his master's irritated expression, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, this smile didn't last long. Suddenly, a stream of water was splashed toward him. He was caught off guard and instantly drenched like a drowned rat. Immediately after, Mo Lian's cold voice rang out. Dare to laugh at me? Tian-E shivered violently and the smile on his face froze instantly. He quickly waved his hands. No, I didn't, sir. Mo Lian clearly wasn't in the mood to listen to his explanation. He simply coldly spat out one word. Get out. Tian-E dared not say more and hurriedly turned around and ran away. In the capital city, Yunqing's funeral was over. Lan Lingru sat alone in her chamber, her eyes bloodshot and her face twisted with grief as she looked at the person in front of her. Useless. You collected so much silver, but you couldn't kill Lan Xie, she whispered angrily, her voice full of fury. The man replied coldly, this job is no longer something our assassin guild will do. What? Don't forget, you took quite a few silver notes from me. The man narrowed his eyes. The people we sent to kill her are all dead. The investigators reported that Lan Xie is now with the regent. Who dares to kill someone in front of the regent? And since the regent has a close relationship with Lan Xie, this matter is now closed. No. Isn't Lan Xie at Gugu Temple? The man snorted coldly. Lan Xie has never been to Gugu Temple. She went to the Demon Valley Mountain instead. Lan Lingru was stunned, then burst out laughing. Lan Xie, you really are stubborn. Chasing a man all the way to 1,000 miles away and lying to your grandmother and others that you went to Gugu Temple to recite scriptures and pray for your mother's soul. Poetry 1 and calligraphy. 2 maidservants, cowered in the corner, heads bowed, not daring to breathe loudly. Their bodies showed signs of recent uncontrolled outbursts, with bruises and marks in shades of blue and purple on their skin. The man lost patience and was about to leave. Blue Silk Row quickly said, if you won't do this simple job, then return the silver note to me. Impossible. The people we send out are all dead. This money is for their burial, he replied. Blue Silk Row's eyes flashed with anger. Their deaths are their own fault. If you don't send someone to kill Lan Xiu again, then return the silver note to me. The man drew his sword and pressed it against Blue Silk Row's neck. Who do you call useless? Huh? Blue Silk Row trembled. What? Your assassin guild is so untrustworthy? You can't kill the target, and now you're trying to kill the employer. The man retracted his sword and snorted coldly. Let's forget about this job. Since you're a former employer, I'll let you off this time for your reckless words. After speaking, he leapt out of the window. Blue Silk Row looked furious. She grabbed a nearby teacup and suddenly threw it to the ground with a loud smash. The cup shattered, tea splashed everywhere, and shards scattered across the floor. She looked at the mess on the ground, but her anger only grew hotter. Trash. Why are you so stubborn? Thinking of what the man just said, Blue Silk Row's gaze swept coldly over Poetry 1 and calligraphy. She coldly ordered, go spread the news. Say that Lan Xiu disregards her honor and virtue, travels 1,000 miles to chase after a man, and falsely claims she's praying for her deceased mother at the Guardian Temple. It's ridiculous. She even uses her mother's name as a cover. Poetry win, and calligraphy quickly responded and hurried away, afraid that if they delayed, they would face another beating. Not long after, Blue Yuan entered and saw the broken porcelain on the ground. He frowned. Sister, why are you so angry? Brother, do you need something? Give me 1,000 taels of silver. I plan to go to Tianxiang Tavern to recite poetry with my friends, Blue Yuan said casually, unaware of how his words stirred a storm in Blue Silk Rose's heart. Her eyes instantly darkened like water. She stared fiercely at Blue Yuan and said angrily, Where do I get silver? When Mother was bedridden. Where were you? Mother just recently was laid to rest, and now you're going to recite poetry with your friends? Blue Yuan frowned slightly, seeming displeased by the sudden question. My mother is bedridden. I went to the south with my classmates. I didn't receive the letter in time, so I didn't know what happened to her. Humph. Now that she's gone, you're already thinking of fooling around with your drunken friends. Blue Lingru's sharp voice was like a knife, each word squeezed out from her teeth. I have no money. Blue Yuan's face darkened. He swung his sleeve and strode out of the room, leaving behind a sentence. If I don't give it, I won't. Blue Lingru watched her brother's back as he left, her heart overwhelmed with despair like a rising tide. After their mother was buried, her brother returned but never showed any concern. The bumps on her body grew more numerous, a sign of her inner fear and hopelessness. She hugged herself tightly, tears falling like broken pearls, her crying echoing through the empty house, full of sadness and despair. Lan Xia, I want you to die, she shouted, each word filled with deep hatred and unwillingness. Blue Yuan stormed out of the Lingbao courtyard, stopping in his tracks. Wasn't his sister usually gentle and kind? Why is she acting like a madwoman today? Could it be that the death of their mother hit her too hard? A servant nearby asked, Second young master, are you going to Tianxiang Tavern? Blue Yuan kicked the servant. Go where? I'm not going. He thought about going to the steward to get some silver notes. The steward said there was no money in the estate. Even their mother's funeral expenses and all costs were paid with a silver from the guardian duke's estate. All the gifts received had been taken by his father. He didn't expect the estate to be so poor now. His sister hadn't received any money and was also upset. Blue Yuan turned and headed toward the old lady's quiet courtyard, believing she would give him some silver since she loved him very much. Li Mama came in and said, Old lady, second young master is here. The old lady's eyes lit up. Quick, let Yuaner come in. Yes, Li Mama hurried out. Second young master, the old lady wants you to come in. Blue Yuan entered, bowed, and said, Grandmother, I have come to see you. Good, good, good. Yuaner, come and sit. The old lady sat on a carved rosewood chair, her eyes showing tiredness and helplessness. She sighed softly and said, Yuan, when someone dies, they can't come back. Don't be too sad about your mother's passing. Lan Yuan's voice was a little choked as he replied, It's my fault for not being filial. My mother was bedridden, and I wasn't there to show my respect. His eyes looked slightly red, as if he was truly upset about his mother's death. The old lady waved her hand gently, trying to comfort him. You can't blame Yuan. You traveled outside and didn't receive the family news in time, so you didn't know what was happening at home. Lan Yuan wiped away an imaginary tear and changed the subject. Grandmother, I went out with a friend to talk about something. It's just that I don't have much money right now. His eyes showed a bit of awkwardness and embarrassment. Hearing this, the old lady's expression became serious. She turned to Li Mama standing nearby and said, Go get the box from the dressing table. Li Mama quickly responded and left. Soon, she returned holding a box and respectfully placed it on the nearby tea table. The old lady tremblingly opened the box and took out a silver note worth 500 taels. Yuan, I don't have much silver left. Take this 500 taels to help you in an emergency. Lan Yuan frowned. Grandmother, how could the house be robbed? The Shuntian prefecture's officials haven't found any clues yet. The old lady sighed again, her eyes full of helplessness. No clues, and we don't know where the thief came from. They stole everything from the warehouse. She put the silver note into Lan Yuan's hand and said earnestly, Yuan, spend it carefully. Our household, well, Today is different from before. Lan Yuan nodded and put the silver note into his pocket. Grandmother, I won't bother you anymore. Rest well. The old lady nodded, and Lan Yuan stood up, bowed, and left quickly. He stepped out of the Marquis' residence and headed straight to Tianxiang restaurant. He paused, turned around, and saw Zhu Zhai and Yuan Di walking quickly toward him. Brother Lan, my condolences, Zhu Zhai said softly, offering some comfort. Yuan Di patted Lan Yuan's shoulder and said generously, Brother Lan, come on, let's go have a few drinks. Brothers like us will drink to forget our worries. Lan Yuan nodded and followed the two into Tianxiang restaurant. The waiter, noticing them, immediately came forward with a big smile. Gentlemen, please come inside. Zhuozhi waved his hand. Second brother, arrange a private room for us. The young waiter responded promptly and led them upstairs to a tastefully decorated room. After Yuan Di sat down, he waved his hand. Bring out the best food and wine from Tianxiang restaurant. The waiter left and soon returned with plates of delicious dishes and several pots of fine wine, placing them on the table. Yuan Di picked up the wine pot, poured a glass for Lan Yuan, and smiled. Brother Lan, cheers. Lan Yuan raised his glass, clinking it with Yuan Di's and Zhuozhi's, making a clear sound. Cheers. The three of them said together and drank their wine. At first, Lan Yuan pretended to be sad, but after a few drinks, he started talking more freely.
Yuan Di chuckled mysteriously.
Brother Lan, you've been traveling so long and haven't come back. You don't know, at Lichuan Court, the top singer played a tune that was truly wonderful. I've never heard anything so beautiful before. Zhuozhi nodded in agreement. Yes, the girls at Lichuan Court are not only good at playing the zither but also skilled in martial arts. He winked at Lan Yuan with a mischievous smile. Lan Yuan waved his hand. If you want to go, go ahead. My mother just passed away, and I'm in mourning. I won't go to places like that. Yuan Di flicked his sleeve lightly. Forget it, forget it. Today, I invited Brother Lan out just to drink until we drop. Come on, cheers. He raised his glass and gently clinked it with Lan Yuan's. Zhuozhi suddenly left his seat and moved to the window. He leaned against it and spoke slowly. Life is like a dream. When the flowers fade and fall, we all return to dust. Though we live in the mortal world, we often hold lofty ambitions, using brush and ink to express our feelings and poetry and wine to send our emotions. Holding the wine pot in one hand and gently swirling his cup in the other, Zhuozhi's gaze casually drifted to the street below. After a moment, he smiled. Brother Lan, isn't that your older brother? Lan Yuan was startled. He stood up and slowly moved to the window, his eyes sharp as he looked at the person on the street. He said slowly, Brother Zhua, Brother Yuan, next year's imperial exam, my older brother is confident and determined to succeed. Yuan Di leaned forward, looked down carefully, then retracted his head and patted Lan Yuan's shoulder. He smiled. Brother Lan, when it comes to talent, you're not inferior to your older brother. I, Yuan Di, believe in you. Blue Yuan's eyes narrow slightly, and a cold smile curves his lips. He gestures for the two to come closer and whispers a few words. Zhu and Yuan exchange a surprised look, a hint of doubt flashing in their eyes. They ask in unison, Brother Lan, are you sure about this? Blue Yuan's gaze is firm, with a hint of ruthlessness. He nods slightly. Seeing this, the two reply together, All right. The three leave the Tianxiang Inn and follow deep into the night. After Blue Shenyi and his friends part ways, he turns to Mu Yi and says, Mu Yi, Grandma hasn't been feeling well lately. Please buy some cakes from Rui Fong to bring back to her. Mu Yi responds and goes off. Blue Yuan and the others exchange quick glances, then step forward together. They hit Blue Shenyi with a stick, knocking him out. Blue Shenyi feels a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Then everything goes black. Yuan Di and Zhu Zhi help him to a nearby alley, then throw him to the ground. Soon, they start hitting and kicking him. Blue Shenyi, unconscious, groans in pain. After a long while, they stop. Blue Yuan looks at Blue Shenyi, who is barely breathing on the ground, and sneers. He raises his stick and strikes Blue Shenyi's leg hard. Blue Shenyi groans in pain. Oh, brother. The Duke of Wu's estate has me. As for you, Dreaming about passing the imperial exams next year? Dream on. Blue Yuan beckons, and the others leave the alley. At the street corner, Mu-yi carries a delicate box of cakes. He looks back, scanning the crowd but doesn't see his young master. Mu-yi scratches his head and weaves through the busy market, muttering, "Where has my young master gone?" Mu-yi, holding a box of fine cakes, reaches a quiet alley. Suddenly, he hears lively voices and constant chatter. Curious, he quickens his steps and follows the sound. Pushing through the crowd, Mu-yi's heart tightens at the sight before him. In the alley, a person lies quietly on the cold ground, clothes in disarray, blood-stained. The style of the clothes is very familiar to Mu-yi. A bad feeling rises in his heart. He hurried forward and, upon seeing the person's face, is struck like lightning. The cake box in his hand drops to the ground with a clatter. Young master, what happened to you?" Would Yi's voice trembled as he hurriedly knelt down, carefully carrying their young master, Lan Shinai, on his back. His step staggered as he rushed toward the nearest pharmacy, by Chao Tang. Doctor. Inside by Chao Tang, Dr. Chi looked up at the sound. He saw Wood Yi carrying Lan Shinai, covered in blood, rushing inside. "Hurry, carry him into the inner room," Dr. Chi said with a serious look, standing up to guide him. Wood Yi followed his instructions, gently placing Lan Shinai on a small bed inside the room. Dr. Chi sat down nearby, gently feeling Lan Shinai's wrist to check his pulse. After a moment, he shook his head, looking even more worried. "His injuries are too serious," he said coldly, making Wood Yi's heart sink. He tightly grabbed Dr. Chi's sleeve, begging, "Doctor, please save our young master." "You must save him." Dr. Chi sighed softly and began to treat Lan Shinai's wounds. Carefully removing his shirt, he gently wiped away the blood while speaking slowly. "How did he get hurt like this?" "His other injuries are manageable. With rest, he'll recover. But these legs, someone used force to break them. The bones are shattered. In the future, what?" Wood Yi was struck like lightning, standing frozen in place. He couldn't believe his ears. How could the young master's legs be hurt? He grabbed Dr. Chi's hand again, almost begging, "Doctor, please save our young master. His legs can't be harmed. He still needs to take the imperial exams." Dr. Chi shook his head helplessly, a trace of regret in his eyes. "I'm powerless. You should find someone more skilled." Those words felt like the final judgment, sinking Wood Yi's heart into an abyss. He looked at the unconscious young master, tears welling up but holding back from falling. Wood Yi carried his young master, Lan Shinai, in a hurry toward the Duke of Protectorate's residence. "What's going on?" Duke Yun Jintian arrived quickly after hearing the news. Seeing Lan Shinai's pale face on the bed, he frowned. "Father, the guard said that Ye was waiting for him to buy pastries on the street today. But when he returned, Ye was gone." After searching anxiously, he finally found Ye in an alley, barely alive. The young servant quietly said, "I immediately carried the young master to Baichao Hall to see the doctor. The doctor said that the injuries on the young master are not the most serious. The most important thing is that the young master's legs were broken by someone using heavy force." The Duke of Protectorate's face grew darker upon hearing this. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "Bring me my token. Go to the Imperial Hospital immediately and ask the head doctor to come here personally." Soon, the head doctor of the Imperial Hospital was hurriedly summoned. After a careful examination, he looked serious and told everyone, "Young Master Lan's leg bones are badly broken. It might be difficult to recover in the future." The Duke of Protectorate's face darkened further. He asked in a low voice, "Master Su, is there any way to heal my grandson's leg?" The head doctor shook his head. "The fracture is very serious. I am powerless to do anything. I can only prescribe some painkillers." The Duke of Protectorate sighed. "Thank you, Master Su." After finishing, Master Su began treating Lan Shanya's injuries. Once bandaged and given medicine, he left the Duke's residence. The Duke looked at Yun Yongman. "Old Master, send someone to find out who harmed Year like this." Yun Yongman quickly responded, "Yes, Father." I will send people to investigate right away. We must catch the culprit and bring him to justice. Suddenly, a faint moan broke the quiet night. Lan Shunyi was just waking up groggily from the pain. He looked around with a pained face. What happened to me? The Duke of Protectorate turned his head quickly, his eyes full of concern and worry. He walked softly to the bed.
Ayer is awake.
Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lan Shunyi endured the pain and frowned. It hurts. Grandfather, why am I here? Why does my whole body hurt? As he spoke, he tried to lift his weak body, but he was terrified to find his legs were limp and weak. He couldn't move them at all. His face turned pale instantly, and he exclaimed in panic, My legs. My legs. Why can't I move them? Seeing this, the Duke of Protectorate's heart sank. He gently patted Lan Shunya's shoulder and sighed. Year, did you see who hurt you? Lan Shunya's eyes were empty and confused, as if all color had drained from his face. I don't know. I only felt a pain at the back of my neck, then everything went black. I don't remember anything. Rest well, Year. Grandfather will find a way to heal your legs. At this moment, the old lady and others hurried over. As soon as they entered, they saw Lan Shunyi lying weakly on the bed, feeling very sad. The old lady quickly walked to the bedside, gently touching Lan Shunyi's face with concern. Who hurt you so badly, Yuer? Lan Shunyi still had a blank look in his eyes and said nothing. The old lady's eyes turned red with emotion. She comforted him. Yuer, you should stay here and rest well. Grandma will find the best doctor to treat you. However, Lan Shunyi's mood was very low. He whispered, I want to go back to the Marquis' residence. The Duke of Protectorate nodded. All right, I will send someone to take you back. Yuer, don't worry. Grandpa will find a way to heal your legs. Back at the Marquis' residence, Lan Shunyi sat silently by the window, staring blankly outside. His heart was full of despair and helplessness. His legs were injured, which meant he couldn't take the imperial exams next year. For someone full of ambition like him, this was a deadly. Young master. Mu-Yi brought medicine forward. Lan Shunyi suddenly knocked the medicine onto the ground, his eyes red. He forcefully hit his legs and muttered, They're useless. My legs are broken. I can't take the exams next year. Yuer, I can't protect you anymore. Young master, please don't do this. Don't think like that. You still have many injuries. I will have someone make medicine for you right away. After speaking, Mu-Yi hurried out to ask the servant to prepare the medicine. Lan Yuan came in and called out, Brother. Mu-Yi whispered, Second young master. The young master is injured. No one is allowed to see him right now. Lan Yuan's eyes flashed with a barely noticeable smile. He slowly stepped forward and pretended to be surprised. Who could have hurt brother like this? Lan Shunyi weakly said, I'm tired. Second brother, go back. Mu-Yi, send second young master out. Hearing this, Mu-Yi quickly stepped forward and gestured politely. Second young master, please leave now. Lan Yuan nodded. All right. Rest well, big brother. After saying that, he strode out of the room. Once back in his own courtyard, he saw his sister, Lan Lingru, sitting in the yard. Seeing her brother return, Lan Lingru quickly stood up. Brother, where did you go? Why did you come back so late? Blue Yuan smiled softly and said, I didn't go anywhere. I just heard that my older brother was hurt, so I came to see him. Lan Lingru was surprised and quickly asked, Your older brother was hurt. How badly? Blue Yuan slowly sat down opposite his sister. He's quite badly hurt. It seems both his legs are useless now. Lan Lingru's face suddenly showed a strange smile. She smiled so brightly, yet it was chilling. Really? That's wonderful. Blue Yuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Are you very happy, sister? Lan Lingru's laughter suddenly stopped, replaced by wild, crazy laughter. Brother, I hate Lan Xia. It's her fault I look like this now. Of course I'm happy. I wonder how Lan Xia would react if she knew Lan Shunyi was like this. I can't wait to see. Watching her sister's twisted face, Blue Yuan felt a strange coldness in his heart. He had never seen her look so fierce, as if hatred had completely taken over her soul. Lan Lingru continued, Brother, I've become like this because of Lan Xie. And our mother. She was fine, then suddenly paralyzed in bed. I suspect it was also Lan Xie's doing. Hearing this, Blue Yuan frowned deeply. Isn't Lan Xie usually obedient to you and mother? How could she suddenly do such things? Lan Lingru shook her head, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. Brother, you don't know. Recently, Lan Xie not only ruined my innocence, but also caused mother to be paralyzed. All of this is her fault. Lan Xie's fault. At this point, Lan Lingru's emotions grew more intense, as if she wanted to pour out all her hatred at once. Blue Yuan's face was cold, and a sharp coldness flickered in his eyes. After hearing his sister's tearful story about how Lan Xie had bullied her, each word felt like a sharp knife cutting through his calm heart. Lan Xie actually bullied Roer like this. I should have just killed Lan Xinai instead of hurting him. Lan Lingru was stunned by his words, tears in her eyes as she looked at her brother. Brother, did you do this? Blue Yuan nodded. Roer, don't cry. I will avenge you. When Lan Xie returns, I will not let her go. On the other side, Lan Lingru returned to her courtyard. The gentle, fragile look on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold, crazy smile. She stood by the window, looking at the moon outside, thinking to herself, if Blue Xie knew that her brother's legs are now useless, I wonder how she would feel. Haha, her laughter echoed in the night sky, carrying a twisted sense of joy and revenge. Meanwhile, far at the relay station, Crown Prince Mo Yufeng rubbed his sore shoulders and complained, I'm exhausted. Let's rest here today and set out early tomorrow. His tone was a bit impatient. Mo Jichong frowned slightly and reminded him, Crown Prince, if we deliver the disaster relief food late, the people might rebel. Will the little imperial uncle blame us then? Mo Yufeng waved dismissively. No rush for now. I'm sure the little imperial uncle has his own way. The dilemma of Mo Liyuan and Blue Xie's clever planned 10 days passed quickly. The letter in Mo Liyuan's hand felt like it carried a heavy burden, making his expression complicated and hard to read. He sighed softly and said to the person next to him, Tian-yi, send a message back. Tell old Yao to check Blue Xinia's legs. His injury can't be delayed. Tian-yi nodded to obey, but hesitated, as if remembering something. He asked nervously, Master, the Crown Prince and the Grand Prince are bringing disaster relief supplies. They are traveling slowly, stopping and starting. By tomorrow, our food will be gone. What should we do? Mo Liyuan's eyes narrowed, showing a firm decision. Haven't the nearby granaries been stocked? Tian-yi sighed bitterly. Master, there are no granaries nearby. Last time, most of the food from the surrounding counties was sent here. Now, there's nowhere left to store more. At this moment, a secret guard hurried in, looking anxious. Master, you should go see. The princess consort somehow got a large amount of noodles. The people are happily eating them. Mo Liyuan stood up quickly and strode out of the tent. The scene before him made his heart feel mixed. People sitting together, holding steaming bowls of noodles, their faces full of rare smiles. Tian-yi was shocked.
Wow.
What's going on? Mo Liyuan was very familiar with this smell. He quickly headed toward Blue Xie's tent. Meanwhile, inside Blue Xie's tent, the system spoke. You said that when the hidden task is triggered, I changed instant noodles for these hungry people to eat and fill their stomachs. Would there be a reward? What kind of reward? Blue Creek Yu's voice carried a hint of anticipation. The system said that if she didn't complete the hidden task, she would be struck by lightning. Anyway, Blue Creek Yu felt sorry for these common people. She could earn points every day. Although she hated spending points, seeing how pitiful the people were, she decided to exchange her points for their sake. The system's mechanical and cold voice sounded, reward the host with a box of broken bone black jade ointment. Hearing this, Blue Creek Yu's face suddenly changed, looking stunned as if struck by lightning. No, system, I've used up all my points from these days, buying so many instant noodles. And now you give me this? What is it? The system replied vaguely, Host, this will be useful to you. No, system, are you joking? What can I do with this broken bone black jade ointment? Just then, Mo Lian entered the room. "Where?" Blue Creek you looked at Mo Lian, feeling very wronged. She immediately ran to him and threw herself into his arms.
Boo.
All her points from these days were gone. If they're gone, they're gone. But what really made her angry was that the dog system rewarded her with a useless thing. Mo Lian gently patted Blue Creek Yu's back, his voice deep and magnetic. "What's wrong, Yuer? Who made you upset?" Blue Creek Yu looked up, pouting. "Mo Lian, I love you." Mo Lian's eyes were deep as he looked at her distressed face. He thought to himself, could it be that the dog system is forcing Yuer to earn points again? Recently, he observed carefully, there was no suspicious person around, and Yuer hadn't interacted with strangers. Who exactly is this system? Blue Creek Yu started rambling about earning points again. Mo Lian gently held her and sat beside her. He listened quietly, not disturbing or interrupting. After a long while, Blue Creek Yu finally stopped talking, feeling tired. Mo Lian held her softly and whispered, "Yuer, where did you get so many noodles? I remember the noodles you cooked for me were just like this." Blue Creek Yu looked up and blinked.
Ah.
"I made them appear. I'm amazing, right?" Mo Lian chuckled softly, gently stroking her face. But in his heart, he understood that Yuer was again unwilling to tell him the truth. Well, he had patience. If she didn't want to say, he wouldn't ask. Mo Li Yuan frowned again, hesitating for a moment. Finally, he took out a letter from his and handed it to Lan Xiu. "Yuer, take a look," Lan Xiu muttered. "What is it?" When she saw the contents of the letter, her face instantly changed. Seeing this, Mo Li Yuan quickly comforted her. "Yuer, don't worry. I have already asked Lao Yao to check your brother's leg. He will be fine." Lan Xiu lowered her eyes, feeling mixed emotions. Such a coincidence. She had just obtained the black jade ointment for broken bones, and her brother was already injured and had his legs broken? The system sounded in her mind. "Host, so stop scolding me in your mind. The system shop's products are always top quality." "Humph. Fine. I won't curse you in my mind this time." Anyway, she had cursed the system countless times already. Anyone who dares to hurt her brother, she would take revenge when she returned.
Lan si iwe tai li hu get mo li juan sher net.
"Your Highness." Mo Li Yuan gently covered her lips with his hand, his eyes full of tenderness. "I like it when Yuer calls me by my name, or simply call me Yuan," Lan Shi softly called. "Mo Li Yuan." Mo Li Yuan responded in a deep voice. Because the relief supplies had not arrived on time, Lan Shi spent every day pestering Mo Li Yuan to earn points. She could exchange them for life points and also for instant noodles in the shop. A month passed quickly. The flood in Huilong County finally receded. The once prosperous county was now unrecognizable, with ruins and scars everywhere. Mo Li Yuan immediately ordered the soldiers to build houses for the people. With his command, neighboring counties also became active, bringing materials to help rebuild Huilong County. Before that, Lan Xiu had exchanged a large amount of disinfectant in the shop to disinfect the entire Huilong County. However, the bodies of those who died in the flood, both people and animals, had swollen and emitted a choking stench as they soaked in the water. Decisively, Lan Xiu ordered people to move all the bodies to the foot of Qingshan Mountain. They dug 2 large pits, separating the bodies of the people from those of the animals, and buried them. Initially, this decision was met with strong opposition from the villagers, who did not want their loved ones' remains to be burned to ashes. Lan Xiu patiently explained to the villagers, "Dear villagers, I understand your pain.
Please listen to me.
If these bodies are not burned and disposed of promptly, bacteria can grow, leading to an outbreak of disease. By that time, I fear more people will suffer misfortune. Our actions are to help the deceased find peace, and to allow the living to safely get through this disaster." The villagers listened in silence for a long time, then finally agreed with tears to Lan Xia's decision. That day, at the foot of Qingshan Mountain, black smoke billowed, and flames shot into the sky. The villagers gathered nearby, watching tearfully as the fire consumed the bodies, their loved ones and friends. It burned for 3 days until the smoke cleared. The villagers carried dirt to cover the graves, piling up a high mound, and set up a tombstone. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed quietly. In Huilong County, a place once ravaged by floods, life gradually returned to normal. The mud was thoroughly cleaned up, and new houses rose from the ruins like spring bamboo shoots, full of vitality. Lan Xie sat in the main hall of the county office, looking at Mo Lian nearby. Mo Lian, you said the Crown Prince and the Grand Prince were escorting relief supplies here? It's been almost 2 months. Why haven't they shown up yet? Tian whispered, Princess, the secret guards report they have 1 more day's journey. Lan Xie sneered, are they turtles? Don't they know what's happening here? Why are they so slow? Seeing Lan Xie's anger, Mo Lian's eyes narrowed. It's thanks to you. Without you, the villagers might not have lasted until now. Hearing this, Lan Xie pouted proudly. Of course. Otherwise, when the relief supplies arrive, the villagers would have starved to death. At this moment, Lan Xie suddenly changed the subject and said to Tian and others, Tian, Chu Chun, and Chuxia, you two step outside. I have something private to tell Mo Lian. Tian and the others understood and politely left, closing the hall door gently. Now only Lan Xie and Mo Lian remained inside. What does Yuer want to tell me? Lan Xie looked at Mo Lian with a clever smile. Close your eyes. You can't open them until I tell you to. Mo Lian was slightly surprised but obediently closed his eyes. Seeing this, Lan Xie waved her sleeve, and suddenly, a large amount of gold, silver, jewelry, calligraphy, paintings, and antiques appeared out of thin air in the hall. Blue Creek looked at the belongings and cleared her throat. Mo Liyuan, you can open your eyes now. Mo Liyuan slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him seemed like a dream. Inside the hall, piles of gold, silver, and jewelry shone brightly, and antique paintings and calligraphy were arranged neatly. Mo Liyuan's voice carried a hint of surprise. He looked at Blue Creek beside him. Blue Creek said seriously, Mo Liyuan, the time hasn't come yet. I can't tell you everything, and you must not ask. Mo Liyuan was surprised for a moment, then nodded. All right, I won't ask. Blue Creek nodded with satisfaction. She gently brushed her fingers over the gold and silver jewelry. These treasures and antiques have the dark guards take them to sell for silver notes. Although the rebuilding of Long County is almost done, many people still have no homes. Hearing this, Mo Liyuan frowned. I don't know where you got so much gold and silver, but you should keep it. The court has disaster relief funds. I know, but keeping these won't help. It's better to exchange them for silver and do practical things for the people. Mo Liyuan looked at Blue Creek and smiled, nodding. All right, I will have someone sell all of these for silver. The silver we get, I will send it all to Yuer. Great. No one is foolish enough to dislike having more money. These are useless to keep taking up space. It's better to exchange everything for silver notes, which are more practical. Prince, you handle it. I'm going to the kitchen to make some cooling soup. After speaking, Blue Creek turned and left. Mo Liyuan watched her figure walk away, then withdrew his gaze. He looked quietly at the pile of gold, silver, and jewelry in the hall and called out. Tiani entered upon hearing the call. Seeing the scene before him, he was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. This, mistress. Where did these come from? Mo Liyuan coldly glanced at Tian. Tian immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak. Mo Liyuan said calmly, have someone take all these items to Chilua Pavilion and exchange them for silver notes. Chilua Pavilion is the largest pawnshop in Dongyao Kingdom, with branches in almost every county. Hearing this, Tian quickly summoned many dark guards. Soon, they carefully moved the jewelry, antiques, and calligraphy. Master, these antiques and paintings are the stolen items from the Wuguo Marquis warehouse a while ago. Some of them even bear the mark of the Wuguo Marquis. Mo Liyuan narrowed his eyes, sharp as a hawk's. The treasury of the Marquis of Wu's estate was robbed, causing an uproar throughout the city, yet no one knows who the thief is. And now, Yuer can suddenly produce so many valuable things. It seems her secrets are far more than I imagined. In the kitchen, Lan Xia stood before the stove, her forehead covered in fine sweat and her cheeks slightly flushed. It was clear she was not used to the heat. Seeing this, Chu Chun said with concern, "Miss, it's so hot in here. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you." Lan Xia shook her head gently, a faint smile on her lips. "No need. You can both go out." Chu Chun and Chu Xia exchanged puzzled looks. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xia couldn't help but ask, "Miss, what are you doing? Let me stay and help." Lan Xia waved her hand. "No need. Go out, and don't come in unless I call you." The two maids left the kitchen, glancing back several times, full of confusion. Outside, they looked at each other, still puzzled. Isn't Miss afraid of the heat? Why is she so determined to cook by herself today? And she won't even let us help, Chu Xia said, frowning deeply. Chu Chun shook her head, equally confused. I don't understand either. What is Miss planning this time? Inside the kitchen, Lan Xia stared at the floating system interface and softly said, "Exchange for ice and ingredients for sour plum juice." As soon as she spoke, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Exchange successful. 200 points deducted. The host now has 5,000 points remaining. She had earned quite a few points recently, though most had already been spent. Still, 5,000 wasn't bad. The system had taken a good portion, and she had used the rest to exchange for instant noodles. She thought of the strange old man who still hadn't shown any sign of waking, and her heart grew heavy. And her brother. "Brother, wait for me. When I return, I'll heal your legs." Lighting the firewood, Lan Xia began to brew the sour plum juice. After half an hour, it was ready. She poured it into a basin to cool naturally. Then she added the ice cubes and scooped a bowl to taste. The chilled sour plum drink was cool and refreshing, perfectly balanced between sweet and sour. The moment it touched her lips, the summer heat seemed to fade away, leaving her feeling calm and content. She nodded with satisfaction and softly called, "Chu Chun, Chu Xia, come in." Chu Xia and Chu Chun entered upon hearing her. When they saw the sour plum soup on the table, Chu Xia couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, miss, is this sour plum soup? In the current Huilong County, everything was in chaos. Where did miss get the ingredients?" But the two girls wisely didn't ask more. Lan Shi wiped the sweat from her forehead, scooped a large bowl of sour plum soup, and said, These, you and an E and the others each have a bowl." After speaking, she carried the sour plum soup and left. Entering the main hall, it was empty now. The gold and silver jewelry had already been taken away by Tian E and the secret guards.
Montag li Yuan var sitting quietly.
Lan Xiu approached, placed the sour plum soup on a side table, took a small bowl, and handed it to him. "Here, try my homemade chilled sour plum soup. It will quench your thirst." Emoli Yuan took the bowl, tasted a sip, and said, not bad." After that, he finished the bowl in a few sips and then poured another. Lan Shi was nearby, continuing her score-boosting mode, drinking sour plum soup whenever she felt thirsty. After earning 1,000 points, her total points reached 6,000. After a simple dinner, Lan Shi took a bath and changed clothes. She blew out the candles early and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, a shadow like a ghost suddenly entered Lan Shi's room. Lan Shi suddenly opened her eyes, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. She jumped out of bed quickly, grabbed a coat nearby, and put it on. Just as she was about to make a move, a weak but familiar voice sounded. "Xiaoyu." Lan Shi paused, confused. "Dongfang Ming?" Dongfang Ming staggered to the table and sat down. "Xiaoyu, you're really cautious. If I had spoken a little later, I might be lying here now." Lan Shi went over and quickly lit the candle on the table. The flickering candlelight revealed Dongfang Ming's pale face and the fresh blood still seeping from his chest.
Lan Si sợ bờ đau phu đau tai li.
"Why are you so badly hurt? Who hurt you?" Dongfang Ming forced a smile and said, "Xiaoyu, sorry to bother you so late." "Are you angry?" Lan Shi glared at him irritably. "Stop smiling. It's uglier than crying. You're hurt so badly, and you still have the mood to joke?" Lan Shi walked to the bed, turned her back to him, fiddled for a while, then carried a bulging bundle over. Inside her bag were silver needles, medicinal herbs, and other healing items she took from her space. Hold on a bit. I'll clean your wound first. Lan Xia unbuttoned Dongfang Ming's shirt, revealing a fierce-looking wound. She began cleaning it. She took out a luminous pearl and shined it on his injury. Lan Xia held a sharp surgical knife. She glanced at Dongfang Ming and said coldly, "Hold still." Dongfang Ming's face was pale, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. He swallowed hard, with a teasing look in his eyes. "Hey, Xiaoyu, look at me. I'm so pitiful. Are you planning to give me another cut?" Lan Xia didn't stop her actions but looked sharper. "Shut up. If you bother me, I might accidentally cut you somewhere else. Hold still and don't move." As soon as she finished speaking, she made a neat cut on his chest with the surgical knife. Blood immediately flowed out. Dongfang Ming tensed from the pain, sweat running down his face. Lan Xia quickly took tweezers and carefully grabbed the arrowhead inside his chest, pulling it out little by little. Her movements were steady and precise. Luckily, the arrowhead wasn't stuck in a blood vessel, or the treatment would be even more difficult. After some time, the arrow was finally fully removed. Lan Xia quickly took some medicinal powder and sprinkled it evenly over the wound. Then she used a clean cloth to carefully wipe away the blood around it. Once everything was ready, she began stitching up Dongfang Ming's wound. Throughout the process, Dongfang Ming endured the pain, sweating coldly and biting his lip.
Hey, Xiao.
"Xiaoyu, can't you just give me some anesthetic like Ma Fei-san?" Lan Xia simply replied. "No, it was late at night. Who had time to prepare anesthetic for him? Then you could use silver needles to seal my pain points." Ugh. He just finished speaking and winced from the pain, taking a deep breath. Lan Xia's hands kept working without pause. She continued treating his wound and said, "Dongfang Ming, aren't you very tough? Who hurt you?" Dongfang Ming forced a bitter smile. "Haha, I was careless. What's wrong? Does Xiaoyu feel sorry for me?" Blue Creek Yu gently increased her grip, and Dongfang Ming gasped sharply. "Ouch, little Yu, be gentle." At that moment, outside the door, Mo Liyuan's face was dark and serious. He stared tightly at the closed door, not moving at all. Nearby, Tian-yi, an E, and an heir also looked nervous. They exchanged glances and secretly thought, "Oh dear, the princess is doing what? The master is very angry right now, very angry." Dongfang Ming sensed the presence at the door and deliberately shouted loudly, "It hurts. Little Yu, be gentle." Blue Creek Yu gave him a strange look. "You're a man. How can you be afraid of pain?" "Fine, I'll be gentle. You speak softly and don't make noise." A sly smile appeared in Dongfang Ming's eyes.
What?
"Little Yu is afraid someone will hear." Blue Creek Yu glared at him. "Enough, shut up." Seeing this, Dongfang Ming's laugh grew brighter. "All right, I'll listen to Little Yu." Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a bang. Mo Liyuan stormed in like a gust of wind, his eyes deep and intense, staring fixedly at Blue Creek Yu. She felt a sharp sting in her heart, and her hand trembled. Seeing this, Dongfang Ming frowned slightly but couldn't help but let out a hiss. Blue Creek Yu stopped her movements, slowly turned her head, and saw Mo Liyuan standing at the door full of fierce energy. She felt a bit guilty and nervous. Well, he's hurt. He looked pained and shouted, "Little Yu, I have a headache." Blue Creek Yu turned around and glared at Dongfang Ming, thinking, what is my brother doing at this moment? However, Dongfang Ming smirked at Mo Liyuan with a teasing look. "Little Yu, I have a headache." His smile carried a teasing tone, as if deliberately provoking Mo Liyuan. Mo Liyuan's gaze grew colder. He released a burst of internal energy, and Blue Creek Yu felt a powerful force pulling her toward Mo Liyuan. Dong Fongming suddenly released his inner strength, rushing straight at Lan Xiyu. Lan Xiyu felt the pull of two forces, her body slightly swayed, and she couldn't help but feel speechless. She angrily said, "Dong Fongming, stop. I just said something, and you forget? Do you want the wound I just stitched to open again?" Hearing this, a pale smile appeared on Dong Fongming's face. "All right, I'll listen to little you." After saying that, he slowly withdrew his hand. Lan Xiyu quickly threw herself into Mo Lian's arms. Mo Lian lifted her chin and said coldly, "Are you worried about him?" Lan Xiyu was stunned, a bit amused and annoyed. "No, big brother. Why are you jealous? I just don't want my effort to be wasted." If you doesn't say anything, does that mean she agrees? I've said before, you can only have me in her heart and eyes. Since he treats you differently, I will kill him now. After speaking, Mo Lian pulled Lan Xiyu aside without hesitation. In a flash, he attacked Dong Fongming. Seeing this, Dong Fongming was not willing to show weakness. The two quickly started fighting from inside the house to outside.
No. Hey.
"Stop it." Lan Xiyu covered her face. Watching their fierce fight, she felt helpless. Lan Xiyu suddenly appeared in the middle of the two, her body strange and unpredictable. Both Mo Lian and Dong Fongming stopped fighting at the same time. Lan Xiyu looked at the wound on Dong Fongming's chest, which was bleeding again. She was a bit angry. "Fine, I stitched it for nothing. You move aside. Little you move aside. Others are afraid of him, but I'm not," Dong Fongming also said stubbornly. Lan Xiyu glared at Dong Fongming. "Are you crazy?" After saying that, she threw herself into Mo Lian's arms, holding him tightly around the waist. "Mo Lian, I only treated his wound because he was hurt. It's just a wound. Don't be angry." Feeling the softness in her arms, Mo Lian's jealousy gradually faded. He just held her tightly, without saying a word. Dong Fongming looked at the two, his hands clenched tightly, feeling uncomfortable inside. "Does little you like him that much?" Dong Fongming pretended to be pitiful. "Little you, my wound is torn." Lan Xiyu yawned, sounding a little tired. "I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to sleep." Dong Fongming, there's medicine on the table in the room. Take care of it yourself. Just kidding. Now that Mo Lian's anger has finally subsided, she needs to treat Dong Fongming's wound. That guy will definitely be angry again. Mo Lian directly picks up Lan Xie and walks away quickly. Dong Fongming covers his chest, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. "Little you." Mo Lian carries Lan Xie back to the room, walks straight to the bed, and sits down. Lan Xie blinks and says, "Prince, call me by my name." Lan Xie moves slightly, feeling that they're too close right now. Mo Lian, put me down. Seeing that he doesn't move, Lan Xie struggles out of his arms, climbs onto the bed, and keeps some distance from him. Mo Lian, I'm tired." Mo Lian turns over onto the bed, pulls her over, and presses her down. His deep eyes lock onto Lan Xie's gaze. She feels a bit flustered because of his sudden action, her heart pounding like a drum. "Mo Lian, you let me go first." Lan Xie places her hands on his chest, trying to create some space between them. "Yuer." His voice is low and hoarse. Lan Xie feels his breath close to her ear, warm and gentle, making her shiver. Lan Xie responds softly, her eyes flickering, afraid to look directly into his. She secretly thinks, isn't this ancient man quite conservative and old-fashioned? Mo Lian gently strokes her cheek with his finger, then leans in close to her ear and says in a deep, magnetic voice, you belong to me. No one can covet you." Lan Xie feels her ears heat up and her heart beat faster. "Mo Lian, you let me get up first." Lan Xie tries to struggle, but she finds her strength is too weak compared to him. Mo Lian looks into her eyes and says softly, remember, you are mine forever." Lan Xie feels a bit uncomfortable under his intense gaze. "Mo Lian, enough already." "I'm very tired." Mo Lian gently strokes her hair and whispers, "Sleep now. I will stay with you." After speaking, Emolian gently kisses her forehead, then turns over and sits on the edge of the bed. His slender fingers lightly brush the edge of the bed, cool to the touch, but inside, he feels a bit restless. Maybe I should go back. Before she finished speaking, Emolian coldly interrupted, Do you really care so much about Dongfang Ming? Lan Xiu pulled the thin blanket over herself, turned away, and faced the wall. She closed her eyes, ignoring the intense gaze behind her. Inside, she couldn't help but mutter, "Humph.
Who is he?
Is he not tired at this late hour? He's just upset because she took his bed. She was going back to sleep, that's all." She and Dongfang Ming didn't have much between them. Seeing his jealous look, she thought it was pointless to say more, so she simply ignored him. Gradually, sleepiness took over, and her consciousness became fuzzy, her breathing slow and steady. Emolian saw that she hadn't moved for a long time and that her breathing was even, clearly asleep. He felt a faint sense of disappointment. He got up and went to the window, pushed it open, and felt the cool night breeze. It brought a slight chill. He looked up at the night sky, where the moonlight was like water, shining on his shoulders, making his figure look even lonelier. Dongfang Ming, he softly whispered the name, a coldness suddenly appearing in his eyes. The night was dark and quiet, with shadows dancing in the wind. Under the moonlight, Dongfang Ming's figure looked especially lonely. His chest wound was still bleeding, staining his clothes red, but he seemed unaware of the pain. He gazed into the distance with a deep, complex look in his eyes. In a cold, slightly mocking tone, he said, "Dongfang Ming, your trick won't work on the princess. The prince and princess have already gone to rest. Even if you stand here until dawn, it won't change anything." Dongfang Ming remained silent, as if he hadn't heard him. His gaze stayed fixed on the distance, a flicker of pain and frustration in his eyes. At this moment, Pu Nu hurried over. Seeing the blood on Dongfang Ming's chest, he was shocked and exclaimed, "Young master, your wound. Quickly, I will take you to get it treated." He reached out to help him. But Dongfang Ming stood still like a statue, unmoving. Pu Nu was anxious, sweating on his forehead, and raised his voice slightly. "Young master, if you keep like this, your injury will get worse." A cold smile appeared on An Yi's face, with a hint of disdain in his tone. "Dongfang Ming, you think that using this trick will make the princess feel sorry for you? Don't be delusional. The princess only loves the master." Hearing this, Pu Nu's anger flared. He glared at An Yi and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for Lan Xiu, our young master wouldn't be hurt." "Shut up." Oriental Ming coldly interrupted Pu Nu, causing him to fall silent, though he felt sorry for his young master. If not for the young master trying to resolve issues with the elder and the sorcerer's assassins for Lan Xiu, he wouldn't have been so badly injured. At that moment, a cold voice came from across the room. "Yue only loves the king." Oriental Ming narrowed his eyes and saw Emo Lian standing nearby, dressed in a black robe that fluttered slightly in the night breeze. His eyes were cold and filled with possessiveness. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. He sneered, his voice hoarse. "Emo Lian, you better treat her well. If Yue is even a little wronged, I will take her away." Emo Lian's expression darkened, and his tone was icy. "With me here, you have no chance." Hearing this, Oriental Ming smirked coldly, but said nothing. He then suddenly disappeared into the night. Pu Nu saw this and hurried after him, glancing back with a look of anger and frustration. The sun was high in the sky, and sunlight streamed through the window, making the room bright. Lan Xiu groggily opened her eyes. "It's so hot." She suddenly sat up and looked around. The room was empty. She rubbed her aching forehead, feeling confused. "When did I fall asleep last night? I have no memory at all." She looked down at her clothes and saw they were messy. Even her undergarment was exposed. She couldn't help but grimace and think, when did I become so unruly while sleeping? If her body hadn't felt normal, she might have suspected Emo Lian did something inappropriate while she was asleep. Lan Xiu got out of bed, tidied her clothes, and just then, Chun-Chun's voice came from the door. "Miss, are you awake? Come in," she replied lazily, still sounding a bit sleepy. Chun-Chun and Chuxia entered. As soon as they saw her, their eyes twinkled with mischievous smiles. Chuxia placed a copper basin on a nearby shelf, while Chun-Chun went to the bed, tidying it up and smiling softly at Lan Xiyu. Blue Creek felt a bit confused by their strange looks and couldn't help asking, "What are you looking at? Why are you smiling like that?" Early Summer covered her mouth and chuckled softly, teasing, "Miss, last night the prince and the prince." Blue Creek's face darkened. She reached out and lightly tapped Early Summer's forehead. Ouch! Early Summer held her forehead, looking aggrieved. "Miss," Blue Creek turned and sat down at a nearby table. "What are you both thinking?" Early Summer leaned in and whispered, "Miss, you didn't do anything with the Regent King last night." Hearing this, Blue Creek glared at her. "We didn't do anything." "Huh?" Early Summer frowned. If nothing happened, then why did they tell her to wait here to serve, and why did she rest in the Regent King's room last night? Blue Creek rolled her eyes. "What are you talking about?" "I always follow the rules." "Nothing happened before marriage," Early Summer muttered. "If you always follow the rules, you wouldn't have gone to sleep in the Regent King's room in the middle of the night." "Hey, you're asking for a beating." Blue Creek raised her hand, and Early Summer quickly stepped back with a smile. "You're getting bolder, aren't you? Do you think I, miss, am so desperate?" Early Summer waved her hands. No, miss. How could you be so desperate?" It wasn't that she was desperate. Otherwise, she wouldn't be pestering the Regent King with sweet talk every day. "Our miss is so impressive. Many young ladies in the capital admire the Regent King, but they all pretend to be reserved. Yet, none of them can catch the Regent King's eye. Miss, on the other hand, easily won him over. Truly remarkable." Blue Creek stood up and went to wash her face. Early Summer quickly handed her a cloth. Blue Creek took the cloth, wiped her face, finished washing, and sat down nearby. "Where is Mo Liyuan? What is he doing?" Early Spring was combing her hair and replied, "The Crown Prince and the Grand Prince arrived about half an hour ago. The prince went out and specifically told the maids not to wake you, so you could sleep longer. Otherwise, we wouldn't have thought so much." After a while, Early Spring put down the comb. "Miss, it's almost noon. Are you hungry?"
The meal is ready.
"Should I bring it in?" Blue Creek looked out at the blazing sun and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Bring it in." She secretly sighed, thinking that in ancient times there was no air conditioning and it was unbearably hot in summer. Buying ice cubes in the marketplace was a waste of points, and the ice cubes were small. Suddenly, Lan Xia's eyes lit up. She could make ice herself. "Chuxia," Lan Xia turned to call. "Go ask an E to bring back some saltpeter powder." Chuxia hesitated for a moment, scratched her head, and looked at Lan Xia with some confusion. "Miss, what do you want saltpeter powder for?" Lan Xia waved her hand. "Just go, no need to ask so many questions." "Oh." Chuxia thought it was strange, but still turned and left the room to find an E. Chu Chun brought in the food, placing several delicate dishes on the table, along with a bowl of plain porridge in front of Lan Xia. "Miss, have some food first. The weather is hot, so I made some light dishes." Lan Xia nodded, sat at the table, picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, but her appetite was poor. She looked up at the glaring sunlight outside the window, her mind more determined to make ice. Chuxia left the house, looked up at the sky, and then called out, "An E." As soon as she finished speaking, an E appeared silently behind her like a ghost. Chuxia frowned and muttered softly, "Where is he?" "Why?" An E suddenly spoke, his voice deep and abrupt. Startled, Chuxia trembled and quickly turned around, eyes wide.
When
did you get behind me?" "You scared me to death." An E crossed his arms, glanced at her faintly, and a slight smile appeared on his lips, with a teasing tone. "Coward." Chuxia stomped her foot in anger, her cheeks flushing.
You're
the coward. Miss asked you to get some saltpeter powder. Go quickly." Without waiting for a reply, she ran into the house. An E watched her back, his brow furrowing slightly, and muttered softly, What does the princess want saltpeter powder for? He thought for a moment and remembered that recently there was a flood in Long County, so saltpeter powder might be hard to find. But since it was the princess's order, he naturally couldn't ignore it. And he turned and moved swiftly outside the courtyard. With a flick of his hand, a dark guard immediately appeared. And he said in a deep voice, "Go find some saltpeter powder quickly and bring it back." Once again, and he quickly moved back into the shadows. His task with an heir was to protect the princess, staying close at all times. They could easily find some dark guard to handle the sulfur powder. He didn't need to do it himself. Inside the room, Chu Xia entered and saw the young lady leaning lazily on a small bed by the window, looking a bit tired and uninterested. Chu Xia approached and asked, "Miss, haven't you eaten?" Nearby, Chu Chun was tidying up the dishes on the table. Hearing this, he looked up and said, "The lady has no appetite today." She only took a few bites before stopping. Lan Xiu held a folding fan, gently fanning herself. Her brows were slightly furrowed as she softly complained, "This weather is really so hot and annoying." Seeing her like this, Chu Xia quickly picked up a fan nearby and gently fanned her, muttering softly, "Miss, why are you so sensitive to the heat this year? In previous years, I never saw you dislike the heat so much." Lan Xiu closed her eyes, seeming too lazy to speak. She just sighed lightly and said, "Maybe the summer heat is coming earlier this year." "Early? It has just started," Chu Xia thought silently as she fanned her. Chu Chun had already tidied up the dishes. "Miss, if you really can't eat, I can go make some cool mung bean soup to help you beat the heat." Lan Xiu nodded slightly in agreement. Seeing this, Chu Chun turned and went to the kitchen. Meanwhile, under the blazing sun, Mo Yufeng stood on a high platform at the disaster relief grain distribution point, his brows furrowed and his face showing impatience. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said irritably, "Is this a joke? The little prince actually asked me to oversee this, handing out disaster relief grain to these lowly disaster victims? This terrible weather, so hot I can hardly breathe. We've been traveling all day and haven't had a moment to rest, and now we have to stand here in the sun. This is too much." Next to him, Mo Jitsong was also sweating heavily, but he looked calm and advised softly, "Prince, maybe you should go rest first. Let me handle this." Mo Yufeng raised an eyebrow at his words, sneering slightly. "Are you trying to steal my credit?" Mo Jitsong shook his head calmly. "Your Highness, you know me. I don't care about these false titles or fame. The little prince asked us to distribute the relief grain here. If we all go rest now and something goes wrong, when the little prince returns, it will be hard for us to explain." Mo Yufeng snorted coldly and said, "Humph, there are guards watching here. No one dares cause trouble in front of this prince." After speaking, he looked up at the sky, which was already noon, and waved his hand. "It's noon now. Big brother, let's go have lunch and a few drinks." With these guards watching, nothing will happen. Seeing Mo Yufeng turn to leave, Jitsong Mo subtly gave a signal to the crowd and followed him. The people below the high platform had been waiting impatiently. It was very hot, and they were hungry. Standing under the blazing sun, they stared eagerly at the slowly distributed grain, feeling very anxious. People at the back of the line started to get restless. Someone whispered, "The grain is being distributed so slowly. When will it be our turn?" "Yeah, we've been waiting all morning and haven't even had a sip of water. Hurry up with the distribution. We need to go back and cook dinner." The complaints grew louder, and the crowd began to stir. Two guards saw this and immediately stepped forward, shouting sternly, "What are you causing trouble for? Be quiet." The villagers were frightened by the guards' scolding and fell silent, but their dissatisfaction and anxiety remained. They could only continue to endure the heat under the blazing sun, waiting for the relief grain to be handed out. The guards saw the crowd quiet down for the moment and turned to leave. One guard snorted coldly and said to his companion, "The food has been delivered. Let's go have a few drinks. This hot weather is really killing me." At that moment, a ragged man suddenly rushed forward and knelt on the ground, trembling as he begged, "Official, please have mercy. My father is hungry and hot. He's about to die. Please give us some food. Save him. The guard frowned, a hint of impatience in his eyes. He kicked the man and shouted, "Get lost. Stand in line and wait for the grain. If you cause trouble again, your life will be at risk." The man was kicked in the chest and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. He then lay still, with no breath left. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in chaos. Someone shouted, "He's killed. They have food and drink, but they don't care about our lives. Everyone, fight for it. If we don't fight now, there will be no way out." Someone shouted this, and the villagers' anger flared. Some common people did not move. Recently, if it weren't for the regent and the princess, they wouldn't have survived this long. But more and more people started to rush in, even those who were hesitant before joined in. The scene became uncontrollable. The guards saw this and quickly shouted to stop them, but the crowd was too large and ignored their orders. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the guards hurried to report to the crown prince. At that moment, Mo Yufeng and Mo Jichong were having a meal when the guards rushed in and knelt down to report, "Crown Prince, it's bad. The people are fighting over food, and the situation is out of control." Mo Yufeng's face darkened. He suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table and shouted angrily, "How dare they? These troublemakers, given relief food, and they still cause trouble? This is going too far," he coldly ordered. "Go, kill the troublemakers to set an example. I want to see who dares to cause trouble now." "Yes," the guards responded and hurried away. Mo Jichong's eyes flashed with a meaningful smile. He slowly said, "Crown Prince, this might not be a good idea. Killing the people might only make them angrier, and the situation could become even harder to control." Mo Yufeng waved dismissively, full of disdain. "My brother worries too much. They're just common folk. Kill them if needed. Why bother? Does my brother think too highly of them?" Mo Jichong said nothing more, just lowered his head and took a sip of wine, a cold glint in his eyes. After a while, Mo Yufeng, slightly drunk and flushed, staggered to his feet, hiccuped, and mumbled, "I can't go on. I need to sleep for a bit. The wine's got to me." Before he finished, loud footsteps sounded outside. Soon after, several ragged commoners burst in, holding swords and knives taken from the guards. Mo Jichong signaled with his eyes but pretended to be alarmed, shouting, "Crown Prince, watch out." The commoners exchanged glances. One of them gritted his teeth and shouted, "Kill. Revenge for the people who died outside. This dog of a prince doesn't care about our lives. He's here eating and drinking while we suffer. Today, he must pay." They waved their weapons and charged at Mo Yufeng. The drunk Mo Yufeng immediately sobered up. His face changed drastically. He hurriedly stepped back and shouted fiercely, "How dare you? You commoners, try to kill the crown prince.
Guards.
Come quickly." However, the guards outside seemed to be held back by the common people and did not appear for a long time. Mo Yufeng was very frightened. He dodged and angrily cursed, "You rebellious commoners, how dare you defy the heavens? The crown prince, will tear you to pieces." Mo Jitsong stood nearby, a faint smile barely visible on his face. "Prince, be careful." Mo Jitsong quickly stepped forward to help, but his arm was pierced by a sword. Seeing this, Mo Yufeng was both shocked and angry. He shouted, "You fools! You actually hurt." Before he could finish, a sword stabbed into his chest. Mo Yufeng immediately fainted. Mo Jitsong saw the sword in the prince's chest, a smile in his eyes, then covered his arm and ran out shouting, "Someone! Someone! The prince is hurt!" A few people hurried after him. Inside, Annie said, "The princess is in trouble." Lan Shiyu was dozing on the bed when she heard Annie's voice and instantly woke up. "Chuxia, let Annie come in." Chuxia put down her fan and went outside, watching and pacing anxiously at the door. "The princess told you to come in." And quickly entered. Lan Shiyu yawned. "And what's the rush? The prince is injured and unconscious," and he said. Lan Shiyu raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Mo Yufeng is hurt and not waking up? What's going on? What about Mo Liuan?" The master went to check if the Qian River was safe. He wanted the prince and the crown prince to distribute relief grain to the people. But somehow, just now, the guards reported that the people rioted and the prince was stabbed and knocked out. The crown prince was also hurt. Lan Xiu muttered, "The relief grain has arrived." Why did the people riot? Is someone deliberately stirring trouble, or is someone trying to assassinate the prince using the crowd? She looked at Annie. Let's go and see. Lan Xiu stepped into the street, and the scene before her made her heart sink. Her eyes turned cold like frost, as if water could freeze in them. Chuxia and Chuxia couldn't help but gasp in shock, covering their mouths with tears in their eyes, almost crying out. On the street, many common people lay scattered, blood staining the ground. Their hands still tightly clutched the grain. In early spring, she softly sobbed, her voice trembling. How could this happen? How could it be like this? A woman struggled to crawl to Lan Xia's feet, her fingers trembling as she pointed toward a nearby place. Her breath was weak and her words broken. "Princess,
Please.
save my child." Before she finished speaking, she passed away. Lan Xia followed the direction the woman had pointed to before dying, squatted down, and carefully examined the small boy. However, her hand touched him. He was already cold and lifeless. Slowly, Lan Xia stood up, her eyes sweeping over the corpses on the street. Anger surged in her heart. She spoke coldly, her voice sharp like ice. Was this all done by the prince's guards? An undercover guard stepped forward and bowed. "Princess, the secret guards tried to stop it when we arrived, but..." He paused, glancing at the innocent civilians, his voice low. "In the end, we were a bit late. Fortunately, the remaining people have been rescued and settled." A cold light flashed in Lan Xia's eyes. She clenched her fists inside her sleeves, nails digging into her palms. She looked into the distance and said grimly, "Where are the crown prince and the second prince?" The guard raised his hand and pointed to a newly built house not far ahead. He whispered, "Princess, the crown prince and the second prince are currently staying at Puyuan Pavilion." Lan Xia looked in the direction he indicated, her gaze cold as frost. Then she stepped straight toward the new Puyuan Pavilion. As she approached, she saw guards standing guard outside the house, holding swords, alert and cautious. The guard took a step forward and said sternly, "Stand aside. Regent Princess wants to see the crown prince and the second prince." The guards looked at each other in confusion. When did the regent's guards have a princess? Everyone wondered, but dared not act rashly. At that moment, the crown prince's personal guard, Mao Jian, came out from inside the house, speaking unkindly. "Miss Lan, the crown prince is seriously injured and in critical condition. It's not a good time to see you. Please leave and don't cause trouble here." Lan Xia's eyes turned cold. In a flash, she moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Mao Jian. Before he could react, she punched him hard in the right eye, coldly saying, "Your mother's blind like your master? When have I ever bothered your prince? If you dare to talk nonsense again, watch out for your life. Get out of here." Mao Jian grunted and covered his right eye, staggering back in shock. He was terrified. He hadn't even seen how she had attacked. The sharp pain in his right eye made him realize he had really been hit earlier. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain, loudly saying, "Miss Lan, the imperial doctor is treating the crown prince. No one is allowed to disturb. If anything happens to the crown prince because of you, we will all face death." As he finished speaking, the guards around drew their swords, pointing them directly at Lan Xia and others. Seeing this, an E and an heir immediately stepped forward, drawing their swords and protecting Lan Xia in front of them. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Just then, the sound of urgent horse hooves approached from afar. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Imo Lian riding quickly toward them, looking serious and sharp-eyed. He stopped his horse in front of the group, dismounted, and said in a deep but firm voice, "How is the crown prince's condition?" Mao Jian saw this and quickly waved his hand to signal. The guards sheathed their swords and stepped back to the sides. He lowered his head respectfully and replied, reporting to the Regent King, "The crown prince is now unconscious. The attending doctors are doing their best to treat him. but the situation is not good. Emily Yan's eyes were cold as he walked straight to Lan Xia, reaching out his arm to hold her in his embrace. His tone was firm and unquestioning. Move aside. I and the princess need to go in and see him. Hearing this, Mao Jian was shocked. When he looked up, he saw the two of them close and surprised. When did Miss Lan become the regent princess? Not long ago, the crown prince had just shown his feelings and wanted to take her as a side consort of the Eastern Palace. Moreover, there were rumors that Miss Lan had gone to the Guardian Temple to recite scriptures and pray for her late mother. Why was she suddenly here? Seeing Mao Jian stunned, Mo Lian's eyes grew colder, and his voice was as sharp as an icy blade. I said, move aside. I won't say it a third time. Mao Jian snapped out of his shock, quickly sidestepped to clear the way, and dared not speak further. Mo Lian held Lan Xia and strode into the residence. The room was tense. Several imperial doctors were gathered around the crown prince's bed, looking anxious. When Mo Lian and Lan Xia entered, the doctors nearby turned and saw Mo Lian. Their faces changed immediately, and they hurried forward, kneeling on the ground and saying in unison, "Greetings, Regent King." Mo Lian remained calm, walking to the side and sitting down. His gaze swept over the crown prince, whose eyes were tightly closed, and then looked at Emoji, who was also unconscious nearby. He asked, "How are the crown prince and the eldest prince?" The doctors looked at each other, their faces pale as paper. They lowered their heads and dared not meet Mo Lian's eyes. One of the senior imperial doctors, Ju, tremblingly replied, reporting to the regent, "His Highness the Crown Prince has a wound on his chest." The sword's edge was just a hair's breadth away from his heart, and the blade was coated with a deadly poison.
We
are truly helpless. The eldest prince's arm is injured, but it's only a superficial wound, though it is poisoned, which caused him to faint. We have not yet identified the poison. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy, as if the air itself had become thick. Mo Lian glanced sideways at Lan Xia and said, "If the imperial doctors are so useless, Xia, perhaps you should take a look." Lan Xia thought to herself that she wished they would all just die. So many innocent people had suffered and died because of them. Mo Lian seemed to sense what Lan Xia was thinking and softly said, "Mo Yufeng and Mo Jiage must not have any accidents here, or the people of Huilong County cannot bear the wrath of the emperor and empress." Hearing this, Lan Xia's eyes flickered with understanding. Although she was angry about the tragic deaths of the common people, there were still many civilians in Huilong County. She nodded and replied, "I will take a look." She then walked straight to the bedside, gently pulling apart the bandages the doctors had applied to the wound. Mo Lian cast a calm glance at the 5 doctors kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, "Get up." "Thank you, Regent," the 5 doctors stammered as they stood up. When they looked back, they saw Lan Xia uncovering the wound on the crown prince's chest. Their faces showed shock, and they hesitated to speak. They secretly wondered, why is the regent so close to Xia? She's known as a famous flirt in the capital. How could a girl like her treat the prince's wound? But since the regent was present, they dared not say much and could only stand silently to the side, grumbling inwardly. Lan Xia ignored their gazes and focused on examining Mo Yufeng's wound. She gently touched the edge of the wound with her fingertips, her brow furrowing slightly. Then she took out a delicate porcelain bottle from her sleeve, poured a few drops of clear medicinal liquid onto her palm, and applied it to the wound. The medicine seeped into the skin, and Mo Yufeng's breathing gradually steadied. Ju saw this and couldn't help but be surprised. "Miss Lan, His Highness the Crown Prince. Is he all right now?" Lan Xia shot him a glance without saying a word, her tone slightly impatient. "What are you thinking? I've only temporarily suppressed the poison in his body. If we don't find an antidote within 7 days, he will surely die." A few imperial doctors heard this and immediately turned pale, breaking out in cold sweat. Finding an antidote within 7 days? They couldn't even identify what poison the crown prince had. How could they possibly find a cure so quickly? If something happened to the crown prince, they wouldn't survive either. The doctors' bodies trembled with fear. Blue Creek Yu ignored their reactions and turned to Mo Jitsong beside her. She untied the bandage on his arm and carefully examined it. The wound on Mo Jitsong's arm was only a surface injury, and the poison was very mild, staying on the surface and not spreading into his blood. Blue Creek Yu frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. Why was the poison only on the surface and not deeper? Seeing her staring at Mo Jitsong's wound thoughtfully, Mo Li Yuan stepped over quietly and asked in a low voice, "Where, is something wrong?" Blue Creek Yu looked up at him calmly, but with a hint of thoughtfulness. The wound on the Crown Prince's arm has poison only on the surface, not spreading into his blood. That's strange. Ju quickly stepped forward and explained softly, "Regent Miss Lan, you don't know. We previously gave antidote pills to both the Crown Prince and the Crown Prince's older brother. The older brother was less injured, so the antidote probably worked, preventing the poison from spreading. But the Crown Prince's injury was more serious, and the poison had already spread through his blood, so the antidote didn't work." Mo Li Yuan's expression darkened as he looked at Blue Creek Yu. "Yue, do you know what kind of poison they have been poisoned with?" Blue Creek Yu remained calm and slowly said 3 words, "Thousand change poison. Thousand change poison." Ju and the doctors gasped, their eyes wide with shock. Thousand change poison. No wonder they couldn't identify what poison the Crown Prince and his brother had. This deadly toxin was created by a poison doctor who served the king of Carefree years ago. Anyone poisoned by it never survived. It was made from the toxins of 1,000 different deadly insects and poisonous herbs, and only the poison master knew the exact process to make it. Even if they knew it was thousand change poison, without knowing the correct order of the ingredients, attempting to make an antidote would only worsen the situation, possibly killing the Crown Prince faster. That was the most terrifying part of thousand change poison. Ju and the others were overwhelmed with shock, their faces as pale as paper. They never expected the Crown Prince and his brother to be poisoned with such a terrible toxin. What should they do now? Mo Li Yuan's eyes were deep and serious as he looked at Lan Xiyu. His tone carried a hint of gravity. "Yue, do you think you can find the antidote?" Lan Xiyu shook her head calmly, but with a serious look. "Only those who have made the thousand change poison know the order of making the antidote." She paused, then looked at Mo Jitsong with a hint of meaning in her eyes.
Or
perhaps there is already a ready-made antidote. At this moment, Mo Jitsong, who was unconscious, felt a tightness in his heart. How does Lan Xiyu know about the thousand change poison? What does she know? Lan Xiyu's sharp gaze fixed on Mo Jitsong, who was lying on the bed in a deep sleep. The antidote given by the doctor was completely ineffective against the thousand change poison. The poison from the wound entered the bloodstream quickly and spread fast. It was impossible for just an ordinary antidote pill to control it. However, the toxins on Mo Jitsong's wound were only on the surface and had not penetrated into the blood. The only explanation was he had taken the antidote. Otherwise, this could not be explained. Lan Xiyu looked at Mo Jitsong with a meaningful expression.
Montag chi ken kost in vatli.
Even the imperial doctor hadn't identified the thousand change poison. How does Lan Xiyu know about it? Didn't old Fu say that only a few people could identify the poison? Why does this woman Lan Xiyu know? Lan Xiyu walked over and pulled on Mo Li Yuan's sleeve. "Your Highness, let's go outside to talk." Mo Li Yuan nodded, and the two of them left. Several imperial doctors saw them leave, all looking hopeless. What should they do? Outside the room, they entered a pavilion and sat down. Mo Li Yuan looked at Lan Xiyu with deep eyes. "Yue, have you found anything else?" A cold light flashed in Lan Xiyu's eyes as she spoke seriously. The rebellion among the common people and the conflict with the guards. Besides the bodies of the civilians on the street, I wonder if there are any survivors among those involved in the riot? Hearing this, An Yi stepped forward respectfully. "Master, Madam, when our people arrived, they found that the people fighting with the Crown Prince and the Grand Prince's guards were strangers. Although they seemed disorganized, upon closer inspection, all possessed martial skills. These people have been captured by our men along with the guards of the Crown Prince and the Grand Prince. They are now held in the nearby courtyard, guarded by all 3 parties." The other civilians who couldn't fight have either died or fled. Hearing this, Lan Xiyu's eyes flickered with a hint of meaning. She whispered softly, "Strangers with martial skills." It seems this matter is not simple. She looked up at Mo Liyuan and asked, "Prince, those common people were just used. Maybe this whole thing was planned to target Mo Yufeng. When the crown prince has trouble, who benefits the most? Prince Mo Jitsong. Although he usually seems peaceful and has a good relationship with the crown prince, who knows if he's hiding something?" Holding back and waiting for the right moment, Mo Liyuan snorted coldly. His older brother always kept him on guard, but he didn't realize his son was secretly fighting for his position. Lan Xia then told Mo Liyuan about what she had just discovered, including that Mo Jitsong was pretending to be dizzy. Mo Liyuan's eyes flashed with coldness as he thought for a moment. "Tian Air, check if there are any strangers in Huilong County. Arrest anyone suspicious." Tian Air responded immediately. Originally, Mo Liyuan went to check Qianhe River for dangers. Since diverting water from Huilong County to Qianhe River could cause problems if there was a mistake, he hurried back when the dark guards reported the situation. Tian Yi was sent to investigate. "Yuer, let's go see those unfamiliar faces pretending to be common people," Mo Liyuan said as he took Lan Xia's hand, and they left the pavilion. An assistant immediately stepped forward to lead the way. Lan Xia and Mo Liyuan walked side by side toward the courtyard where the rebels were held. When they arrived, they saw dozens of restrained rebels kept in several small houses, guarded outside by dark guards, the crown prince, and the grand prince's guards. Mo Liyuan's gaze was cold as he looked around and said firmly, "Bring them out. I want to question them myself." The guards quickly moved, bringing several rebels into the courtyard. Lan Xia looked carefully at them and suddenly asked, "Who sent you? Why are you pretending to be common people and causing trouble?" One of them sneered and said mockingly, "We are just ordinary folks. We waited in the hot sun for a long time and didn't get any food, while they were eating and drinking without caring about us." Hearing this, Lan Xia said with some sarcasm, "Ordinary people? People with martial skills and organized actions." The man's face changed slightly, but he tried to stay calm. "We're just rough folk. We do manual labor daily. Where would we get martial skills? You're trying to frame us with false accusations," Lan Xia said sharply. "Then why don't I recognize you? The people of Huilong County have lived in the Green Mountains for a long time. I may not know every person's name, but I am familiar with most of them. Why do you look so unfamiliar to me?" Mo Lian's eyes flashed with coldness. "Since you won't tell the truth, don't blame me for being rude." Attack. An E immediately stepped forward, holding a shining dagger, pointing it directly at the person. The person saw this, but showed no change in expression. Lan Xia suddenly raised her hand to stop him. "Wait." She slowly walked to the person and said, "Be honest, and I will spare your life." The person lowered his head. Just then, a cold arrow suddenly shot through the air, aiming straight at his throat. Mo Lian reacted quickly, pulling Lan Xia into his arms and swinging his sleeve to block the arrow. However, the arrow had already hit the person's throat precisely. His eyes widened as he fell to the ground, lifeless. The courtyard instantly became chaotic. Guards drew their swords, ready for battle. Mo Lian's eyes were cold. "Chase," and he immediately led people to pursue. Lan Xia pulled Mo Lian back. Mo Lian said nothing, just quietly followed her. When they entered the house, several imperial doctors saw the regent king return and quickly bowed. Mo Lian waved his hand. Seeing this, the doctors stepped aside silently. Lan Xia's gaze was cold as she stared directly at Mo Jitsong, who was lying unconscious on the bed. Her tone was stern. "The crown prince stopped pretending. I know you're not really unconscious." Hearing this, the doctors were stunned. They looked at each other, surprised and suspicious. The crown prince wasn't really unconscious? How did they not notice? Mo Jitsong was also shocked inside. Not only did Lan Xia know about the thousand-change poison, but she also saw through his act of fainting. He clenched his teeth secretly, but kept his eyes closed, remaining still. Seeing this, Lan Xia's expression grew colder, and her tone became impatient. "Still pretending? As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Jitsong suddenly coughed weakly, slowly opening his eyes. His voice was hoarse. Cough. Lan Xia sneered and quickly stepped forward, grabbing his neck. Her grip was not heavy, but enough to make him feel suffocated. Her eyes were sharp as knives, and her tone was icy. Finally waking up? The people's uprising was arranged by you. Was it intentional or not? You are willing to sacrifice the crown prince and harm innocent people. Are those pretending to be commoners also your people? Also, the imperial doctor said that the poison was made by the poison doctor who served the king of Xiaoyao. So, the eldest prince, are you colluding with the king of Xiaoyao? Mo Jitsong was choked, his face turning red. He struggled and said, cough.
How dare you?
Lan Xiyu, let go of this prince. I don't know what you're talking about. Lan Xiyu's eyes flashed with coldness. She tightened her grip and said coldly, don't know? Eldest prince, do you think pretending to be unconscious can fool me? You must have taken the antidote for the poison of Qianbian. Otherwise, the poison on your wound would only be on the surface. All of this is your careful plan just to get rid of the crown prince. You lie. I am the brother of the crown prince. How could I harm him? You're framing me. Lan Xi's eyes grew colder. Humph. I don't care about your fight with the crown prince. But you shouldn't have harmed innocent people. Mo Jitsong's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He clenched his teeth and said, cough. Nonsense. Cough. Let go of this prince first. Lan Xi released Mo Jitsong. She looked back at an E, who was stunned. An E, him, and see if he has the antidote. An E came back to his senses, swallowed hard. No, your highness, I dare not the eldest prince's clothes. Lan Xi frowned. Why are you just standing there? Didn't you hear what I said? Mo Jitsong's face turned ugly. He supported himself and sat up. Lan Xiyu, how dare you? If I say his clothes, I will his clothes. Who do you think you are? Mo Yuan's gaze was cold and sharp, like frost. His tone was stern. She is my wife, your highness, your aunt. Mo Jitsong was stunned and looked at Mo Yuan in disbelief. No, little uncle. When did you marry Lan Xiyu? Mo Yuan embraced Lan Xi's waist and walked outside. An E. Do as the princess says. An E saw the master and princess leave, then turned to the eldest prince. Mo Jitsong stood up, looking coldly at an E. Don't come over. And he stopped in his tracks and spread his hands. That, your highness, I am just following orders. Please cooperate. Get lost. Mo Jitsong took a sword from nearby and drew it, pointing it at an E. Dark E said coldly, is the crown prince feeling guilty? Do you really have the antidote? I advise you not to struggle uselessly. If I hurt you, it would be bad. Mo Jitsong's face grew even more grim. What exactly is Fu Lao doing? He has truly been harmed by him. If it weren't for him saying that only the head of the Imperial Hospital could diagnose the 1000-change poison, how could he have deliberately been injured and hidden the antidote? If the regent's people find the antidote, he won't be able to explain himself. Dark E didn't waste time with Mo Jitsong anymore. He suddenly attacked with claws, and Mo Jitsong immediately swung his sword to defend. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Mo Jitsong looked around and spotted the trembling imperial doctor nearby. His eyes flashed with coldness. In an instant, he moved like lightning to stand beside the prince, with his sword already at his neck, coldly saying, "Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I will take his life." Dark E stayed where he was, slightly frowning, with a tone full of helplessness and sarcasm. "Crown Prince, you are a noble prince, yet you do such despicable things, holding hostage an imperial doctor. Not to mention it damages your reputation. Do you think holding the doctor is useful? I was just pulling your clothes. Do you really need to be so extreme? Or are you feeling guilty, Crown Prince?" The other imperial doctors, seeing this, were so frightened they nearly fainted and hurriedly ran out. The prince trembled like a leaf, his voice trembling. "Crown Prince, spare my life. I beg you, show mercy. I have elders and children at home." Mo Jitsong snorted coldly, pressing his sword tip. "Shut up. The prince immediately fell silent, trembling with fear and not daring to speak again. Mo Jitsong held the prince hostage, slowly retreating toward the door. As he stepped out, he saw Regent Mo Liyuan standing in the courtyard, eyes cold as ice, staring directly at him. Mo Jitsong's heart tightened, and his sword trembled slightly. The prince felt the coldness on his neck and wailed, "Crown Prince, my life is entirely in your hands.
Please don't shake.
If you slip up, I won't be able to save my neck." Mo Jitsong suppressed his panic, swallowed hard, and pretended to be calm. "Little uncle, I am at least of royal blood. For you to publicly my clothes is too humiliating, isn't it?" Blue Creek you stood beside Mo Lian, her lips slightly curved, smiling warmly. "Your Highness, are you feeling guilty?
Or perhaps
You really have an antidote hidden on you, which is why you're resisting so much. But why are you holding the royal doctor hostage? Surely the doctor can help you escape." Mo Jitsong was furious inside, cursing silently. If it weren't for the strong secret guards, he wouldn't have resorted to such desperate measures. Today's events had ruined the image he had carefully built over many years. And all of this was because of the woman in front of him. If she hadn't discovered the poison of 1,000 changes, none of this would have happened. Thinking of this, his eyes turned sharp like blades, glaring fiercely at Blue Creek Yu. Blue Creek Yu pretended to be scared, raising her hand to gently cover her chest, and said sweetly, "Your Highness, why are you glaring at me so harshly?" "Oh, you scared me to death," Dark One shivered, feeling goosebumps all over. "Even I, the princess, think your acting is a bit too exaggerated." Mo Lian, however, seemed completely unaware. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Blue Creek Yu's slim waist, his gaze sharp as a blade, directly confronting Mo Jitsong. "Take back your gaze. My Yuer is not someone you can scare." Dark One sighed internally, thinking, "Master, your princess's acting is so obvious, and you still believe it? Never mind, never mind. In your eyes, everything the princess does is perfect and priceless." Seeing this, Mo Jitsong grew even more angry. He held the royal Dr. Ju and stepped back carefully, still forcing himself to speak. "Little uncle, today you allowed the secret guards to humiliate me like this. When I return to the palace, I will report this to the emperor and seek justice." Blue Creek Yu rolled her eyes at this and sneered a little. "Your Highness, at your age, you're still acting like a child and tattling? If they find the antidote on you and confirm you harmed the crown prince, do you think the emperor will still stand up for you? And the empress won't easily forgive you either." Mo Jitsong's eyes darkened with hatred. He shouted angrily, "You wicked woman! Stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for your instigation, how would I be in this situation? I don't have any antidote on me, as you say." Dark One shook his head silently, thinking, "Big Prince, you're asking for trouble. Insulting the princess in front of the master. You're tired of living." Sure enough, Mo Lian's eyes suddenly turned cold. He waved his sleeve, and a strong gust of wind shot toward Mo Jitsong. Mo Jitsong felt a numbness in his wrist. His sword suddenly grew heavy and weak, and with a clatter, it fell to the ground. Seeing the situation, Ju quickly and shakily ran away, hiding to the side. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Going out today was really exhausting. Before Mo Jitsong could react, another stronger gust of palm wind struck him. He had nowhere to dodge. A palm hit him squarely in the chest, and he was knocked backward like a broken kite, flying several meters before crashing heavily into a large tree and stopping. Blood burst from Mo Jitsong's mouth. He knelt on one knee, struggling to support himself. Mo Liyuan held Lan Shiyu and stepped closer. His voice was cold and sharp, making people feel chills. "My wife, the princess, is not someone you can insult." Mo Jitsong wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand, his eyes full of unwillingness and anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Little imperial uncle, I am at least your nephew. I was just angry and said a word about her, and you hurt me so badly?" Mo Liyuan's eyes were icy like frost. "Where is my wife?" Your aunt, I wouldn't even say harsh words to her. How dare you insult her? Mo Ji-sung lowered his gaze. He only blurted out the word, and Mo Li Yuan responded with such a heavy injury. What should he do now? If they really searched his body and found the antidote, wouldn't that prove he harmed the crown prince? How did he end up in such a situation? And he stepped forward calmly. Elder brother, I want your clothes, just a simple search of your body. If we don't find the antidote, you can clear your name, right? Wouldn't that be the best solution? After speaking, and he was about to squat down and search. Get lost. Mo Ji-sung's eyes widened with anger. He shouted sternly, a lowly person like you is not fit to touch the prince. Hearing this, Mo Li Yuan frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed in the air. A surge of energy shot directly at Mo Ji-sung's acupoint. Mo Li Yuan coldly uttered one word, search. And he also felt angry. Although he was a dark guard, he was one of the top figures in the dark guard. How could anyone insult him so contemptuously? Now, following his master's order, he didn't hesitate. His movements were quick and decisive, even somewhat rough, and he directly tore open Mo Ji-sung's collar. Suddenly, with a pop, a porcelain bottle fell from Mo Ji-sung's chest and rolled onto the ground. Mo Ji-sung's pupils suddenly shrank, losing all their shine. His heart felt icy cold. It's over. Completely over. And he bent down to pick up a porcelain bottle, then stood up and walked toward Lan Xiyu, offering it with both hands. Princess, look at this. Is there an antidote inside this porcelain bottle? Lan Xiyu took the bottle, gently unscrewed the stopper, and poured out a pill. She sniffed it carefully. Emolian looked at her sideways. Is this the antidote? Lan Xiyu looked up and nodded confidently. Yes, this is the antidote for the 1,000-change poison. As soon as she said that, Mo Ji-sung's face turned as pale as paper, with no trace of color remaining. Lan Xiyu stared coldly at Mo Ji-sung, her voice sharp like a blade. The Crown Prince usually doesn't fight or compete, and he listens to the Crown Prince Regent. Turns out, all that was just acting. No wonder there's no real brotherhood in the royal family, and he muttered secretly, Princess, you really say anything. Lan Xiyu continued, if you wanted to harm the Crown Prince, you could have secretly poisoned him, unnoticed by anyone. Why did you have to incite the common people to riot? Those people already suffered greatly from the flood destroying everything. You used them, causing so many to die tragically. How heartless. And those rioters among the people, they must also be loyal to the Crown Prince, right? Several imperial doctors lowered their heads. They couldn't hear anything, couldn't see anything. What could they do? They weren't even married yet. The regent ordered people to call Lan Xiyu the princess consort, and he protected her fiercely. Even if she said something inappropriate, who would dare question her? Just now, when the Crown Prince cursed Lan Xiyu, he was severely injured by the regent himself. They were just attending doctors. They shouldn't listen or see anything they weren't supposed to. Mo Ji-sung suddenly calmed down. He clutched his chest, looking pained, but his voice was steady and calm. I don't know what you're talking about. This has nothing to do with me. I don't even know when someone put a porcelain bottle on me. Emolian's eyes darkened, his tone cold as frost. You don't waste words with him. He turned and ordered, send the Crown Prince away and keep a close watch. When we return to the capital, hand him over to the Emperor for punishment. Right now, neither the Crown Prince nor the Crown Prince Regent can be harmed. As for their conflict, he didn't want to get involved. He'd rather go back and leave it to the Emperor, let that good brother of his deal with it himself. After giving instructions, Emolian looked at Lan Xiyu with a softer tone. Go and give the antidote to Mo Yufeng. He can't have any accidents here. Lan Xiyu nodded and turned to enter the room. Emolian followed closely behind. Inside, Crown Prince Mo Yufeng looked pale and weak, lying on the bed. Lan Xiyu handed the medicine to the attending doctor. Feed this to the Crown Prince. The doctor respectfully took the pill and quickly approached the bed. Carefully, he fed the antidote into Mo Yufeng's mouth. After a moment, Mo Yufeng's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was unfocused, clearly not fully awake yet. Lan Xia stepped forward to check his pulse, lowering her eyes. The antidote has taken effect. The Crown Prince is no longer in danger of dying. However, the wound on his chest is deep, and he has lost a lot of blood. He needs to rest well for a while. Honestly, she almost wanted to say that the antidote wasn't enough and that this guy should just be poisoned to death. But then she remembered what Mo Lian said. If he died in Huilong County, the Emperor and Empress would be furious, and many innocent people might suffer. Forget it. Even if he wasn't poisoned, his chest wound was serious enough to be a big problem. Mo Lian nodded and looked at Mo Yufeng with a calm expression. Since the Crown Prince is no longer in danger, the doctor should take good care of him. Let's go. Lan Xia walked over and left with Mo Lian. Outside on the street, the bodies had already been taken care of by the dark guards, but there were still many bloodstains, reminding everyone of what had just happened. A little girl ran out and hugged Lan Xia's leg. Just as Mo Lian was about to step forward to take her away, he reached out to stop him. The girl clung to Lan Xia's leg, crying as she said, "Fairy sister, my daddy didn't steal food. He didn't steal food. He was also killed by the guards. Dauda has no more daddy, no more daddy." Lan Xia squatted down and looked at the tear-streaked face of the girl. She remembered this girl. They had met her before in Qingshan. She had given her wild fruit. The girl held the sour fruit with a smile like a flower and sweetly called out to her, "Thank you, fairy sister." Lan Xia knelt down, her eyes full of pity as she looked at the girl crying so heartbreakingly. The girl was about 5 years old, with tears all over her face, her voice choked with sobs, making people feel deeply sad. Blue Creek Yu took out a cloth from her and gently wiped away her tears. Softly, she comforted her, saying, "Daudu, don't cry. Your dad didn't leave you. He just turned into a star in the sky, watching over you from above. When it gets dark, look up at the sky. The brightest, most shining star is your dad." Hearing this, Dauda's crying gradually stopped. She sniffled and asked, "Really? Is Dad really a star now?" Blue Creek Yu nodded. "Yes, it's true. So, Daudu, you must be strong and not cry. If you do, your dad might see you so sad and be afraid to appear at night. Do you understand?" Daudu quickly raised her small hand, wiped her tears messily, and tried to smile. "Daudu won't cry. Daudu is good. When it gets dark, Daudu wants to see Dad." At that moment, many villagers slowly stepped out from the shadows. They wore ragged clothes, looked exhausted, and their eyes were full of sadness and despair. An old man with white hair trembled as he stepped forward and knelt heavily on the ground. His voice was hoarse and choked with emotion. Princess, my family was swept away by the flood. Only I and my youngest son survived. If it weren't for you, we would have starved to death. I am grateful to you. But when we finally received the relief grain from the court, I thought life was about to get better, and I could start over with my son. But then, when we came to get the grain, my only son was suddenly killed by them with a single. I have nothing left to live for." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and his voice broke with emotion. The villagers around him also knelt down, quietly crying. Many of them had loved ones who were killed when they went to get the grain. Their pain and despair could not be put into words. Blue Creek Yu looked at this scene with a heavy heart. She stood up and looked over the kneeling villagers. "Everyone, please get up. We see your suffering and feel it in our hearts. Today's events, we will not ignore. The evil people who harmed lives have been caught, and the guards involved will pay the price." Mo Lian's eyes slightly narrowed. Have the guards distribute the grain to each villager and help bury the dead." Upon hearing this, the common people, though still filled with sadness, showed a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They all knelt down, choking with emotion, and said, "Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Princess." A woman beckoned to Dodo, saying, "Dodo, come back." Dodo looked back at her mother, then lifted her small face. Though tears still shimmered in her eyes, she was no longer crying. She asked, "Fairy sister, Will Daddy really become a star? Lan Xiyu gently stroked her hair and softly said, Yes, when night falls, the stars will come out. Then Dodo, you'll be able to see Daddy. Dodo nodded and said, Fairy sister, goodbye. I'm going back now. I want to tell my mother and brother that we will watch the stars together tonight. Lan Xiyu waved her hand and watched the little girl run across the street into the woman's arms. The woman held her with one hand and held the hand of a little boy with the other, then left. Emoli Yuan quietly stood behind Lan Xiyu, his gaze deep and thoughtful. He watched her as she stared blankly at the distant figures of the villagers leaving, a complex expression in his eyes. After a moment, he softly spoke, I didn't handle things properly. I initially only wanted to personally check the repair work on the Qian River. Once I confirmed everything was fine, I planned to leave the remaining arrangements for the villagers to the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. In a few days, we would return to the capital, but I didn't expect. Lan Xiyu turned around slowly upon hearing this, looked up at Emoli Yuan and said, Emoli Yuan, I don't know why, but I used to be not a kind person. But now, looking at these villagers, I feel so sorry for them. Seeing their suffering makes me feel uncomfortable. I think I am not myself anymore. Emoli Yuan looked at her, feeling a slight pain in his heart. He gently reached out and embraced her, his hand tenderly stroking her back. His voice was low and soft. In my heart, you have always been a kind person. If that weren't the case, you wouldn't have taken out so many instant noodles to feed the villagers when we were in Qing Mountain. He paused slightly, a hint of deep thought flashing in his eyes. Actually, he had long heard about the virtual space from the old abbot of the Guardian Temple. Although he had never seen Lan Xiyu take items out of the space himself, the fact that the warehouse of the Wu Kingdom Marquis' residence was emptied overnight, combined with the instant noodles she brought out in Qing Mountain, all pointed to the truth of the old abbot's words. To protect Lan Xiyu, he had already ordered to block all news that could harm her. Although the common people received food, no one knew where the instant noodles came from. They only thought they were purchased from other counties. Emolian knew clearly that Yuer's secret must never be revealed. The saying, an innocent man with a treasure is guilty, applies here. Although he would protect her, he also worried about not being able to care for her at times. Lan Xiyu fell silent, her eyes slightly lowered. At this moment, a voice from the system sounded in her mind. Host, don't overthink. The original owner is already dead, and you have fully merged with his body. Now, you are yourself. The cold-blooded nature you once had was due to your environment and for survival. Perhaps now, this is your true personality. Hearing this, Lan Xiyu was slightly shocked in her heart, then responded mentally. Oh, system, it's rare to see you comforting someone. The system was silent for a moment. It paused and then added, Who is this system for? It only speaks up because it noticed the host's low mood. If the host remains sad all the time, how can she earn points? Lan Xiyu's face darkened, and the heaviness in her heart seemed to lighten a bit. I see. I always wondered when you would be considerate. The system was a little defiant. Host, don't forget, if you don't have the broken bone black jade ointment and you learn that your brother's legs are broken, wouldn't you be worried? Lan Xiyu rubbed her head. All right, system, you're just nagging in my mind. It's giving me a headache. No matter how much you wash, this black system can't be cleaned in front of me. The system. Emolian looked up at the blazing sun overhead, his brow slightly furrowed. He softly said to Lan Xiyu, the sun is strong. Let's go back and rest first. However, Lan Xiyu seemed a bit distracted, thinking about the brotherly matter the system just mentioned. She was worried and couldn't help asking, Emolian, when will we go back? Emolian's eyes flickered, as if guessing her thoughts, and he said seriously, are you worried about your brother? His tone was serious, but inside he hesitated. Old Yao had sent a letter saying that Lan Xinia's legs were badly injured, and recovery was unlikely. He had not told Lan Xiyu about this, fearing she would be anxious. Originally, I planned to return to the capital in a few days, but now, because the Crown Prince is injured and the eldest prince is involved in many issues, I probably can't go back soon. Lan Xia nodded with worry in her eyes. My brother can't walk with his legs, and I know he's in a lot of pain. I want to go back early to treat his legs. I have a way to help him stand again. Mo Liuan heard this, pursed his lips, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, if Yue is really anxious, I can arrange for someone to send you back to the capital. Just as Lan Xie was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind, urgent and hurried. Host, your brother's legs can be treated with black jade ointment for broken bones. His condition will improve. You're currently with the Regent King, which is a good chance to earn points. If you go back now, you'll waste time earning points. Lan Xie frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. She responded quietly in her mind, System, is it really urgent to earn points now? But the system was insistent, urging. Host, the sooner you earn enough points, the sooner you are free. Annoyed by the system's constant chatter, she couldn't help but reply in her mind, all right, system. Stop talking. I'll wait to go back with the Regent King. Is that okay? The system finally quieted down happily. Lan Xie looked up at Mo Liuan. I'll wait to go back with you. With me there, my brother's legs won't be useless. When we go back, I want to surprise him. Mo Liuan, hearing this, took her hand and softly said, Yue, don't worry. I will finish my work in Long County as soon as possible and return to the capital early. Lan Xie nodded, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Good. They returned to the newly rebuilt county office. Lan Xie went back to the inner courtyard, while Mo Liuan went to handle his affairs. Chuxia and Chuchun, prepare water quickly. I want to take a bath, Lan Xie said as soon as she entered the room. She couldn't hold back. She was sweaty, sticky, and uncomfortable. The weather was so hot, it was unbearable. Chuchun and Chuxia responded immediately and went to fetch water. Chuchun and Chuxia carried buckets of water, slowly pouring warm water into the bath. Pink flower petals floated on the surface, giving off a faint fragrance. They placed clean clothes on a nearby rack, finished their tasks, and then left. Lan Xie took off her clothes and stepped into the bath, leaning against the edge, closing her eyes to rest. However, it wasn't long before she couldn't help but whisper softly, I really want air conditioning. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness and exhaustion. Although winter is cold, at least you can wear more clothes to stay warm, but the summer heat leaves no place to escape, especially with the blazing sun that makes it hard to breathe. Really want ice cream? Popsicles. Her thoughts drifted naturally to those cool, sweet treats, as if she could feel the refreshing chill sliding down her throat. At that moment, the system's voice sounded in her mind. Host, the shop has ice cream and popsicles. Do you want some? Hearing this, Lan Xie's eyes lit up instantly, and she became energized. She quickly said, System, give me an ice cream, system. Ding. Exchange successful. Deducted 1,000 points. You now have 5,000 points remaining. Suddenly, she had an ice cream in her hand. However, when she saw the ice cream, her joyful expression froze. She couldn't help but complain. System, you're so unfair. A small ice cream costs 1,000 points. Why don't you go and steal it yourself? Halfway through her words, she suddenly realized this sneaky system was probably hoarding her points. The system responded calmly. Host, rarity makes things valuable. Besides, 1,000 points isn't much. Later, you can just say a few words and your points will come back.
Lan Xie pouted.
System, can I return it? System. Host, what are you thinking? All sales from the system shop are final. Lan Xie looked down at the ice cream in her hand. Although she felt a bit reluctant to lose those 1,000 points, she couldn't resist taking a bite. The cool, sweet flavor spread in her mouth, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes, feeling her dissatisfaction ease a little. Forget it. At least this ice cream is pretty good. She comforted herself and continued to enjoy the brief coolness. Not long after, the small ice cream was finished by Lan Xie. She licked her lips with some reluctance and couldn't help but complain. System, this 1,000-point ice cream is way too small. Isn't there a bigger one? 1,000 points is just too little. Hearing this, the system's tone became a bit eager. There are larger ones. Do you want exchange for a bigger ice cream, host? Upon hearing this, Lan Xie's alertness increased. She quickly asked, Wait, system, how many points does a bigger ice cream cost? The system replied casually, Not much, host. Just 5,000 points. Blue Creek, you almost lost her temper upon hearing this. Does the system really think she only has that many points left? She felt speechless and rolled her eyes internally, thinking, this system is so greedy. 5,000 points? It's even more greedy than a black market. Seeing Blue Creek, you remain silent. The system asked again, Host, do you want exchange? Angrily, she almost blurted out, I'll exchange your head for a ball. But she held back her anger and said coldly, System, I don't have enough points to spend 5,000 on a simple ice cream. The system didn't mind and instead advised, Host, why not work harder to earn more points? As long as you have enough points, you can exchange for anything in the system shop. Blue Creek U's face darkened further, feeling indignant. Is it her fault for not earning enough points? Clearly, this greedy system is secretly swallowing her points without limit. Absolutely despicable. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She decided to ignore the system to avoid losing control and shouting at it. Taking a deep breath, she shifted her focus to her bath. She scrubbed her body while humming a little tune. I wash, 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 wash clean. The warm water flowed over her skin, gradually calming her irritable mood. At the door, Early Summer heard the singing from inside the room and couldn't help but glance back, muttering softly, What song is the young lady singing? I've never heard anything like this before. It's strange. She's never sung this kind of song before. Early Spring gently tugged at Early Summer's sleeve and lowered her voice, saying, Early Summer, the young lady is very kind and generous to us now, but we are still servants. We should have the awareness of servants. Don't push your luck just because she's kind. Some things, if the young lady doesn't say, we shouldn't ask. Early Summer pouted and nodded quietly, replying, Got it. Meanwhile, Blue Creek, you had already gotten out of the bath, took a cloth nearby, carefully dried her water-soaked hair, then put on her clothes. She strolled slowly into the inner room and lazily lay down on the bed. Her wet hair was casually draped over the edge of the bed, with droplets still dripping from the ends. She didn't care at all, crossing her legs in a relaxed manner, looking completely at ease. Early Spring and Early Summer, hearing sounds, came inside. Early Spring saw Lancia looking like that, quickly took a clean handkerchief, squatted by the bed, and gently wiped her wet hair. Softly she said, Miss, wet hair is not good. It will give you a headache later. Lancia closed her eyes, let Early Spring serve her, and with a lazy smile, said, My Chun-Chun is so thoughtful. Early Summer was busy tidying the bath bucket. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and it was already mid-July. The weather grew hotter and more unbearable, the sun blazing like fire, scorching the earth, and even the air seemed twisted by heat waves. Recently, Mo Lian often left early and returned late, his whereabouts unpredictable. Lancia hardly saw his shadow. Her points also stopped increasing. She had spent 3,000 of her remaining 5,000 points to exchange for 30 days of life. Now, she only had 2,000 points left. Lancia sat by the window, looking at the glaring sunlight outside, thinking silently, These points are so hard to save. I haven't gained much life value. I see items in the shop and really want to exchange for some. But unfortunately, I don't have many points. Boo. In this hot summer, she wished she could eat ice cream every day to enjoy the coolness. But with limited points, she dared not waste them freely. Meanwhile, Mo Lian was hardly seen, and she had few chances to earn points. She helplessly shook her head and muttered, When will Mo Lian finish his busy work? If this goes on, my points will run out. Because she disliked the heat, Lancia stayed inside all day. Mo Lian also wanted to settle the people of Huilong County and return to the capital as soon as possible, so he left early and returned late every day. Lancia stood up, walked to the table, picked up a teapot, poured a glass of cold tea, took a sip, but still felt restless and hot inside. Early Summer was fanning her nearby. Miss, yesterday, an E said that the prince has almost settled the people of Huilong County. It should be less than 3 days before they can return to the capital, Lancia gently responded. So we are finally going back to the capital. We've stayed in Huilong County for quite a few days. She felt a faint worry in her heart, not knowing how her brother was now. After injuring his legs, she wondered if he would fall into despair. Thinking of that gentle, jade-like man, she couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. At that moment, an E respectfully reported from outside, "Princess, the Crown Prince has arrived. He says he wants to see you. Would you like to meet him?" Hearing this, Lan Shi raised her eyebrows slightly and stood up to go out.
Montag Yufeng?
Is his injury better? And Yi bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. The Crown Prince's injury has healed quite a bit." Lan Shi sneered coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "He recovers quickly, but the graves of those who died are now overgrown with grass a meter high. If the princess does not want to see the Crown Prince, I will go and send him away." Lan Shi waved her hand and smiled meaningfully. "No need. Anyway, it's boring. Since he's come to seek trouble, I will take this chance to vent my anger for those who have passed away." She then picked up a fan beside her, gently waved it, and walked out slowly. And Yi watched Lan Shi's back, feeling nervous for the Crown Prince. From her attitude, it seemed today might not go well for him. He shook his head silently and followed behind her, silently praying that the Crown Prince would be safe. Lan Xiu arrived at the front hall. She entered and saw Mo Yufeng sitting on a chair, looking proud. When Mo Yufeng saw Lan Xiu walking over, his eyes lit up at first, then his face darkened. His tone was filled with anger. "Lan Xiu, you are really here. That Japanese Crown Prince woke up confused and saw you, so it's not a mistake. I heard that you chased the young prince to Long County. Didn't you say you were going to the Gua Temple to pray for your late mother? Why are you here now? I am injured, and you didn't come to take care of me. Didn't I say I would take you into the palace as a concubine? Why are you so indecisive?" Lan Xiu ignored Mo Yufeng's questions. She walked straight to a nearby chair, sat down calmly, and looked as if the person in front of her was just an unimportant passerby. She gently waved her fan and casually glanced at Mo Yufeng, a faint smile on her lips. Seeing that Lan Xiu paid no attention to his anger, Mo Yufeng felt even more furious. He suddenly slapped the tea table beside him and shouted angrily, "Lan Xiu, you better give me an explanation, or I will never forgive you. I will not take you into the palace as a concubine." Hearing this, Lan Xiu chuckled softly, with a hint of sarcasm. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you sure you looked in the mirror before leaving the house, still not allowing me to enter the Eastern Palace as a concubine?" "Oh, who would be interested in making you a concubine? TSK, TSK, TSK. Mo Yufeng proudly said. "Humph. Lan Xia, you better soften your attitude and go tell the little emperor uncle that you've liked me from the start. Then I might consider forgiving your actions." Lan Xia rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "Ami, go get a small bronze mirror so the Crown Prince can have a good look at himself." Mo Yufeng was surprised.
Lan Sai.
"What do you mean?" Lan Xia calmly shook her fan and smiled. "Of course, I want the Crown Prince to see clearly what he looks like. How does he compare to the Regent King? Anyone with working eyes would choose the Regent King, not you, Your Highness." Hearing this, Mo Yufeng suddenly stood up angrily and pointed at Lan Xia.
"How dare you?"
"Lan Xia, are you insulting me?" At this moment, Ami came in holding a bronze mirror and respectfully said, "Princess, the mirror is here." Lan Xia pointed at the angry Mo Yufeng and cheerfully said, "Here, let the Crown Prince look at himself." Ami stepped forward and handed the mirror to the Crown Prince. "Your Highness." Mo Yufeng's face turned pale with anger. He snatched the mirror and threw it to the ground forcefully.
He shouted, "It."
"Lan Xia, I gave you a chance to become a concubine in the Eastern Palace. Don't be ungrateful. Little Emperor Uncle won't like someone with such a bad reputation like you. If you keep pestering him, I swear if it weren't for the Guardian Duke's family, you would have been beaten to death by Little Emperor Uncle long ago. You're so indecisive and fickle. I will never allow you into the Eastern Palace. When Little Emperor Uncle gets tired of you, who else in the capital will dare to marry you?" Lan Xia sneered coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "People value face, trees have bark. Your Highness, not everyone is eager to be your concubine. Don't overestimate yourself. Hearing this, Mo Yufeng's face darkened. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Lan Xia, if you're playing hard to get, you need to know your limits. Stop now. If you go too far, you'll end up losing more. Lan Xia was utterly speechless inside. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Where does Mo Yufeng's confidence come from? Oh, right. It was probably because the original owner was once infatuated with him, giving him such confidence. Men always look down on things they can easily get, treating them like weeds. If it weren't for concerns about his status as the crown prince and the risk of involving innocent people in Longlong County, she really would have ended him with a single strike to avoid him being a distraction here. Thinking of this, a cold glint appeared in Lan Xia's eyes. She moved her mind and suddenly produced a handful of colorless, tasteless powder out of thin air. She gently lifted her hand, and with a slight shake of her fan, the powder silently drifted with the wind toward Mo Yufeng across from her. Mo Yufeng was completely unaware, still glaring angrily at Lan Xia, with a tone that carried a hint of threat. Lan Xia, I am giving you one last chance. If you bow your head and admit your mistake now, I might forgive you. Otherwise, don't even think about stepping into the Eastern Palace. And standing nearby, found this all very frustrating. Hearing this, Lan Xia's lips curled into a meaningful smile. She spoke lightly. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I really don't want to step into your Eastern Palace at all. Mo Yufeng was so angered by her attitude that he was about to lose his temper. Suddenly, he felt a wave of heat all over his body. He tugged at his clothes, irritated, and sat back in his chair. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel so restless? Lan Xia gently shook her fan, looking at him with a half-smile. Your Highness, are you suffering from heat stroke? Mo Yufeng's eyes burned as he looked at her. Lan Xia, you say you don't like me, but when I feel uncomfortable, you're happy to show concern? Being narcissistic is a sickness. Your Highness should seek treatment in time. After speaking, Lan Xia stood up and strode away. Lan Xia had only taken a few steps when she heard Mo Yufeng's frantic shout behind her. Lan Xia, stop right there. However, she didn't look back, her steps unchanging, secretly sneering. What a joke. I'm quite innocent, and I don't want to attract unwanted attention. Soon, a panicked voice came from the hall. Your Highness the Crown Prince.
Don't.
Its subordinate Mao Jian. Mao Jian's voice was filled with panic and helplessness, clearly frightened by Mo Yufeng's actions. Mo Yufeng's voice was confused and angry as he growled, You scoundrel! How dare you refuse me? Mao Jian hurriedly explained, No, Your Highness, this isn't right. But before he finished, he was abruptly interrupted by Mo Yufeng, followed by sounds of clothing being pulled. Lan Xu stood outside the door, listening to the sounds inside. A slight smile appeared on her lips, and a cold glint flashed to her eyes. Since I can't kill you, I will destroy you instead. The prince and his bodyguard engaging in such behavior. TCH, TCH, TCH. If this news gets out, it will really cause a big shock. And stood nearby, listening to the noises inside. His eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? The prince and his personal guard. No way. I've never heard of the prince having such habits before. Chun Chun and Xia Xia both blushed deeply, lowering their heads. They looked embarrassed and shy about what they had just heard. Chun Chun whispered, Miss, we should leave quickly. This is really hard to listen to. Lan Xu chuckled softly, with a teasing tone. Why rush? The real show is just beginning. She turned to an and ordered, An go get a copper drum. An was surprised. Huh?
Oh.
Right away, Your Highness. He quickly disappeared with a flash. Soon after, An returned holding a copper drum and handed it to Lan Xiu. He asked curiously, Princess, what are you going to do with the drum? Lan Xiu took the drum and smiled meaningfully. Of course, I want everyone to come and see the fun. After saying that, she walked to the main gate of the county office and loudly struck the drum, shouting, Fellow villagers, come over. I have good news to share. The sound of the drum attracted nearby villagers. Soon, many people gathered at the county office. A woman asked curiously, Princess, what are you planning to do? Lan Shi raised her voice. The prince feels sorry for the suffering of our people in Huilong County. Today, he's putting on a show to cheer everyone up. Hearing this, the villagers fell silent. Seeing their reaction, Lan Shi stepped aside to make way. Everyone please come in. Life is hard, but we must look forward. Since the prince wants to perform, let's watch and lighten our heavy hearts. The villagers, respecting Lan Shiyu, hurried inside one after another. And Yi watched from the side, looking at Lan Shiyu's expression. He couldn't help but feel worried for the prince. Princess, letting the villagers see the prince's embarrassing moments might ruin his reputation. If the prince wakes up and realizes this, he might wipe out all the people in Huilong County, and Yi, spreading the prince's actions in Huilong County throughout the capital's streets and alleys will ruin the princess's reputation. Lan Xia glanced at an Yi. Is there a problem? And Yi shook his head. No problem. I will write a letter to arrange everything. I'm good at writing letters. Soon after, the townspeople came out of the county office with strange looks on their faces, cursing and showing contempt. Seeing Lan Xia still standing at the gate, someone stepped forward angrily and said, Princess, you really shouldn't go in. The prince.
Ugh.
He's shameless, another person echoed. Exactly. The crown prince of the country, doing such things, is truly embarrassing. The villagers nodded in agreement, their faces full of anger and disdain. However, because of Lan Xia's noble status, they hesitated and kept quiet, only advising her not to go inside. Lan Xia pretended to be confused, frowning slightly, and asked, What happened? The prince said he was going to perform for everyone. Why are you all so angry? The villagers looked at each other, unwilling to tell her the unpleasant details. They shook their heads firmly and said, Princess, please don't ask. Just don't go in, to keep your eyes clean. Seeing this, Lan Xia smiled gently and said softly, All right, since you say so, I won't go in. It's so hot today, you should go home and rest in the shade. Don't get too hot. The villagers nodded and cursed the prince a few more times before gradually leaving. After the villagers had gone, Lan Xia turned back to the backyard, her gentle smile vanishing instantly. She took out the sulfur powder brought back by her guards and ordered an Yi to fetch several buckets of water. Then, she carefully poured the sulfur powder into the water according to a specific ratio, while an Yi and an air used sticks to stir. She then returned to her room and leisurely sipped her tea. Not long after, an Yi and an air came in carrying 2 basins of ice, placing them in the corner of the room. The ice in the basins emitted a cool breeze, instantly lowering the room's temperature. Lan Xia felt refreshed and couldn't help but sigh softly. Finally, it's cooler. And Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Princess, your ice-making method is really impressive. After returning to the capital, if she sells the ice she made to the high officials and nobles, she will make a big profit. Lan Xia heard this and chuckled softly. Yes, it will take several hot days, but those officials and nobles are not short of money. This business is very profitable and worth doing. And then scratched his head and smiled foolishly. I will take my leave now. I won't disturb the princess. When Emo Lian returned, the secret guard told him about the crown prince in the front hall. Emo Lian's face twitched when he heard this. His wearer is really playful. Well, since he is here, no one in the palace can hurt her. Emo Lian strode toward the backyard. When he arrived, he heard laughter from inside the room and walked in quickly. Chu Xia and Chu Chun saw Emo Lian coming and immediately bowed. Servant girl greets Regent King. Emo Lian waved his hand, and Chu Chun and Chu Xia stepped back. Emo Lian slowly walked to the bed and sat down. His gentle gaze fell on Lan Xia, who was lazily lying on the bed. Emo Lian, you're back. Emo Lian smiled faintly at her words. His long fingers gently brushed her delicate face, full of tenderness. We will return to the capital the day after tomorrow. His voice was deep and magnetic. Have you handled everything here? Emo Lian simply nodded. Lan Xia, like a lazy cat, leaned bonelessly on his shoulder, beginning to earn her points. Emo Lian was used to her behavior. His fingers gently played with her smooth hair, his eyes soft and undisturbed. 2 days passed quickly. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight shone through the gap in the carriage curtains. Inside the carriage, Chuxia looked out at the quiet street and asked doubtfully, "Huh? Why is there not a single commoner?" Chu Chun also wondered. Yes, even though it's still early, there shouldn't be no one on the street. Lan Xia closed her eyes to rest, seemingly caught between dreams and reality. She did not respond to Chu Xia and Chu Chun's questions. They chose to travel early in the morning because Emo Lian knew she was afraid of heat. When they left the city in a grand procession, the scene in front of them moved everyone deeply. On both sides, dense crowds of common people knelt on the ground, their eyes full of admiration and longing. The common people loudly cheered, "Long live the Regent King and the Princess." Their shouts were deafening. Lan Xia suddenly opened her eyes wide. Early spring and early summer happily looked out the window. Early summer excitedly shouted, "Wow! No wonder there are no commoners on the street." They all came outside the city. "Miss, look! The people of Huilong County are kneeling outside the city gates to send off the prince and princess." Lan Xia looked out the window at the kneeling crowd along the way. She muttered, "This show is a bit too grand." Early Spring smiled and said, "Miss, the people are just showing their gratitude. You and the prince have done nothing wrong. It's because of you and the prince that they survived the disaster and have a home again." The horses and carriages moved slowly forward. The crowd on both sides still knelt and worshipped, shouting loudly, their voices ringing in the air. Inside the first carriage, Mo Yufeng looked grim. He clenched his fists tightly around the edge of the table inside, his knuckles turning white from the force. His gaze passed through the window, coldly sweeping over the kneeling crowd. His heart burned with anger. These commoners dared to ignore him, the crown prince. He was the one delivering relief supplies himself, yet they only showed gratitude to Mo Lian and Lan Xia. He even saw the ridiculous scene from the day before yesterday, where they mocked him behind his back. He, the noble crown prince, had never been humiliated like this before. And Mo Lian had scolded him harshly, saying he had dishonored the royal dignity, even threatening to report everything to the emperor when he returned to the capital. The more Mo Yufeng thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed his fist against the carriage wall with a dull thud. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Lan Xia, Mo Lian, it's all your fault for setting a trap for me. You wait, I won't let you go." Outside the carriage, the crowd's cheers continued, deafening and relentless. To Mo Yufeng, their voices sounded like nails scratching on a chalkboard. The group moved forward slowly. The crowd on both sides gradually disappeared into the distance, their cheers fading into the wind. Not far from Huilong County, Mo Lian stopped his horse, dismounted, and walked straight toward Lan Xia's carriage. Mo Lian lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Early Spring and early Summer saw this and bowed, then got off the carriage and walked toward the other carriage behind. Seeing the prince and Miss happily together, they felt happy too. Blue Xia looked at Mo Lian with a bright smile in her eyes. It was nice. Since traveling was quite boring, she and Mo Lian rode in the same carriage. She could also earn points by chatting happily. Throughout the journey, she kept talking sweet words to Mo Lian, trying to earn more points. They traveled during the day and rested at inns or small towns along the way. Mo Lian knew that Blue Xia was afraid of the heat, so he arranged everything carefully. At noon, he would find a good place for her to rest peacefully. They had been traveling for 20 days. That night, they finally reached the capital city. The city gates looked tall and grand under the moonlight. Blue Xia leaned her head out of the carriage window, looking at the familiar city walls, feeling a little emotional. "Finally, we're back," she said. He took out a token from his pocket and held it high. The guards at the city gate saw the token and bowed respectfully, quickly opening the gate. The group entered the city, and the carriage wheels made soft sounds on the cobblestone road. Inside the carriage, Mo Lian turned to look at Blue Xia and whispered, "Yue, I'll take you home first. Rest well tonight. We can do things tomorrow." Blue Xia nodded gently, looking a bit tired and lazy. Okay, brother should be asleep now. Since I'm back, there's no rush. I'll check on his leg tomorrow morning. The carriage slowly moved toward the Marquis of Wu's residence and soon stopped at the gate. Blue Xia lifted the curtain and got out. Chu Xiao immediately stepped forward and knocked on the door. It was late at night, and the knocking sounded very clear. After a while, the door slowly opened and a young servant peeked out. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and said impatiently, "Who is it? Why are you knocking so late?" Blue Xia's maid frowned. "Miss is back. Hurry and open the door." Hearing "Miss" at this hour, the servant woke up a lot. He quickly opened the door but couldn't help but wonder, why is Miss back so late? He looked outside and saw the carriage. His eyes widened in surprise. Inside was the Regent King, Mo Li Yuan. Mo Li Yuan's lips curved into a gentle smile, and his eyes were full of tenderness. "I saw you go in. Now I will leave." Lan Xiu heard this and turned to walk into the residence. Until her figure disappeared inside the door, Mo Li Yuan looked away. Returned to the mansion. The carriage slowly left the Marquis of Wu's residence, fading into the night. Lan Xiu walked into Xiling Courtyard, but her mind was completely awake. Traveling during the day and resting at night had already messed up her sleep schedule. Even though it was late at night now, she felt energetic and not tired at all. Lan Xiu quietly approached and saw her brother sitting in a wheelchair, looking up at the sky with a sad expression. Next to him, Xiao Muzi whispered, "Young master, it's late. You should go back to your room and rest." Lan Shanyi smiled bitterly, looked down at his numb legs, shook his head, and said in a hoarse, tired voice, "Xiao Muzi, you can leave now." "I'm not sleepy." Xiao Muzi hesitated for a moment, hopeful. "Young master, I heard from Chun Chun, who is close to the young miss, that she has been studying medicine on her own after reading the medical books you sent. Now she's very skilled. Maybe when she returns, she can cure your legs." "Your legs will definitely get better." Lan Shenya's eyes dimmed, and his voice was low and weak. "Many doctors have looked at it, and they all say there's no hope. Yue has studied medicine herself, but how can she be better than experienced doctors? Even the famous Dr. Yao Lao has said it's difficult. And Yue is just a girl." Xiao Muzi felt a pang of sadness and lowered his head, not daring to speak more. He knew that since the young master was hurt, he had become very pale and lost his vitality, no longer the spirited person he once was. At this moment, Lan Xiu stepped out from the shadows. "If other doctors can't do it, that doesn't mean I can't." Lan Shinyi was startled and turned sharply to look. When he saw it was Yue, he froze.
Yue?
"When did you come back?" His heart fluttered with worry. He quickly turned to Xiao Muzi and said urgently, "Xiao Muzi, push me back to my room." He didn't want his sister to see him like this, nor did he want her to worry about him. Lan Xiu hurried over and helped him by holding both sides of the wheelchair. "Brother, I came back late." Blue Shinyi turned his head away, afraid to look directly into her eyes. His voice trembled slightly. "Yue, it's late. You should go home and rest." Blue Xiu ignored his avoidance and pushed her wheelchair toward the room. "Brother, with me here, your legs will definitely get better." Blue Shinyi felt anxious but helpless. He could only softly urge, "Xiao Muzi, why are you just standing there? Hurry and push me back to my room. Yue, it's late.
You should go home now."
But Blue Xiu didn't listen. She continued, pushing her wheelchair into the room. Blue Shenya's voice was hoarse. "Yue, it's late. You should go rest now." He didn't want his sister to see him like this, nor did he want her to worry about him. Yue stopped and walked around to the front of the wheelchair. She squatted down to face Blue Shinyi eye to eye. "Brother, you don't need to hide from me. I am your sister. Trust me, I will definitely heal your legs." Seeing her serious eyes, Blue Shinyi felt a twinge of sadness. His voice was hoarse. "Yue, you don't need to worry about me. My legs. There's no hope." Yue shook her head firmly. "Brother, trust me. If I say I can do it, I am confident. I've carefully studied the medical books you gave me, and with years of self-study and practice, I am no longer the little girl who knew nothing." Blue Shinyi looked at her determined expression. His heart moved slightly, but despair quickly overwhelmed him.
"But
Even the famous doctor and herbalists say it's difficult. How can you? Yue interrupted him, her tone confident and proud. What the great doctor and herbalist can't do, I might be able to. Brother, trust me just once, okay? Blue Xinyi was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly nodded, his voice hoarse. All right, I trust you. Yue squatted down and lifted Blue Xinyi's pant leg, ready to examine his legs. But Blue Xinyi reached out to stop her, his voice deep and hoarse. Yue, it's late today. Let's do it another day. Yue looked up at him. Brother, I have no sleep tonight anyway. It's fine to take a look now. Her tone was gentle but firm, with an unyielding resolve. After speaking, she gently lifted his pant leg, revealing his pale, weak legs. Blue Xinyi turned his head away, unwilling to look directly at his legs or let his sister see him in such a sorry state. Blue Creekyu appeared calm and normal. She carefully examined him, gently pressing on his legs to feel the muscles and bones. After a moment, she spoke softly. Brother, tomorrow I will bring medicine to treat your legs. I promise you'll be able to walk normally within 3 months. Hearing this, Xiao Muzi nearby was overjoyed and asked excitedly, Miss, is that true? Blue Creekyu stood up with a calm expression. Of course, it's true. Xiao Muzi turned to look at Lan Xinyi, full of happiness. Young master, did you hear? Miss said, she can heal your legs. Lan Xinyi came back to himself, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly. I can really stand again? Did I hear right? Blue Creekyu nodded. Brother, tonight is late. Tomorrow I will bring the medicine, give you a bath, and apply acupuncture. In 7 days, if the treatment works well, you'll feel sensation again. Then you won't doubt my words anymore. Lan Xinyi's heart gradually filled with hope. He nodded heavily. Okay, rest well tonight, brother. If you don't, you won't have the energy to treat your legs tomorrow. Lan Xinyi nodded and watched her leave the room, but his heart remained restless. Blue Creekyu stepped out of the room, looked up at the night sky, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. With the black jade ointment for broken bones, plus her medicinal baths and acupuncture, she was no longer worried about her brother's legs.
But now,
she had another task to do. Anyone who dares hurt her brother, she would never forgive. Emo Lian had already told her that the mastermind behind everything was Lan Yuan. She kept Lan Yuan alive only to wait for her return, so she could deal with him herself. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Blue Creekyu's lips, and a fierce light flickered in her eyes. Lan Yuan, wait and see. If you dare to hurt my brother, I will make you pay. As night fell, her figure gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor. In Lan Yuan's room, everything was silent. Only his steady breathing echoed in the air. He was sleeping soundly, unaware of the danger approaching. Suddenly, a cold aura approached. Blue Creekyu appeared like a ghost at his bedside, looking down at him with a cold expression. Lan Yuan, you really are courting death. Her voice was icy and sharp, as if coming from the depths of. Blue Yuan was suddenly grabbed by Lan Xiyu and thrown heavily to the ground. The intense pain immediately woke him from his sleep. He furrowed his brows and slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on the floor. Ouch! Lan Xiyu looked at him coldly, her eyes shining with a chilling light, as if she were looking at a dead person. Blue Yuan was startled. There was a figure in front of him. When he saw that it was Lan Xiyu, he was stunned. Indeed, Lan Xiyu had changed a lot, just as Roer had said. She was no longer the ugly girl he remembered, but had become cold and stunningly beautiful, with a sharp aura. Blue Yuan was momentarily mesmerized and felt a strange desire rise in his heart. He snapped back to himself and smirked with a mischievous smile. Lan Xiyu, when did you come back? You're up late at night, sneaking into my room. Are you here too? Huh. Blue Yuan got up from the ground, rubbed his hands, and looked at Lan Xiyu with a teasing and provocative tone. Lan Xiyu's eyes flashed with coldness. She quickly stabbed her hairpin into his acupoint. Blue Yuan felt his body stiffen and suddenly couldn't move. What? What did you do? His voice was a little panicked. He tried to struggle but found he was completely immobilized. Lan Shi sneered and jabbed her hairpin into his acupoints a few more times, sealing his voice. Blue Yuan opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, only staring in horror. Lan Shi withdrew her hairpin, took out a sharp dagger from her sleeve, and waved it in front of Blue Yuan's eyes. Her tone was cold and cruel. How about I gouge out your eyes? Blue Yuan's pupils shrank sharply, filled with fear. He wanted to retreat but found he couldn't even move a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the dagger approached. A cold smile appeared on Lan Shi's lips, her eyes full of mockery. Now you're afraid? Too late. As soon as she finished speaking, she decisively dropped the dagger. Although Blue Yuan's acupoints were sealed with silver needles and he couldn't move or speak, the intense pain made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and beneath him, a yellowish liquid seeped out. Lan Shi snorted coldly, her tone full of contempt. With your current state, you still dare to interrupt my brother's legs. She kicked Lan Yuan to the ground, then waved her dagger again, precisely damaging his vocal cords, legs, and hands. Lan Yuan collapsed like a lump of mud, twitching in pain. Lan Xia looked at him coldly, with no emotion in her voice. Enjoy what it feels like to be disabled. Killing him would be too easy. She wanted him to experience the pain of being crippled. Lan Xia put away her dagger and turned to leave, leaving Lan Yuan trembling in the darkness, silently crying out in pain. Instead of returning home, after leaving Lan Yuan's courtyard, Lan Xia went to Lan Lingru's house. Today, she decided to deal with the cursed people once and for all, so they wouldn't be a bother anymore. She arrived at Lan Lingru's room, slowly walked to the bed, sat down, and tapped a shiny dagger against Lan Lingru's cheek. Lan Lingru, in her sleep, seemed to sense something. She groggily opened her eyes and was startled to see Lan Xia by her bed. She exclaimed, "Lan Xia?" Lan Xia's lips curled into a faint smile, but her eyes were cold. "You're awake?" she said, as the dagger continued to hover near Lan Lingru's face. Seeing this, Lan Lingru quickly reached out and pushed away the cold blade, sitting up with a look of alertness. "Lan Xia, when did you come back?" "What do you want in my room?" Lan Xia chuckled softly, her tone casual. "Lan Lingru, you say you're living a good life, but you still seek death? Why is that?" Hearing this, Lan Lingru's heart tightened and her voice trembled. "What do you mean?" Lan Xia raised an eyebrow, with a hint of mockery. "What do I mean?" "Lan Lingru, you're quite capable. The household is now poor, yet you still have money to hire killers to take my life? How much do you hate me?" Lan Lingru's face turned pale, but she forced herself to stay calm. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Lan Xia, get out of my room."
Guards.
"Siwen, Shihua, are you all dead?" Lan Xia's laughter echoed in the quiet room, with a sinister tone. "Don't call for them. They really are dead. The other maids and servants in your yard are also sleeping soundly, so they can't hear you." Lan Lingru's eyes widened in horror.
You
killed Siwen and Shihua." Blue Xia nodded gently, the dagger in her hand shimmering with a chilling light under the moonlight. "Yes, it's this dagger. I used it on their necks. Anyway, your two maidservants are useless, so I helped you get rid of them. How about that?" "No need to thank me." Lan Lingru looked at Blue Xia swinging the dagger, her throat dry and voice trembling as she swallowed hard. "You're crazy. Don't do anything reckless. Father will not forgive you if he finds out." Blue Xia blinked, a sly look flashing in her eyes. "Lan Jinrong? He won't find out, just like your mother." "Who would know?" Lan Lingru's pupils shrank suddenly, her voice trembling almost inaudibly.
You.
"Blue Xia, my mother is paralyzed in bed." "Was it really you?" Blue Xia didn't deny it. Instead, she nodded. "Yes, I not only made Yunqing paralyzed and unable to speak, but I also poisoned her, making her suffer every day, wishing she were dead." Lan Lingru's eyes filled with anger. She pointed at Blue Xia, trembling as she cursed. "You wicked woman! You have such a cruel heart. My mother is your aunt, and raised you herself. How could you do this to her?" Hearing this, Blue Xia's lips curled into a cold smile, hiding endless mockery. "Cruel?" She replied disdainfully. Do you think Yunqing is a good person? She appears gentle and kind, but she's actually scheming deep down, coveting her brother-in-law for a long time. When my mother was giving birth, she secretly interfered, causing my mother to bleed to death. All just to marry into the Marquis of Wu's family openly, under the pretense of caring for her sister's children. Lan Lingru's face changed suddenly. She shook her head in disbelief, raising her voice. You're talking nonsense. My mother is not like that. Although she's not your biological mother, she raised you as her own. She's not only your stepmother, but also your aunt. How can you slander her like this? Even if she did wrong, you shouldn't have hurt her. Not only paralyzing her, but poisoning her. How could your heart be so cruel? I will tell my father and have him kick you out of the house. Blue Sia smiled wickedly. Lan Lingru, you're really naive. Do you think you still have a chance to tell Zhenrong? Lan Lingru's eyes flickered with fear. She moved closer to the bed, trembling.
You.
What do you want to do? Blue Sia raised an eyebrow. Oh, I forgot to tell you about Blue Yuan's current terrible state. Lan Lingru glared at Blue Sia. What do you mean? What happened to my brother? Blue Yuan, he's now mute. Not only are his eyes blind, but his hands are useless, and he also broke his legs. Isn't that terrible? Living is worse than dying. Who made him break my brother's legs? He must suffer and live. But don't worry, I will make you feel better. Blue Lingru's pupils suddenly shrank, and her eyes reflected Blue Sia's cold, icy face. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She hugged herself tightly, her fingertips digging into her arms, but she felt no pain. She let out a sharp scream, filled with fear.
You.
You devil. You're not Blue Sia. You're a demon. Don't come near me. Go away, go away. Blue Sia's lips curled into a cold smile. Her eyes showed no warmth. Her voice was deep and icy, as if coming from the depths of. All right, I will send you to see your ghostly mother now. Blue Lingru's body suddenly stiffened, then seemed to lose all strength and collapsed onto the bed. Tears burst from her eyes, streaming down her face and soaking the bedding beneath her. She knelt on the bed, making muffled thuds. Her voice trembled and was hoarse, full of desperate pleading. No, don't kill me. Please, sister, we are real sisters. Blue Sia raised an eyebrow again, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. She reached out and pinched Blue Lingru's chin, forcing her to lift her head. Her voice was cold as ice, each word clear and sharp. Sisters? Now you realize we're sisters? When you hired the assassin to kill me, didn't you think we were sisters? Tears blurred Blue Lingru's vision. Her lips trembled as her voice broke. Blue Sia, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my innocence with Manhwa, and I wouldn't have contracted that disease. I hate you, it's all your fault. Blue Sia released her chin and sneered. Blue Lingru, if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being reckless. If you and your mother hadn't wanted to destroy me, how could you have lost your innocence with Manhwa? So, you brought this on yourself. Blue Lingru's body suddenly stiffened again, and the fear in her eyes was gradually replaced by a malicious gleam. She stared fiercely at Lan Xia, her voice hoarse and sharp. You know everything. You know it all.
Why?
Why are you different from the person you used to be? No, you're not Lan Xia. Lan Xia nodded, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Yes, I am not the same Lan Xia as before. Lan Lingru's scream was almost deafening. Who are you? Who are you really? Lan Xia didn't answer. Instead, she reached out and grabbed her hair, pulling her forcefully off the bed. Lan Lingru's scalp was painfully pulled, and she struggled desperately, swinging her arms wildly in an attempt to break free from Lan Xia's grip. Her voice was sharp and desperate. No, don't kill me. It was Bai Lianyan who gave me the money. It's not my fault. Lan Xia sneered, her tone filled with mockery. Bai Lianyan, don't worry, she won't escape either. Before she finished speaking, Lan Xia dragged Lan Lingru to the ground, casually grabbing a curtain from the bed and twisting it into a thick rope. She threw the rope onto the ceiling beam and tied it securely. Lan Lingru, just as she was trying to get up and run out the door, was suddenly struck on the calf with a nearby stool by Lan Xie. Ah! Lan Lingru let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, curling into a ball, clutching her injured leg tightly. Tears and cold sweat mixed and slid down her face. Lan Xie approached her, looking down at her with no trace of mercy in her eyes. Her voice was cold and mocking. "TSK, so disobedient? Still want to run? Trying to escape in front of your lady? You're just asking for trouble. Why not wait quietly for death?" Lan Lingru raised her head, her eyes full of hatred and resentment. Her voice was hoarse and sharp, as if squeezed from her throat. "Lan Xie, you wicked woman. You won't have a good death." Lan Xie sneered, reaching out to grab Lan Lingru and dragging her to the stool. She stepped onto the stool, forcing Lan Lingru's head into the rope, then jumped down, coldly watching her struggle in the air. Lan Lingru's hands flailed wildly, her legs weakly kicking in the air, and a faint sound escaped her throat, as if praying for her last hope. Her face turned from red to purple, her eyes gradually dimming, losing all light. Lan Xie stood nearby, quietly watching everything, her expression completely calm. When Lan Lingru was completely out of breath, Lan Xie wiped away all traces in the room before confidently leaving. Lan Xie walked out of Lingbao Court, not returning to her own courtyard, but instead climbing over the wall into the back garden of the residence. Ai and Air were hiding in the shadows, watching closely as Lan Xie's figure disappeared. Ai muttered softly, "The princess isn't resting late at night. Where's she going?" They had seen everything just now. To them, the ending of Lan Lingru and Lan Yuan was simply a result of their own actions. Suddenly, Lan Xie stopped and slightly turned her head, her sharp gaze sweeping toward the shadows. "Come out." Ai and Air exchanged glances, then immediately appeared from the darkness, kneeling respectfully. "Princess." Lan Xie's gaze lingered on them for a moment before she said calmly, "Go back. Do not follow me." Ai frowned, a hint of worry in his voice. "Princess, what are you going to do? We won't disturb you. We're just protecting your safety in secret." Lan Xie remained calm. "I just can't sleep. I'll take a walk and then return. It's nothing. You've traveled a long way today. Tonight, you can rest." Ai wanted to say more, but her sharp eyes made him swallow his words. He stiffened, then lowered his head. "Yes, I understand. Be careful, princess." After speaking, he stood up, exchanged a quick look with Air, and they quickly disappeared into the night. Lan Xie stayed where she was, watching their figures vanish into the darkness. Only after confirming they had truly left did she continue walking forward. Air looked back at the direction where Lan Xie disappeared, his brow furrowed. He whispered, "Should we really not follow the princess? What if?" Ai shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "You saw the princess's eyes just now. If we keep following, I guarantee she'll either make us faint or send us straight back to the regent's residence." Air nodded and sighed. "Yes, the princess is strong-willed. Following her these days, I've also seen that she's quite firm about her decisions. Though uneasy, they could only obey the orders and turn away." Lan Xie arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, climbed over the high wall, and landed steadily in the shadows inside. She slightly squinted her eyes, a sly smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Last time she visited the Prime Minister's residence, she didn't have a proper look around. Tonight, she decided to carefully explore the storeroom. Didn't Lan Lingru say that the money used to hire the assassin was from the White Lotus? Blue Xie thought coldly. The Prime Minister's house is the residence of the imperial uncle, so the treasures in the storeroom are probably more abundant than those in the Wu Marquis estate. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Her figure moved like a ghost, quickly avoiding the patrolling guards inside the residence, and she made her way toward the storeroom. Outside the storeroom, guards were strict. Blue Xie hid in the shadows, a cold glint in her eyes. She moved her mind, and a small porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. She gently removed the stopper and silently sprinkled the powder inside into the air. The powder drifted with the wind, quickly spreading around the guards. Soon, the leading guard frowned and whispered, "This is bad." Before he finished speaking, He felt dizzy and weak, collapsing to the ground uncontrollably. The guards behind him also fell, unconscious. Blue CS stepped out from the shadows. She approached the door of the storeroom, pulled out a hairpin from her hair, and gently inserted it into the lock, fiddling for a moment. With a click, the lock opened. She reinserted the hairpin into her hair, pushed open the door, and slipped inside. The storeroom was pitch dark. She moved her mind again, and a glow-in-the-dark pearl appeared in her hand. Its gentle light illuminated the entire room, revealing neatly arranged boxes and shelves filled with a variety of treasures: gold and silver jewelry, antiques, paintings, rare herbs. Everything one could imagine. So rich. They must have stolen a lot from the people, Blue CS said with a slight smile. She moved her mind again, and all the items in the storeroom instantly disappeared, absorbed into her space. I've only been in this world for a few months, and now I can call myself a wealthy woman. She looked around at the empty storeroom, satisfied, then turned and strode out confidently. Just as she stepped out of the storeroom, she heard the sound of orderly footsteps nearby. Her eyes narrowed. She quickly hid in the shadows. A patrol of guards was approaching, and the captain of the patrol immediately saw the guards lying on the ground and the open door of the storeroom. His face changed drastically. Not good. Hurry and report to the master. There's a thief in the house. The captain of the guards shouted loudly and quickly rushed into the storeroom. When he saw it was completely empty, he froze in surprise. The storeroom has been robbed clean, he muttered in disbelief. Then he snapped out of it, his face turning pale with anger, and he stormed out shouting, "Quick! Report to the master that the storeroom has been robbed. You, come with me to catch the thief." For a moment, the palace was brightly lit, with guards running everywhere and chaos filled the entire estate. Lan Xiyu hid in the shadows, frowned, and whispered to herself, "They found me so quickly? Never mind, I won't look for the White Lotus tonight. The things in the storeroom can be my mental compensation." She didn't delay any longer. With a quick movement, she darted toward the outside of the estate. Her speed was fast like the wind, and in just a few jumps, she jumped over the high wall of the estate and disappeared into the dark night. Inside the estate, the guards searched everywhere but couldn't find even a trace of the thief. Bai Xianzhe's face was grim. Who could it be that managed to empty the storeroom so quickly and leave quietly? "You useless fools, go find them. If you don't catch the thief or recover the stolen goods, don't bother to live." A group of guards immediately responded and went out to search. Lan Xiyu strolled leisurely in the night, feeling quite happy. Suddenly, she heard a sharp shout from behind her, not far away. "Stop!" She paused, cursing inwardly. They caught up so fast. She quickly took a silk scarf from her pocket, skillfully covered her face, and then, without hesitation, ran forward. The person behind saw her suddenly speeding away and immediately sensed something was wrong. He shouted loudly, "Chase! Don't let her escape." Lan Xiyu's speed was incredible. She moved like the wind, weaving through narrow alleys. The guards from the estate, holding torches, chased after her, their footsteps and shouts echoing in the night sky. Instead of heading straight back to the Marquis of Wu's residence, she deliberately took a big detour. Using her knowledge of the city's layout, she cleverly threw off her pursuers. Finally, she leaned against a quiet wall, gasping slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "This body is way too weak." Blue Creek, you muttered a curse softly, secretly deciding, "Starting tomorrow, I must work out properly. Running for a while leaves me breathless and sweaty." She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand, suddenly thinking of the hot springs at the Regent's residence. Since it's not far from here, she thought it would be good to visit the hot springs, saving her the trouble of waking the maid to prepare hot water after returning home. After making up her mind, Blue Creek you tidied her clothes, checked that no one was following her, and headed toward the Regent's residence. Soon, she arrived at the backyard of the residence. She skillfully climbed over the wall, avoided the patrolling guards, and headed straight toward the hot springs. At the hot springs, she quickly took off her outer clothes, leaving only a thin undergarment, and slowly stepped into the warm water. The hot water enveloped her body. Blue Creek leaned against the edge of the pool, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and relaxed completely. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar presence approaching. She opened her eyes sharply and saw a tall figure standing by the hot spring, looking down at her from above. "Yue stays up late and visits my residence. Are you here to enjoy a hot spring bath with me?" A deep, magnetic voice with a hint of teasing sounded in the night sky. Blue Creek looked up and met the deep eyes of the regent. She smiled faintly and said, "Yes."
What?
"Would the prince like to join me for a hot spring bath?" Mo Lian gazed at her with deep eyes, a smile curling at his lips. "Since Yue is so enthusiastic, how can I refuse?" As he spoke, Mo Lian loosened his belt and slowly took off his outer garment, while Blue Creek watched him without blinking. Noticing her intense gaze, Mo Lian paused, looked at her, and thought to himself that Yue truly had no shyness at all. But he liked her gaze fixed on him. Mo Lian moved quickly. After removing his shirt, his strong upper body was exposed under the moonlight. He just entered the hot spring when Blue Creek saw this. A sly smile appeared in her eyes, and without hesitation, she pounced on him, her hands reaching directly for his firm chest.
Wow.
8-pack abs. Blue Creek's fingers lightly traced his skin, her eyes full of admiration, and she secretly thought, the feel is really good. Today was really a lucky day. Not only did I take the treasury from the Prime Minister's residence, but I also have a handsome man to relax with in the hot springs. It's just too enjoyable. Mo Liyuan's body stiffened slightly as he felt those restless hands wandering over him. His Adam's apple moved, and his voice became deep and hoarse. "Yue, don't touch me randomly." Lan Xia, however, was not bothered. She curled her lips and hummed. "A little touch won't hurt." "You're so stingy." Her fingers still gently brushed over his abs. Mo Liyuan's breathing grew faster. He quickly grabbed her hands, his eyes full of desire, with a hint of helplessness and affection in his voice. "Yue, if you keep doing this, I can't promise what will happen next." Lan Xia looked up into his eyes. Under the moonlight, his gaze seemed to burn like a flame, hot and deep. She blinked, saw the desire in his eyes, and immediately withdrew her hands, stepping back to keep some distance between them. Just joking around, playing and teasing, but she didn't want to lose her innocence just like that. Mo Liyuan was both amused and helpless at her reaction. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his restless feelings, and softly said, "Where, you've traveled so far. Why aren't you sleeping well? Instead, you come to the palace to soak in the hot springs in the middle of the night." Lan Xia gently stirred the warm spring water with her hands, causing tiny splashes that made soft sounds. She tilted her head, squinting lazily and comfortably. I can't sleep, so I come to soak in the hot springs." "But your Regency Prince's residence is really nice. There's a natural hot spring. So comfortable." Mo Liyuan's gaze softened as he looked at her, a gentle smile appearing on his lips, full of affection. He whispered, "Once Yue marries into the palace, she can soak in the hot springs anytime. Tomorrow, I will go to the emperor to request a marriage decree. What do you think?" Yue's voice was deep and tender, filled with anticipation, waiting for her reply. At that moment, a system voice suddenly echoed in Lan Xia's mind. Sure. Now the host can earn points anytime and anywhere." Lan Xia's face darkened instantly. She said unhappily, "System, can you stop ruining the mood with your voice, system?" Her mood was interrupted by the system, and she felt a bit annoyed. When she looked up, she saw Mo Liyuan's expression suddenly turn cold. His gaze still fixed on her, but the warmth in his eyes had been replaced by a layer of coldness, as if he was shrouded in a chilling aura. Lan Xiyu was momentarily stunned, feeling confused. "Huh? What's going on? Why did this person suddenly look unhappy?" She asked suspiciously. "Mo Lian, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly upset?" Mo Lian's gaze remained cold, and his voice was deep and slightly restrained. "Yue, are you unwilling to marry into the royal family?" Only then did Lan Shi realize the misunderstanding. No, it's a mistake. I was just thinking about something else earlier and got distracted. Emolian's expression softened a little. Then, will I go to the palace tomorrow to request the marriage? She smiled sweetly. Yes, hearing this, Emolian's originally cold expression instantly melted like snow in spring, and a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. He waved his hand, and Lan Shi's body was suddenly pulled toward him uncontrollably. The water in the hot spring rippled, creating gentle waves, and Lan Shi landed lightly in Emolian's arms. She looked up and met his deep, pool-like eyes. He lowered his head and kissed her lips without hesitation. Lan Shi blinked, and Emolian softly said, "Yue, close your eyes." Hearing this, she slowly closed her eyes. His kiss was gentle and lingering, as if he wanted to pour all his feelings into it. After a long while, Emolian slowly released her lips, breathing slightly hurried, and his inner restlessness grew harder to contain. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, then looked at her with deep eyes and a husky voice. "Yue, I will go get your clothes." As he finished speaking, Emolian leapt up. With a flick of his hand, the robes on the nearby shelf flew toward him as if caught by the wind, and he put them on steadily. His movements were quick and decisive, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared by the edge of the hot spring. Lan Shi pouted and muttered softly, "Run after eating, shameless guy." Her voice was quiet but clearly reached Emolian's ears. He paused, staggered slightly, almost falling from the air. He shook his head helplessly, but couldn't help but smile. "This girl, really," Emolian muttered softly, with a tone full of affection and helplessness. Lan Shi leaned against the edge of the hot spring, gently stirring the water with her hands. "System, do you think he's shy, System?" "Probably," she chuckled softly, but as she recalled the kiss just now, her face grew hotter and hotter. "System, host, are you feeling shy too?" "Nonsense. How could I be shy?" Lan Xia replied. "System, by the way, how many points do I have now?" "System, you currently have 50,000 points and 200 merits. Your remaining lifespan is 5 days. Do you want to exchange for more life points?" Lan Xia thought for a moment. "Exchange all for life points, System." Ding. Exchange successful. You now have 505 days of life remaining. Hearing this, Lan Xia's eyes filled with tears of joy. It's not easy to secure over a year of life. Tomorrow, she will ask N.E. to go to the blacksmith to make some hidden weapons for self-defense. She can't let the system find an excuse to deduct her life points now. She earned these 50,000 points by constantly gaining points on her way back. It was really hard work. Soon, Emolian returned with a set of clothes, placing them by the hot spring. He turned his back and coughed.
Cough.
"Yue, soaking in the hot spring for too long can make your skin wrinkle." Lan Xia looked at his back, pouting, then got out of the hot spring, took a cloth nearby to wipe herself, and changed into a clean dress. Emolian listened to the rustling sounds behind him, imagining scenes in his mind, and his ears turned slightly red. Lan Xia gently brushed her fingertips over the delicate floral embroidery on her light purple gauze dress. The dress seemed tailor-made for her, fitting her waist perfectly, with the hem rippling like water waves. She deliberately spun around in front of Emolian, her dress fluttering, carrying a faint fragrance. "Emolian," her tone slightly raised, "your residence actually has women's dresses, and one that fits me so well." She paused on purpose, her eyes flickering with mischief. "Could it be that your house hides a lovely lady?" The moonlight cast varying shadows on his sharp features, making his deep phoenix eyes look even more profound, like a dark pool. He paused to look at her, and his throat moved slightly, almost imperceptibly. "No," he said in a low voice, warmer than usual. "This is what the king ordered the steward to prepare for you." "Oh," Lan Xia deliberately stretched her tone, and suddenly stepped closer. She still carried the misty steam and light fragrance from the hot spring, which lingered between them. She keenly noticed that this renowned, decisive, and ruthless Regent King's ears had a suspicious flush of red. "Emolian," she suddenly tiptoed, her red lips almost touching his ear. "Why are your ears so red?" Before she finished speaking, she clearly felt his tall body stiffen suddenly. Mo Liyuan quickly took a half step back, his dark silk robe slicing through the air with a sharp arc, and the jade pendant at his waist jingled. "Just hot from soaking in the hot spring," he said, his voice unusually tinged with nervousness, his gaze flickering uncertainly. "You rest early. I will have Tianyi take you to the main courtyard. Tonight, I will go to the study." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and hurried away, his back looking like he was fleeing in a hurry. Ha ha ha! Lan Xie finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Mo Liyuan's body stiffened, and he looked back at the person laughing so brightly. He shook his head helplessly and then strode toward the study. Tianyi came in from outside, clearing his throat. Your Majesty's wife," he stammered, bowing. "The master instructed us to take you to the main courtyard to rest." Lan Xie wiped away tears from her eyes and waved casually. "No need trouble yourself. I'll go back now." She then walked straight to the west wall, lightly placing her delicate hand in the gap between the bricks, her posture graceful like a swallow, and in a flash, she climbed over the wall. Tianyi stared in shock as the purple figure disappeared into the moonlight. After a moment, he seemed to remember something. "Your Majesty, the front gate. The front gate is open." Why did she have to climb over the wall? Tianyi signaled to the darkness. Her secretly. Make sure she returns safely to the house. Inside the study, Mo Liyuan was staring absent-mindedly at the flickering candle flame on the desk. "Master," Tianyi respectfully bowed. "The lady has left. I've sent someone to secretly her." He hesitated for a moment and added, "Also, the Prime Minister's house is not peaceful tonight. Guards are searching the whole city for thieves." According to the secret guards, the Prime Minister's warehouse was emptied overnight. Mo Liyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, the candlelight casting flickering shadows in his deep eyes. He tapped his fingers on the desk and suddenly chuckled softly. "How coincidental. I knew Iware wouldn't sleep late. She went to the royal residence to soak in the hot spring. Turns out she just finished her theft." At the Marquis of Wu's residence, Lan Xie returned to her small courtyard. She went straight to her room and lay down on the bed, falling asleep quickly. An and an heir, who had been hiding in the dark, saw her return and finally relaxed, closing their eyes to rest. At this moment, the Prime Minister's residence was brightly lit. Bai Xianzhe stood at the door of the storeroom with a pale face, staring at the empty storage room, veins bulging on his forehead. The guard captain trembled as he knelt on the ground. "Master, I searched the area within 10 miles with my men, but we couldn't find a single shadow. It was strange to see a woman on the street, but she ran away." The guard didn't say much, fearing that revealing too much would make them look useless. So many people, yet not a single woman was caught. "Good for nothing." Bai Xianzhe kicked over a vase beside him, shards scattering everywhere. "Keep searching. Even if it means turning the entire capital upside down, I want that person caught." As dawn approached, Bai Xianzhe changed into a bright purple official robe and grimly boarded a carriage. In a side hall near the Hall of Heavenly Blessings, many officials had already gathered. When they saw Bai Xianzhe walking in with a stern face, they all fell silent. One official, who was friendly with Bai Xianzhe, stepped forward. "Master, did something happen at the residence last night? This morning before dawn, we saw the guards searching the streets." "Humph." Bai Xianzhe snorted coldly, clenched his fists inside his sleeve. "Last night, a daring thief broke into the Prime Minister's house and robbed the storeroom." Lan Jinrong frowned and stepped forward, clasping his hands. "Did the Prime Minister's house also get robbed? Any clues?" His voice was urgent. Recently, the Marquis Wu's treasury was also robbed, and no leads had been found yet. Bai Xianzhe shot a cold glance at Lan Jinrong, but said nothing. The other officials in the side hall understood. This time, the Prime Minister had suffered a setback. Still, everyone was curious about who had such great skill to rob the Prime Minister's house overnight. Some officials felt worried. What if it happened to their own homes next? Seeing that time was getting late, the officials quickly tidied their clothes, left the side hall, and entered the main hall one after another. "His Majesty has arrived," Gong Gong Fu's sharp voice rang out. Amid cheers of, "Long live the emperor slowly ascended the throne, his gaze sweeping over the officials. "Everyone, bow your heads." Gong Gong Fu waved his whisk, his sharp voice echoing in the hall. "If there are any reports, present them now. If not, the court is dismissed." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xianjia was about to step forward to present his report when he saw Crown Prince Mo Yufeng bow with clenched fists, a hint of suppressed anger in his expression. "Your son has something to report." The ministers looked at each other in surprise. Just now, when they entered the main hall, they found the Crown Prince and others acting strangely. Hadn't the Crown Prince gone with the eldest prince to help the victims in Huilong County? When did he secretly return to the capital? And are the recent rumors in the city true? Was the Crown Prince really unfaithful to the guards during the relief efforts? Bai Xianjia quietly stepped back. The emperor on the dragon throne leaned slightly forward, his brows slightly furrowed. "The Crown Prince just returned last night. Have the disaster victims in Huilong County been properly taken care of?" Hearing this, the ministers realized that the Crown Prince had returned last night. How had they not heard any news? Thanks to the emperor's blessing, the victims have been properly settled, and Mo Yufeng bowed deeply. When he stood up, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "But today I have another matter to report." The hall suddenly fell silent. The emperor lightly tapped the armrest of the throne. "Speak." "I was attacked in Huilong County." Mo Yufeng suddenly raised his voice. And the mastermind behind it was none other than the usually indifferent eldest prince. As soon as he said this, there was a commotion in the court. Several old ministers almost dropped their tablets in shock. "Ridiculous." The emperor slammed his hand on the table, causing teacups to clatter. "What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." The ministers found it strange. There had been no news in recent days, and now the emperor looked so shocked. He clearly knew nothing about it. All of this was a secret kept by Mo Lian, who deliberately gave the emperor a surprise. Mo Yufeng recounted everything in detail, even exaggerating a little. The hall suddenly became very quiet, so quiet that even breathing could be heard. The emperor suddenly slammed his hand on the dragon desk, making the teacups rattle. "Where is Mo Jitsong? Bring him in." Just then, a sharp voice came from outside the hall. "The regent has arrived." Everyone turned to look. Mo Lian, dressed in a dark python robe, stepped into the hall with steady steps. Behind him, Mo Jitsong, pale and sweating, followed. "Son respectfully greets father." Mo Jitsong knelt and bowed, but immediately shivered under the emperor's sharp gaze. "Father, please see clearly. The injury to the crown prince has nothing to do with me."
Mo Yufeng's neared.
"If Lan Xiu hadn't uncovered the poison and found the antidote on you, the crown prince might have already died. You're still trying to deny it." The officials in the hall were shocked by the words. Lan Jinrong and the protector duke exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Even the attending imperial doctors hadn't detected the poison of 1,000 changes, yet young miss, you could see through it? Mo Jitsong's forehead pressed to the ground, trembling as he spoke. "Father, Lan Xia is only of marriageable age. How could she understand poison better than the doctors? She's clearly lying just to frame my son." Before he finished, he suddenly felt a cold gaze like a blade stabbing him. Mo Liuan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes dark as ink. Though he said nothing, Mo Jitsong felt as if he had fallen into an icy pit, and cold sweat soaked his clothes instantly. The emperor's gaze moved among the three, finally resting on Mo Liuan. "Regent King, you were present at the time. What is your opinion on this matter?" Mo Liuan calmly took out a memorial from his. Fu Guang hurriedly stepped forward, accepting it with both hands and presenting it to the emperor. The emperor unfolded the memorial, his eyes scanning the words that seemed to pierce the heart. His face suddenly turned icy. He clenched his 5 fingers tightly, making a cracking sound, then suddenly stood up. "How dare you!" With a roar of anger, the emperor rushed down the jade steps, kicking toward the crown prince. Mo Yufeng staggered back, looking panicked. "Father!" The emperor turned and delivered a heavy kick to Mo Jitsong's shoulder. The officials in the hall gasped in shock. What could make the usually calm emperor so furious? I sent you to help with disaster relief, and this is how you repay me. None of you are obedient, the emperor's trembling finger pointed at Mo Yufeng. Mixing with guards and ruining the royal reputation, Mo Yufeng hurriedly knelt. Father, I beg your forgiveness. I am innocent. Shut up, the emperor's anger turned into a bitter smile. He turned and grabbed Mo Jitsong's collar. And you, rebellious son, how dare you secretly communicate with the Wild King's remnants? Tell me, where are those traitors hiding? Mo Jitsong's face turned pale. I am innocent. I truly don't know those people are remnants of the Wild King. Not speaking? Guards, take the crown prince away. The emperor waved his sleeve and turned around. From today, confine the crown prince's residence. No one is to step out without my order. 2 golden-armored guards entered the hall, lifting the limp Mo Jitsong and leading him out. At this moment, the emperor's cold voice sounded again. The crown prince Mo Yufeng has failed in virtue. Today, he is dismissed as crown prince. Your Majesty, please think carefully. White Xianzhe suddenly knelt down abruptly, his forehead heavily hitting the golden brick. The crown prince is the foundation of the country. How can he be dismissed because of rumors? The other ministers saw this and quickly knelt down, their voices blending into a chorus of respectful sounds. The emperor snorted coldly. Rumors? Humph. Mo Yufeng, tell me, are the recent rumors in the capital true or false? Mo Yufeng broke out in cold sweat. He never expected that what happened that day would reach the capital. The memorial from the regent to the emperor earlier probably also mentioned the incident in Longlong County. Otherwise, the emperor wouldn't be so angry. Father, I am innocent. I was framed by others. Inside the palace, the dragon-scented incense in the golden beast-shaped censer had burned out, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke curling upward. The emperor slowly sat back on the throne, tapping his fingertips on the gilded armrest. The tapping sound seemed to echo in the hearts of all the ministers. Oh, the emperor sneered. Who would want to frame you? Mo Yufeng swallowed hard. He glanced sideways and saw Mo Lian in a dark-colored robe embroidered with a mysterious dragon pattern, shimmering faintly in the candlelight. He clenched his teeth and said, "It was Lan Xia." His voice suddenly rose. After I met her that day, I felt unwell and then lost consciousness. It must have been her doing. A light laugh like shattered ice fell. Mo Lian slowly turned the jade ring on his thumb, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The crown prince is making excuses and falsely accusing a noble lady. He's indulging in pleasures himself and trying to blame an unmarried girl, little uncle. Mo Yufeng suddenly looked up, a trace of resentment and hatred flashing in his eyes. You defend Lan Xia like this, but isn't it, he deliberately stretched his tone, that you've taken a fancy to her? The hall immediately filled with gasps. The ministers couldn't help but look toward Lan Jinrong. Today, they had heard one shocking story after another. If what the crown prince said was true, and the regent was to marry a daughter-in-law, wouldn't the Wu Kingdom Marquis' residence rise to great heights? Lan Jinrong clenched his hand around the tablet, his mood also stirred with excitement. Mo Yufeng sneered inwardly. On the way back to the capital, he had figured it out. The regent had taken a liking to Lan Xia, and that woman had also fallen for the regent. Even if it wasn't Lan Xia, he would still accuse her today. Otherwise, his position as crown prince would be in danger. Father, please see clearly. Emperor Ming Yufeng bowed deeply, his forehead pressed against the cold golden brick. What I say is true. I was harmed by Blue Creek Moon's poison. Otherwise, why would I be with the guards? The emperor tapped lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne, squinting as he looked at Mo Lian. His voice carried a hint of suspicion. Regent King, is it true what the crown prince said, that you have feelings for Blue Creek Moon, the daughter of the Marquis of Wu? Mo Lian's wide sleeves hung loosely, the dark patterns on his black robe flickering in the light. He looked directly at the emperor. My heart belongs to you. I will marry no one else. He then bowed solemnly. I humbly ask your majesty to grant the marriage. Ridiculous. The emperor suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Blue Creek Moon has a bad reputation. How can she be suitable as the regent queen? He looked around at the officials in the hall. There are many noble ladies in the capital. None of them are inferior to her. Emolian's lips curled slightly. He touched the jade pendant at his waist. The waters are deep. He paused, then his tone grew serious. My brother only drinks from 1 cup. The officials were shocked to hear this. Blue Jinrong's hand holding the tablet trembled slightly, surprised and pleased. The emperor's expression changed. Then he waved his hand. We will discuss this later. His gaze suddenly sharpened. But as for the crown prince's accusation that Blue Creek Moon drugged him, the imperial doctor examined the crown prince afterward and found no traces of medicine. Emo Lian interrupted calmly. The emperor hesitated for a moment, then suddenly raised his voice. Crown prince. Emo Lian shivered. Father, it must be the imperial doctor. Emo Lian's cold eyes looked at Emo Yufeng.
What?
Do you think I told the imperial doctor to lie? Emo Yufeng lowered his head. I dare not. The emperor looked at the shrinking crown prince, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. The noble heir, silenced by just a few words from the regent king. He looked coldly at Emo Yufeng. Crown prince, as the heir, your behavior during the disaster relief was reckless and shameful. It tarnishes the royal family's reputation. Since many officials are pleading for you, I will give you 1 chance today. If you offend again, I will remove you from the throne. Emo Yufeng knelt on the ground, cold sweat soaking his clothes. He wiped his forehead. Thank you, father. The emperor's gaze swept over Emo Lian, who looked calm and composed, then at the crown prince, whose face was pale and chest heaving with frustration. Send my order. The emperor stood up. The crown prince has fallen short in virtue. Starting today, he is to be confined to the Eastern Palace for a month to reflect on his actions. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over the officials and soldiers. Also, it is strictly forbidden for civilians to discuss the crown prince. Anyone who breaks this rule, 30 strokes of the cane and 3 months in prison. After speaking, the emperor swept his sleeve and strode away. Emo Yufeng felt a small surge of happiness. His father still favored him. Retire. Bow. The sharp voice of grandfather Fu echoed through the hall. Long live the emperor. The officials bowed in unison, their foreheads touching the ground with a series of thuds. Lan Jinrong secretly looked at Emo Liyuan, ready to go forward and greet him, but saw Emo Liyuan walk away quickly. Many officials went to congratulate Lan Jinrong, who responded with a polite smile. Emo Yufeng looked at Lan Jinrong and snorted coldly, then turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. Lan Xie, you betrayed this prince. You will regret it. Meanwhile, Xie Lan was unaware of the morning court's turmoil. She was focused on adding the last herb to her bath, causing the water to ripple with amber-colored waves. She wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to Lan Xinai in the wheelchair. Brother, it's time to take off your clothes and soak in the medicine bath. Lan Xinya's ears, as white as jade, instantly turned faintly red. His long fingers unconsciously clenched the wheelchair's armrest.
You heir.
Please go and avoid this. Xie Lan suddenly realized this was not modern times. People in ancient times were very conservative. She quickly turned and left, closing the door with a crisp sound. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurriedly knocked on the door. Just leave me some pants. I need to do acupuncture later. Inside, she heard the rustling of clothes, and after a moment, Lan Xinai hesitated before replying. Would it be better to invite a doctor to do the acupuncture? Although they were siblings, men and women were not supposed to be close. Xie Lan was about to speak, but hesitated. The doctor saw no gender distinctions, and her brother was not entirely. He still wore a pair of pants to cover himself. Just as she was about to say this, a steady, powerful footsteps broke the silence. Xie Lan turned to look and saw the old doctor slowly entering the room. Their eyes met, filled with curiosity. Old doctor, why are you here at this hour? The old doctor smiled slightly, stroking his white beard. Of course, the prince knew you were anxious and eager to treat the eldest son's illness. He specially sent me here to see if I could do a little to help. Hearing this, Xie Lan nodded.
The old doctor arrived, just in time.
As she finished speaking, she softly explained to the old doctor the acupuncture points that needed treatment. The old doctor listened, frowned slightly, then relaxed again. He secretly admired her but also felt a bit self-deprecating. Although I am called a great doctor, I still feel I am a little inferior in front of the young princess. After saying this, the old doctor no longer hesitated. He stepped into the room and began to give acupuncture to Blue Xinyi, who was in the medicinal bath. Blue Xia pouted. Even the old doctor called her princess, which was probably ordered by Mo Lian. She sat in the pavilion in the yard, leaning on a stone table. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavy, and she fell asleep without realizing it. Her busy, upside-down life had not yet settled down. With the old doctor nearby, she didn't have to worry. She knew her brother's leg treatment would start after 7 days of continuous medicinal baths. The yard was unusually quiet. Usually, at this time, the sharp sound of Blue Lingru smashing dishes and scolding would be heard. But today, the side room was silent. Suddenly, a small maid nervously pushed open the door. The hot water in the copper basin was steaming with white mist. She looked up and accidentally dropped the basin onto the stone tiles with a loud clang. The small maid sat down on the ground, trembling. She saw Blue Lingru hanging from the beam in plain, white clothes, motionless. Hearing the noise, the maids and servants rushed over and collapsed on the ground. One old maid struggled to step forward, holding the cold legs and pulling them down. At the moment the rope snapped, Blue Lingru's pale face turned purple and blue. Her eyes stared straight at the decorated ceiling, and her tongue was stiffly pressed between her teeth.
Second Mississippi is dead.
The old maid sat trembling on the ground, her voice trembling. Suddenly, a more piercing scream came from the corner. Everyone turned to look and saw the small maid collapse in front of the bed, pointing at the 2 close maidservants on the bed, Sherwin and her sister. Inside the silk curtain, Sherwin and Sherwal lay side by side, as if still sleeping. But under the opened quilt, their plain white clothes were soaked with blood. The most frightening part was that both of their mouths had a strange, fixed smile, contrasting with their pale faces, like beautiful ghosts.
Blood.
The bed is full of blood. The small maid pointed at the dark red liquid dripping from the edge of the bed, then suddenly fainted. Quick, report to the old lady. The second miss hanged herself and is gone. One maid hurriedly ran out. The old lady was drinking plain porridge when a maid entered and said, "Madam, a young maid from Lingbao Court said the second miss hanged herself and is gone." Hearing this, the old lady dropped her chopsticks.
What?
Miss Rowe hanged herself, the maid nodded. At that moment, a young servant ran in and knelt down. "Madam, something bad has happened." The old lady's face darkened. "What is it now?" The second young master's eyes were gouged out. He is covered in blood and unconscious. Hearing this, the old lady stood up suddenly, staggering. Lady Li quickly helped her. "You honor, go quickly and call the doctor." As she spoke, the old lady fainted. Lady Li helped her, alarmed. "Madam, someone go call the doctor. The madam has fainted." In the pavilion, Lan Xia buried half her face in her arms. Miss, Chuchuan's voice came from afar, full of nervousness. Lan Xia looked up. The sunlight made her squint. "What's wrong?" she asked lazily, her voice hoarse from sleep. Chu Chun hurried over, her skirt fluttering, her cheeks flushed from running. "Miss, it's not good. The second miss hanged herself and is gone. The second young master is also in trouble." The old madam fainted after hearing, and now the house is in chaos. The master hasn't returned from court yet. Seeing her young lady's indifferent expression, Chu Chun was anxious and stomped her foot. "Miss, did you hear what the maid said?" The old madam. "Did they call the doctor?" Chu Chun was stunned. "Yes, I went to call one." Lan Xia waved her hand and yawned. "If Ling Ro is dead, she's dead. The old madam fainted, so they called the doctor." "Fine, don't bother me. I want to rest a bit." After speaking, she leaned back on the stone table, closing her eyes to pretend to sleep. Chu Chun looked back and forth nervously, and left the pavilion. Chuxia came over. How is it? Did you tell the miss? Does she want to go see? Chu Chun pointed at Lan Xia, who was dozing on the stone table. Miss looked exhausted last night, very unenergetic. Chuxia looked over. Huh? She's just sleeping on the table. The house is in chaos, and Chu Chun pulled Chuxia aside. Sure. Please speak softly, so the young lady can sleep longer. She looks very tired. The young master is soaking in a medicinal bath, and the young lady is worried about going back to rest. You go and watch over her. If anything happens, come back immediately and report. Chuxia nodded, and then turned to leave. Inside the quiet courtyard, Aunt Hong walked quickly, glancing outside now and then. She frowned and said, Why hasn't the doctor arrived yet? The maids inside bowed their heads silently, not daring to speak. Lan Yun leaned on the table, twisting a handkerchief with her fingers. She whispered in frustration, how could second sister suddenly try to end her life? And second brother just had an accident at this time. Auntie, that Lan Xia really is a troublemaker. I heard she just returned last night, and right after she came back, the house was in chaos. Aunt Hong's eyebrows furrowed, her eyes cold. Did the eldest young lady inform her? A maid nearby trembled and said, Yes, madam. We sent someone to invite her, but Miss Chu Chun said. The young master is treating his leg, and the young lady is worried and can't leave right now. Lan Jiaoyun snorted coldly, full of sarcasm. She's so carefree. Grandmother fainted, and she didn't even show her face, only caring about her crippled brother. Aunt Hong raised her eyebrows, smiling faintly. The young master's leg was examined by many famous doctors before, and they all said it was hard to treat. Who is the famous doctor today? It's the divine Dr. Yao Lao. A flicker of light appeared in Aunt Hong's eyes. After a moment of thought, she suddenly stood up, sweeping her sleeve. Yuner, come with me to the young master's courtyard. Since Yao Lao is here, we should ask him to treat grandmother. The house is already chaotic enough. Grandmother must not have any more trouble. Lan Jiaoyun quickly followed. Yes, madam. Yao Lao is a skilled doctor. He will surely save grandmother. Chuxia hurried back and Chu Chun quickly asked, What's wrong? Chuxia panted for a moment. Aunt Hong and Miss San are heading to the young master's courtyard. Chu Chun frowned and entered the pavilion with Chuxia. Chu Chun gently pushed Lan Xia's shoulder. Miss, wake up. Aunt Hong and Miss San are coming to the young master's courtyard. Lan Xia slowly opened her eyes, still a little sleepy. Her voice was hoarse. What are they coming for? Chuxia shook her head. I don't know. Lan Xia stood up, brushed her clothes, and just as she stepped out of the pavilion, she saw Aunt Hong and Lan Jiaoyun approaching gracefully, surrounded by maids and servants, making quite a scene. Auntie Hong smiled on her face but spoke sharply. Miss, second miss hanged herself last night, and second young master suddenly suffered a misfortune. The old lady fainted from shock and has not woken up yet. I heard the divine doctor, Lao Yao, is at the house. I came to invite him to treat the old lady. Lan Xia's lips curled slightly, but her smile did not reach her eyes. Auntie, Lao Yao has a strange personality. Not everyone can see him. Blue Jiaoyun couldn't hold back and snorted coldly. Big sister, ever since you returned to the house, trouble has followed you. You really are a bad omen. Suddenly, a crisp slap sounded. Blue Jiaoyun was caught off guard, staggered back a few steps, and covered her face, angry and surprised. Lan Xia, you hit me again? Lan Xia slowly withdrew her hand, her eyes cold as frost. Third sister, your mouth is really eager for a beating. As a common girl, you dare to be so rude in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru, perhaps? Yuner. Auntie Hong's face darkened instantly, and she scolded sternly. Liang Jingru is someone I don't know. But the house is in chaos. Yuner, even if your words are a bit harsh, it's because you're worried about grandma. As the legitimate daughter, the old lady fainted, and you didn't show up. Do you still have filial piety? Lan Xia sneered, her eyes colder. Grandma fainted, so I should go get a doctor? If I go, will grandma wake up? Auntie Hong's face sank, and her eyes showed anxiety. The doctor has already been called, but He hasn't arrived yet. Now that Lao Yao is here, why not ask him to see the old lady first? The house is in chaos. If anything happens to Grandma again, who will take responsibility? Miss, you must understand the importance of the situation. Lan Xia nonchalantly adjusted her sleeve. What about my brother's leg? Isn't that important? Blue Jiaoyun shot a fierce look at Lan Xia and loudly said, Lao Yao has come several times to treat our eldest brother. It must be because of the Marquis of Wu's house. Lao Yao has seen his leg before, and the chances of recovery are slim. Of course, now the most important thing is to treat Grandma. After speaking, she stepped forward and loudly called through the closed door. Lao Yao, my grandmother suddenly fainted. Please come and see her. Inside, there was silence. Blue Jiaoyun frowned tightly and raised her voice. Lao Yao, can you hear me? My grandmother fainted, and I hope you. Before she finished, the door creaked open. A young man in green clothes, a medicine boy, walked out with a cold face, his eyes sharp. What are you shouting about? Do you dare to disturb my master for such a fainting spell? Your noble house of Wu Guohou is perhaps more important than heaven itself. Lan Jiaoyun was stunned. No, when old Yao comes to the house, isn't it because of the Wu Guohou residence? Yao Tong snorted coldly. The humble Wu Guohou residence is not something old Yao would overlook. Yao Tong then turned to Lan Shi with more respect, bowing politely. Princess. Lan Jiaoyun's eyes widened. Who do you call princess? Yao Tong had heard the words outside earlier, so he didn't like Lan Jiaoyun. He didn't need to flatter someone he disliked. He turned to look coldly at Lan Jiaoyun. Your eyesight isn't good. Go get it checked. The princess is standing right here, can't you see? After speaking, Yao Tong bowed politely to Lan Xiu again, then turned and entered the room. With a loud bang, he closed the door. Lan Jiaoyun was stunned, turning to look at Lan Shi with jealousy, almost bursting out. He just called you princess? Lan Shiyu, you haven't married yet. Where does this princess title come from? Madame Hong frowned slightly. Yes, miss, a lady's reputation is very important. If such improper titles spread, this lady's reputation doesn't need your concern, Lan Shiu interrupted. Just then, a maid hurried over and whispered a few words into Madame Hong's ear. Madame Hong looked at Lan Shi with meaning. The doctor has arrived. Are you really not going to visit the old madam? With auntie and third sister here showing such filial piety, grandmother will surely be safe, Lan Shi said with a slight smile, but her eyes held no joy. Lan Jiaoyun snorted coldly and turned away with a flick of her sleeve. Madame Hong looked at her with complicated feelings, then finally turned to follow. Lan Shi returned to the pavilion and sat down, worry clouding her face. Miss, if you don't visit the old madam, after the master returns home, Madame Hong and third miss will definitely try to influence you. What's there to be afraid of? Lan Shi picked up her teacup, took a sip, and her gaze turned cold. How the old madam treated me before. You know very well. This fake filial piety is not worth doing. Chun Chun sniffed, feeling a bit emotional. Although she was the eldest legitimate daughter, she had never won the old madam's favor. No wonder her daughter didn't bother with superficial manners anymore. Suddenly, the door opened with a creak. Old Yao pushed it open, and Lan Shiyu immediately stood up and went out of the pavilion to greet him. Little princess, Yao Lao stroked his beard and smiled, saying, Elder brother has already finished the acupuncture on the points you mentioned. Thank you, Yao Lao. Lan Shiyu nodded slightly. I will draw the plan for the next 6 days of acupuncture and send it to you later. There was no choice. Her brother was shy and didn't want her to do the acupuncture. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered Yao Lao. Yao Lao's eyes lit up, and he waved his hands quickly. No trouble at all. Chuxia, take Yao Lao out. Yao Lao nodded. I will come again tomorrow. After speaking, he left with Chuxia. The young medic carried his medicine box, saluted Lan Shiyu, and hurried after him. Lan Shiyu entered the room. When Lan Shunyi saw her come in, he hurriedly crossed his arms over his chest, blushing slightly. You should go out first. Lan Shiyu pouted but ignored him. She went straight to the bath barrel and sat on a stool. Lan Shunyi's brows furrowed tightly, and his voice became a bit deeper. Boys and girls shouldn't share the same bed at 7. You are now. Before he finished, Lan Shi grabbed his wrist, placing 3 fingers precisely on his pulse point. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and said seriously, the herbal bath for these 7 days is to repair the meridians in your legs. But since it's been delayed so long, the bones and flesh have grown crooked. She looked directly at her brother. After 7 days, we need to break the bones again, perform surgery, and treat it with black jade ointment. Then your legs will recover. Lan Shunya's eyes brightened. As long as I can stand again, I can endure the pain of breaking bones and removing flesh. Lan Shi smiled. Don't worry, brother. During the surgery, I will give you anesthesia, so it won't hurt. And during these 6 days of herbal baths, Yao Lao will come daily to do acupuncture for you. Today, just soak for a tea's time. She stood up and tidied her skirt. Just rest assured and focus on healing. You don't need to worry about anything outside. I will handle everything. Lan Shinyi nodded, watching his sister's back as she left. His throat moved slightly, and only after her figure disappeared outside the door did he slowly relax his clenched, pale fingers. He looked down at his numb legs. He had already given up hope, but his sister had given him hope again. No matter if his legs could be healed or not, he couldn't give up. He didn't want his sister to worry about him. As Lan Zhenrong stepped through the gate, he saw the maid hurriedly approaching. Master, something terrible has happened. What is so urgent? Lan Zhenrong frowned, looking very displeased. The maid suddenly knelt down, trembling, and said, Second Mississippi. Second Miss hanged herself. Second young master also met with misfortune. When the old madam heard the bad news, she fainted on the spot. What? Lan Zhenrong staggered, and a young servant quickly caught him. Sir, be careful. Ruru. She hanged herself. Lan Zhenrong's face turned very pale, and his voice trembled. Seeing the maid nod with tears, he suddenly grabbed her shoulders. Yuan. What happened to Yuan? The maid cried on the ground. Second young master. The doctor said. His eyes were gouged out.
He can't speak.
His limbs are broken. Now he's only hanging on by a breath. With a loud bang, Lan Zhenrong felt dizzy and disoriented. At this moment, old Dr. Yu came out from the inner courtyard, carrying his medicine box. Seeing him, Lan Zhenrong hurried forward and grabbed his sleeve. Dr. Yu, please help Yuana. Old Dr. Yu frowned and brushed his sleeve away. I don't know who Yuana is. Lan Zhenrong looked confused. Aren't you here to treat Yuan at the house? Xia stepped forward at the right time and bowed. Master, Dr. Yu is here to treat the young master's leg. Lan Zhenrong's eyes turned red. Dr. Yu, since you're here, please go and see my little son. Old Dr. Yu directly shook off Lan Zhenrong's hand. I don't have time for that, he said, then ignored him and strode out of the house. Aunt Hong heard that Lan Zhenrong had returned and hurried over. Master, you're back. The doctor just saw the old madam. She was shocked and suddenly fainted. The doctor said she must not be stimulated when she wakes up, or she might become half paralyzed. What should we do? Lan Zhenrong shouted. What exactly happened? Why did Ruru, who is fine, do something so reckless? And what about Yuana? Blue Jiao Yun choked with tears. Father, it's all because of Big Sister. When she didn't come back, everything was fine. But after she returned last night, second sister and second brother had accidents. Just now, I and Annie heard that old Dr. Yu was with the eldest brother. We wanted him to treat Grandma, but Big Sister said old Dr. Yu was brought by her to treat her leg, and Grandma's doctor is enough. Lan Zhenrong's face turned ashen. He headed straight for Songbai residence. Aunt Hong and Blue Jiao Yun quickly followed. When Lan Zhenrong looked at the pale-faced Lan Yuan, whose eyes were bandaged with white cloth on the bed, he turned and glanced at the young servant. What exactly happened? How did second young master end up like this? The servant knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. I don't know. When I woke up this morning, I saw that second young master's room was quiet. I thought he was sleeping in, so I didn't disturb him. Later, when it was getting late, I wanted to come in and wake him for breakfast. When I pushed the door, I found second young master lying on the ground, blood streaming from his eyes, Not moving at all. How dare you? How did you take care of second young master? Didn't you notice anything strange last night? The servant knelt trembling, his body shaking. Lan Jinrong walked to the bed, his hand trembling as he touched Lan Yuan's face. Yuaner. Lan Jinrong took a deep breath with his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling sharply. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said sternly, "Send someone. Drag all the servants and maids in second young master's courtyard out and whip each 50 times. Please, Lord. Have mercy." The courtyard immediately burst into crying and wailing, and the servants kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Why blame the servants, father?" A cold voice came from the doorway. Lan Jinrong looked up and saw Lan Xie walking in. He looked at his usually disliked eldest daughter with complex feelings. Who would have thought that this morning, the Regent King publicly issued a marriage decree? Old Dr. Yao probably came to the mansion several times to treat the eldest son's leg, likely because of her face. Thinking of this, Lan Jinrong's tone softened slightly. Your second brother is like this. Could you please ask old Dr. Yao, father? Lan Xie gently brushed her embroidered sleeve, a faint cold smile on her lips. With second young master's injuries, even old Dr. Yao coming in person might not save him. I wonder, who did he offend to end up like this? Lan Jiaoyun glared at Lan Xie and looked at Lan Jinrong. Father, the house has always been peaceful, but since Big Sister returned last night, she's caused so much trouble. In my opinion, Big Sister is just a troublemaker. As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Xie quickly stepped forward and slapped her sharply across the face. Lan Jiaoyun staggered back, tears welling in her eyes, and looked at Lan Jinrong. Father, look, Big Sister hit me again. You have to stand up for me. Third sister. Lan Xie's eyes flashed with coldness. A noble daughter should behave like one. Why are you so forgetful? You keep coming forward to seek trouble. Enough! Lan Jinrong paced back and forth irritably. Butler, quickly send my message to the Su residence. Ask Lord Su to come over for a talk. Also, go to the Duke of Hugua's estate and tell the truth about Ruru and Yuaner. Lan Xie's face darkened. She thought of the kind old man. If he found out, would he be too upset? Lan Jinrong's face turned pale with anger. He stayed silent. About half an hour later, the people from the Duke of Hugua's estate arrived angrily. The old duke's voice was loud like thunder. What exactly is going on? Lan Jinrong hurriedly bowed. Father-in-law, I just returned from court and heard this terrible news. The old duke walked straight to the bed, looking at Lan Yuan's tragic state. His eyes reddened. Yunqing just left, and her children are suffering like this. Lan Jinrong, how could you be such a father? Yun Yongin slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacup to fall to the ground. If I find out who did this, I will have him torn apart. Lan Xie lowered her eyes and stood quietly, curling her lips. She thought to herself, Uncle, it was me. If he hadn't viciously broken my brother's legs, this wouldn't have happened. Yun Xian's eyes were sharp as an eagle. He stared at Lan Jinrong intensely. Have you offended anyone recently? First year's legs were broken, now you honor. Lan Jinrong's forehead sweat profusely. He quickly waved his hands. Father-in-law, please see for yourself. I have been cautious lately and haven't offended anyone. A maid hurried into the room, kneeling down with a thud. Reporting to the old duke, the old lady fainted after seeing Miss Eyre's body. Lan Xie's expression changed at once. Before anyone could react, she quickly lifted her skirt and hurried out. The old duke and others reacted and followed her out, heading toward Lingbao Pavilion. At Lingbao Pavilion, Lan Xie entered the room and saw the old lady leaning on Qin Lan's shoulder, her eyes closed tightly. Lan Xie stepped forward, squatting down. She gently pressed her fingertips on her grandmother's pulse. The pulse was weak, but not serious, probably caused by overwhelming grief. Her eyes flickered slightly. She withdrew her hand, knowing that even if she tried to wake her with acupuncture now, it would only deepen her sorrow. When did Yue return to the estate? Qin Lan asked with red eyes, her handkerchief soaked with tears. Just last night. Lan gently held the old lady's hand, her voice trembling with emotion. Ruer, this child. Why is she so upset? Lu Fangmin's eyes flickered, and her body trembled slightly. She felt uneasy. Could Ruer also be infected with the disease, which made her so distressed? The thought made Lu Fangmin feel even more anxious. The old duke and his party entered the inner room. When their eyes saw Lan Lanyu, who was already no longer breathing on the bed, their aged faces suddenly looked more worn and sad. He sighed heavily, then looked at his wife, who was fainted in Lan's arms, and said in a deep voice, "Someone, take the old lady back first." A few maids immediately stepped forward, carefully helping the old lady out. After they left, the old duke turned to look at Lan Jinrong and said seriously, "We must carefully handle Ruer's affairs. I will personally go to the regent's residence to ask Dr. Yao to treat her." Lan Jinrong looked uncomfortable. "Father-in-law, today my husband returned and happened to meet Dr. Yao. Today, Dr. Yao came to the house to see Yi, but he did not agree to treat her." The old duke's gaze shifted slightly, recalling the morning court scene where the regent asked the emperor for a marriage. His eyes fell on Lan Xie standing quietly beside him. He hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "Yuer." Lan Xie looked distant and replied softly, "Grandfather, I will send someone to invite Dr. Yao to come here." After speaking, Lan Xie left. At the gate of the residence, Lan Xie took a deep breath and softly called, "Chuxia, prepare the carriage. We are going to the regent's residence." Chuxia understood immediately and turned to find the small lantern. "Quickly prepare the carriage. Miss is going to the regent's residence." "Yes, ma'am." The small lantern responded quickly, and soon the blue canopy carriage stopped in front of the stairs. Lan Xie got into the carriage, lifting her hand to open the curtain. Chuxia followed closely and got into the carriage. Once they were seated, the small lantern drove the carriage forward. The wheels rolled over the cobblestones, making a rumbling sound as they headed swiftly to the regent's residence. After about 2 tea breaks, the carriage slowly stopped in front of a grand mansion. Lan Xie jumped down from the carriage quickly, approached, and 2 guards immediately bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Princess. Has Dr. Yao returned?" One guard replied immediately, "Yes, Your Highness. Dr. Yao just returned to the residence not long ago." "Then go and invite Dr. Yao." "I will also go to the Marquis Wu's residence." The guard responded with a sound and immediately went inside to inform old Dr. Yao. When old Dr. Yao came out, he smiled and said, "Little princess, you finished the drawing so quickly. Why are you personally bringing it here?" Lan Xie looked up. "Old Dr. Yao, please go to the Marquis of Wu's residence." Old Dr. Yao frowned with a hint of surprise. "Little princess, did your elder brother have some trouble?" "Not my brother." Lan Xie lowered her eyelashes, casting a shadow on her pale face. "It's Lan Yuan who is injured. My grandfather asked me to come and invite you." Old Dr. Yao stroked his white beard. "Since the little princess asked, I will go." He turned to call his apprentice to bring the medicine box. "Wait a moment." Lan Xie suddenly raised her sleeve to stop him, a faint smile on her lips. "No need to bring the medicine box." Old Dr. Yao paused, a hint of doubt flashing in his cloudy eyes. "Lan Yuan's condition can't be cured." "Old Dr. Yao, just go and see the result and tell my grandfather and them." Hearing this, old Dr. Yao understood and showed a knowing smile on his wrinkled face. "I understand." After watching old Dr. Yao leave, Lan Xie turned and stepped into the palace's red lacquered gate. The butler was already waiting at the shadow wall. Seeing her come in, he hurriedly bowed. "Princess, good day." Lan Xie's mouth twitched. "No need for formality." "Is Mo Lian in the residence?" The butler forced a smile. Replying to the princess, "The lord went to the palace early this morning and hasn't returned yet." "Oh." Lan Xie raised her eyebrows slightly. She had planned to spend her points, but the person wasn't there. "Princess, why not go inside and wait for the lord? Looking at the time, he should be back soon." "That's good." Lan Xie nodded. Anyway, she didn't want to go back to the Marquis of Wu's residence now. The butler quickly led the way. As they crossed the 9-turn corridor and reached the main courtyard's flower hall, a clever young servant had already brought the year's new tribute of Biluakun tea and some delicate snacks. Princess, please have some tea and snacks first. I will send a message to the palace for the lord, the butler said, about to leave. There's no need. Lan Xia picked up the blue porcelain teacup, watching the floating tea leaves inside with a calm expression. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Waiting a little longer won't matter. It's a good chance to find some peace, much better than dealing with the troublesome affairs at the Marquis of Wu's residence. The steward smiled and responded. After he left, he ordered the secret guards to deliver a letter to the prince in the palace. System. Host, I thought you were really kind. Are you going to ask the old doctor to treat Lan Yuan? Huh. Lan Yuan is my niece I raised, so there's no need for treatment. Just let the old doctor go, and let them give up hope. Lan Xia called out, and E immediately appeared. Princess, what are your instructions? Nothing urgent. Bring paper, ink, and brushes. She waited for Mo Li Yuan while sketching the human body's acupuncture points to give to the old doctor later. Soon, and E brought the supplies. Lan Xia started drawing with her brush. Xia was bored watching nearby. She thought, the mansion had such a big event, but the young lady acts like nothing happened. She's really bold. In the palace, in the imperial study, the emperor looked at Mo Li Yuan with complicated eyes. Are you really going to marry Lan Xia? No, the emperor paused, his brows tightening with authority. Countess's wife recently passed away. As the daughter of the Marquis of Wu, Lan Xia should observe 3 years of mourning. Mo Li Yuan looked up, a faint coldness flashing in his eyes. She's just a second wife. Does she deserve Xia to mourn her? Regent King. The emperor's gaze darkened. He tapped his finger on the dragon desk. Even if she's a second wife, she's also Lan Xia's aunt. Proper etiquette must be followed. Mo Li Yuan's lips curled slightly. With a flick of his wide sleeve, a bright yellow scroll fell onto the desk. The emperor's phoenix eyes narrowed. He slowly unrolled it. When he saw the content, his face suddenly turned cold. Mo Li Yuan, you should recognize this, Mo Li Yuan said calmly. This is a blank imperial decree given by the emperor. The emperor's knuckles whitened. His eyes darkened with hidden currents. He knew that before the late emperor died, he left him 3 blank decrees, which he could use for anything he wanted.
Why?
As the emperor's son, why was Mo Li Yuan so favored? Was it jealousy? Discontent? The emperor suppressed his anger and sneered.
What?
Regent King wants to exchange this blank decree for a marriage proposal. Is Lan Xia so important to him? Or is he trying to use this to bring the Duke of the State and the Marquis of Wu together? Whatever the reason, the more Mo Li Yuan wants, the less I want him to have. Lan Xia can only die. How about it? Brother, the imperial decree is here. Do you still refuse the marriage? Mo Li Yuan's voice was cold. If not for Empress Mother saying that his marriage must be informed to his petty older brother, the emperor, and that he should grant the marriage, he wouldn't have spent so long in the study with him. The emperor thought for a moment and said, All right, I will grant the marriage. You can go back first. The marriage decree will be sent to your Regency Prince's residence and the Marquis of Wu's residence later. Mo Li Yuan waited until he heard the answer he wanted, then said, Thank you, older brother. I will take my leave now. After speaking, he strode out. Watching his back as he left, a hint of killing intent flashed in the emperor's eyes. As Mo Li Yuan stepped out of the study, Tian Yi was already waiting in the corridor. Seeing him come out, he immediately stepped forward and whispered, Master, the princess has arrived at the residence and is waiting for you in the main courtyard. Hearing this, the man's stern face suddenly showed a faint, barely noticeable smile, and his steps unconsciously quickened. Tian Yi was used to this. When his master heard about the princess, his mood instantly improved. The happy old servant hurriedly chased after him, kneeling and bowing. Your servant greets the regent prince. The Empress Dowager requests you to visit Sinang Palace. I have no time. Mo Li Yuan frowned slightly, not even glancing at the kneeling man. The old servant quickly got up and, mustering his courage, followed. Prince, the Empress Dowager heard that you requested a marriage during the morning court and prepared a gift, asking you to give it to Miss Lan. Before he finished, Mo Li Yuan suddenly stopped. In the shadow cast by the gilded eaves, his sharply defined profile flickered in the dim light. After a moment, he turned and strode towards Sinang Palace. Seeing this, the old servant finally relaxed and hurried to catch up. Inside Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager saw that tall figure entering the hall, and the smile at the corner of her eyes deepened. Finally here. I thought you would be a lifelong bachelor, but I didn't expect. Gift, came the cold voice, cutting off the warm atmosphere in the room. The Empress Dowager placed her teacup heavily on the table. You brat. Can't even wait for a cup of tea. The gilded armor clanged against the table, making a harsh sound.
Sit down.
Talk to me. Mo Li Yuan sat down with a serious face, looking impatient. His knuckles tapped rhythmically on the armrest. I really like Miss Lan.
She suits my taste.
Since the former emperor passed away, I've been quite bored in this palace. Tomorrow, I will officially invite Miss Lan into the palace to keep me company. Mo Li Yuan frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. His voice was deep and cold. She hasn't been free to come to the palace recently. The Empress Mother has many maids and servants. If she finds it boring, she can talk to them to pass the time. His words implied that she should not bother her Yuer. The Empress Mother heard this and glared with sharp eyes. Humph, she snorted coldly. I just want to see Miss Lan and talk to her. It's because I like her that I want to meet her. Why are you stopping me? You always have a cold face, as if someone owes you a lot of gold. I don't understand what she sees in you. Mo Li Yuan's expression grew colder, his lips pressed tightly, and his eyes flashed with icy coldness, like frost covering a blade. Seeing this, the Empress Mother slowly picked up her teacup, took a sip, and sighed softly. Sigh. You and the Emperor are brothers. She looked up and said earnestly, the Emperor is your elder brother, and also the ruler of the land. You should show him more respect and not always keep a cold face. The Empress Mother continued to chatter on. Lan Xia looked at her freshly drawn blueprint for a hidden weapon, blew on the still wet ink, then folded it and tucked it into her sleeve. She glanced outside. Mo Li Yuan had not returned yet. Lan Xia stood up, gathered several detailed diagrams of human acupoints from the table into her sleeve, and walked out. The butler saw her come out and hurried forward. Princess, the message has been sent to the palace. The prince should be returning soon. Please wait a little longer? Lan Xia shook her head and handed him a few diagrams of human acupoints. Give these to old Yao. She paused, a slight smile on her lips. I have something to do, so I won't wait for him. The butler wanted to persuade her further, but saw she had already left with Chuxia, so he could only sigh. If the prince knew the princess was here, he should be back soon. But since he hasn't returned after so long, it must be the Empress Mother. Only she could keep the prince in the palace for so long. Outside the Regency Prince's residence, Chuxia followed behind Lan Xia and couldn't help but ask, Miss, where are we going? Have we gone back? Lan Xia played with the diagrams in her sleeve, thinking about how she wanted to have a blacksmith forge some hidden weapons yesterday. Today she had nothing to do, and since she didn't want to return to the Marquis of Wu's residence yet, she decided to go see the blacksmith. Blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop. Chuxia was surprised and muttered, What are you going there for? Lan Xia smiled but did not answer. They stopped in front of an old shop with a sign that read Balian Workshop. Inside, the fire was burning brightly, and the sound of hammering on metal was continuous. A strong man, shirtless, saw the two young women at the door. He paused his hammer and wiped his sweat. Miss, what do you want to make? He asked. Can you make anything here? Lan Xia raised an eyebrow. The man pounded his chest and laughed loudly. As long as you give me the blueprints, Old Zhang, can make anything. Lan Xia took out 2 sheets of paper from her sleeve and handed them over. The man wiped his hands on his pants, took the papers, and looked at them carefully. His eyes suddenly widened. On the paper were neat lines, showing a detailed design for a clever hidden weapon, with all the parts clearly marked. Miss this. He looked up surprised. Can you make it? The man took a deep breath. Yes, I can. But it will take at least 3 days, and the cost is 50 taels of silver. You need to pay half up front, 25 taels. Lan Xia quickly took out a silver ingot. The man handed her a wooden token with a mark on it. Come back in 3 days, and you can pick up your item. Pay the rest then. Lan Xia stored the token and turned to leave. Xiaoqi ran to catch up, looking curious. Miss, what did you order? It costs 50 taels. That's so expensive. Lan Xia turned her head and lightly tapped Xiaoqi's forehead. I won't tell you. Xiaoqi pouted, but didn't press further. She thought it was a bit painful when the lady tapped her forehead. Just a few steps ahead, a black carriage sped toward them and stopped steadily in front. A man in gray, driving the carriage, spoke coldly. Miss Lan, our master requests your presence. Please get on the carriage. Lan Xia looked at the man, raising an eyebrow with a hint of amusement. Who is your master? She asked. You'll find out when you go. The man replied stiffly. Oh, Lan Xia smoothed her sleeve and said casually, Too bad, I'm not interested. Then she turned to walk away. Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures dropped down quickly and blocked her way. Lan Xia paused, then slowly turned back, her eyes turning colder.
Why?
Do I have to go? The gray-clad man tapped the carriage handle and said coldly, Miss Lan, you'd better behave. Otherwise, he glanced at Xiaoqi, not only you, but also the hundreds of people in the Guardian and Martial States' noble families will pay the price for your stubbornness. In early summer, her face turned pale. She clenched her teeth and stepped forward, trying to block Lan Xia. Lan Xia suddenly pulled her back. Are you threatening me? Lan Xia chuckled softly, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. The man suddenly lowered his voice. Miss Lan, you'd better send away those 2 hidden followers. He glanced meaningfully toward the shadowy end of the alley. The master only sees you alone. A cold light flashed in Lan Xia's eyes. She suddenly became interested and slightly curved her lips. If you want to see me, why not do it openly and hand over the letter? Hiding like this. Are you perhaps a sneaky rat? Miss Lan, be careful with your words. Watch what you say. The man's face darkened. He clenched his whip tightly. Miss Lan, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you delay any longer, by sunrise tomorrow, the plaques of the Duke of Wu and the Protector of the Nation will be replaced with white banners. System. Host. A hidden task has been triggered. Do you accept or decline? Lan Xia was stunned. Huh? What hidden task? System. Phoenix soaring to the sky. If you kill the Dog Emperor and become the Empress, you will earn 100 million points. Are you interested? If yes, go for it. Go. Lan Xia's face darkened.
What?
Kill the Emperor? Become the Empress? No, System, are you crazy? System. Host, the system detects that the Emperor has murderous intent toward you. That's why this hidden task was triggered. Do you want to go big? Think about it. After you take down the Dog Emperor, you'll be the Empress. Not only will there be a handsome regent by your side, but many handsome men will surround you. Just say it. Won't it be fun? Lan Xia thought about the painting. It was quite beautiful. Suddenly, in the picture, Mo Lian, full of murderous aura, drew his sword and beheaded all the handsome men around her, his cold eyes staring at her. Lan Xia quickly snapped back to reality. Wow, what a terrifying look, like a poisonous snake. She shivered and brushed off the goosebumps on her arms. No, she was just thinking about what the system said. Why did Mo Lian look so scary in her imagined scene? System. Host, 100 million points. You can exchange anything in the shop. Beautiful men surrounding you.
Stop.
System. How did you detect that the Emperor has murderous intent toward me? You're not supposed to be able to do that. Lan Xia looked at the man in front of her, who was coldly watching her. Suddenly, she realized, System, is this the Emperor's person? System. Yes, this system's energy has recovered a little, so it detected and triggered a hidden task. Lan Xia was very confused. What did she do? The mighty Emperor of a country has murderous intent toward her? A cold light flashed in Lan Xia's eyes, and she sneered. Fine. I accept. Since that Dog Emperor wants to kill me and can't tolerate me, why not? Topple his throne and let me be a queen for fun. System. Congratulations to the host for accepting the hidden task, Phoenix's cry in the sky. The task: kill the dog emperor within a year and become the queen. Failure penalty: struck by 10 lightning bolts and lose 100 million points. Lancia suddenly froze. Wait, she almost ground her silver teeth. If I don't complete it, there will be punishment? Cancel it immediately, right now. The system's cheerful voice replied, Sorry, host. Once the task is accepted, it cannot be cancelled. Lancia clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking. Sure enough, this lousy system never does things properly. Why did she impulsively accept the task just now? Why didn't she ask more about what happens if she fails? The system seemed to sense her anger and slowly added, Host, instead of cursing the system in your mind, think about how to kill the dog emperor within a year. Lancia said politely, System, can we negotiate a bit? System, no negotiations. Once the task is accepted, there's no room for discussion. Lancia suddenly felt like she was in a scene from before, borrowing money from someone. When borrowing, she was polite and flattering, almost elevating the borrower to the sky. When paying back, the borrower acted like a boss, saying, I don't have money to pay back. That's right, I borrowed the money with my skills, so I don't plan to return it. Isn't that right? Now she and the system are just like that. Before accepting the hidden task, she was full of sweet words. After accepting it, she immediately disowns her. That lousy system didn't even mention punishment at first. Why did she impulsively accept this broken task? The man in gray driving the carriage saw Lancia hesitating and looked impatient. He suddenly whipped the reins, leaving a white streak on the blue stone slab. What are you hesitating for? Get on the carriage. An E and an heir saw something was wrong. They stepped out from the shadows and came to Lancia's side. Princess, Marquis, with his sword already drawn 3 inches from its sheath, looked unfriendly at the man on the carriage. A few men beside the carriage immediately tensed up, hands on their sword hilts, and the atmosphere grew tense with readiness to fight. Lancia was getting annoyed with the system and felt her anger rising. She coldly waved her hand and said, Take Shusha back. I need to go handle something. Princess, you can't. Marquis' eyes flashed as he looked at the carriage. These people. What? Lancia suddenly turned around, her eyes shining with coldness. My words don't matter. Marquis' throat moved, about to speak again, but he saw Lancia lift her skirt and step onto the carriage. Go. The man in gray, seeing Lancia obediently get on, smiled happily. He cracked his whip, and the carriage shot off like an arrow into the busy street. Marquis stared hard at the disappearing carriage around the corner, then suddenly turned and said, Chusha, go back to the house immediately. If by evening we haven't returned, you should go to the regent's residence and find the prince. Marquis and Dark Heir immediately chased after her. The carriage sped wildly through the streets of the capital, causing chaos wherever it went. The townspeople hurriedly dodged, some unable to avoid and knocking over market stalls, scattering goods everywhere. My scarf. It's all dirty now. A woman grabbed a stumbling man. Pay for it. This isn't my fault. The man pointed at the carriage that had long disappeared, anxiously stomping his feet. If that carriage hadn't been racing like it was chasing death, I wouldn't have hit your stall. Inside the carriage, Lancia was tossed around, feeling sick and dizzy. She clung tightly to the window frame and cursed loudly. So urgent. Are you rushing to see the king of? The man outside the carriage naturally heard her words and sneered, but he wasn't planning to send her to meet the king of. The system coolly interrupted. Host, you're right. They do want to take you to the underworld for a visit. Hearing this, Lancia's face darkened. System, aren't you worried about me? The system replied. The host still plans to kill the dog emperor. Naturally, it's not afraid of dealing with the lackeys around him. This system believes in you. Huh. Thank you for your confidence. Lancia gritted her teeth, her nails scraping white marks on the carriage wall. Meanwhile, Marquis and Dark Heir chased out of the city gates, growing more uneasy as they went. Suddenly, a dozen men in black clothes rushed out from the woods, their shining weapons pointed directly at the two. Good dog, get out of the way. Move. And he drew his sword and pointed it at the men blocking his path, feeling more uneasy. The leader of the men in black sneered and waved his hand. The dozen men immediately attacked in E and in air. They were caught up with these men and couldn't leave to chase the carriage. The carriage had been running for a while. Blue Creek was starting to feel sick from the bumps. Suddenly, the carriage stopped sharply, and the wheels gouged 2 deep marks in the mud. A man in gray jumped down from the carriage, knocking his sword sheath against the carriage frame. "We've arrived, Miss Blue. Come out." Blue Creek lifted the curtain and was hit by a foul smell. She looked at the broken tombstones and scattered bones nearby. A few wild dogs were tearing at something in the distance. When they saw her get out, they bared their bloody teeth and ran away. "TSK, your master really has interesting hobbies," she said, brushing dust off her clothes and glancing at the fresh corpses. Hosting a gathering at a graveyard, the man in gray snorted coldly. "Miss Blue, you're not even worthy to be our master's guest." He took a wine jug and cup from a companion. He poured a drink and handed it to Blue Creek. "Here, this is a gift from the master." "Please, Miss Blue." She took the cup, sniffed it, and suddenly chuckled. "Broken heart powder? What kind of hobby does your master have? Bringing people to a graveyard and offering them broken heart powder? Why not let your master come out? I'll buy him some Manhwa soup." The man's face darkened. "How dare you?" "Miss Blue, I advise you to drink it quietly, or the Marquis of Wu's estate and the Protector Duke's estate will suffer because of you." Blue Creek's lips curled into a cold sneer. "Ha ha, what's this? Only your master can hold banquets in the graveyard and serve broken heart powder? And I can't return the favor with a bowl of Manhwa soup. You're courting death," the man in gray shouted angrily. "Since Miss Blue refuses to cooperate, brothers, send her on her way." More than 10 men in black drew their cold blades, their swords reflecting the cold moonlight, closing in step by step. "Wait!" Blue Creek suddenly raised her hand. The man sneered. "Now you're afraid? I thought, since you're the granddaughter of the Protector Duke, your master kindly gave you wine. You shouldn't be so distressed. But now it's too late. You say you're ashamed or not. Am I just a woman worth so many of you drawing your swords?" The man in gray looked at her gloomily without speaking. "Come on. Why are you in such a hurry?" Lancia slowly dusted off her sleeves as if there was no dust. "Put away your swords. Let's talk. By the way, am I going to die today?" Suddenly the system spoke. "Host, what are you waiting for? They're just a few lackeys. Come on, are you afraid? Do you think I don't want to fight?" Lancia secretly clenched her teeth. "Can't you sense at least 20 different auras hiding in the shadows?" The system hesitated. "Really? This system consumes energy to detect, so I honestly don't know." "System, this concerns my life. If I use poison or silver needles to kill and you deduct points from me, I might as well surrender without resistance and let them finish me with a single strike." After a moment of silence, the system compromised. "Just this once, host. Be very careful." "Huh? System, are you worried about me?" System. "Host, what's the situation now? Is this the time to ask? Anyway, be careful. If you really can't win, running away is the best option. This system won't laugh at you." In her mind, Lancia muttered, "Using life threats to make this dog system compromise? It seems she's discovered something. This system seems very concerned about her life. Isn't it just looking for a host after she dies? It doesn't seem so. This dog system hasn't told her the truth once. Humph. After she deals with the people in front of her, she'll have a good talk with the system." The man in gray narrowed his triangular eyes. Seeing Lancia in a dazed state, he sneered sinisterly. "Miss Lawn, are you pondering your last words? What a pity." He slowly drew a curved dagger from his waist and pointed at her. "Even if you have last words, we won't pass a single word to anyone." Lancia's eyes flickered. Her hands inside her wide sleeves quietly clenched a handful of medicinal powder. She smiled brightly. "In that case, why don't you tell me your last words first?" Her fingertips gently rubbed the powder, her tone surprisingly innocent. "TSK, I am so kind to repay evil with kindness. Truly, I have the heart of a bodhisattva. You're asking for death, The man in gray sneered angrily. Still talking nonsense at the moment of death. Haas, Lancia suddenly widened her eyes, looking happily behind the crowd. The Regent King is here. Help! Save me! What? The man in gray trembled all over, and more than 10 black-clad men turned around in unison. In that split second, Lan Shi flicked her sleeves, and a cloud of medicinal powder poured out like red mist. The gray-clad man looked behind them and saw no one there. He realized what was happening and roared in anger. We've been fooled. Hold your breath. It's poison powder. The man in gray hurriedly covered his face, but he had already inhaled most of it. Lan Xiu had already leapt 3 zhang away. The gray man's eyes widened with rage. Just as he was about to chase her, he suddenly felt his internal organs being gnawed at by thousands of tiny insects. He screamed painfully. A piercing cry broke through the trees. Kill her! The gray man shouted angrily. In an instant, bows in the shadows twanged, and more than 10 sharp arrows shot through the air, aiming straight at Lan Xiu's throat. Wow! Lan Xiu instinctively rolled to the side. The arrows brushed past her hair and embedded into the tree behind her, with their feathers still trembling. Her body moved faster than her mind. She pushed off the ground with her toes and shot like an arrow toward the nearest ancient locust tree. 2 more arrows whistled past her ears. Lan Xiu's back pressed against the tree trunk. There are archers in the dark, she cursed through clenched teeth. System, give me a bomb. All them up and show them what real power is. Do they think I'm easy to bully? System. Host, your current points balance is 0. You cannot exchange for high explosive grenades. Can I buy on credit? Lan Xiu dodged another round of arrows, splinters of bark flying onto her face. System, can you be a little more flexible? Last time, didn't I buy on credit too? System. Items in the shop cannot be bought on credit. I suggest the host run immediately if overwhelmed. Your life is more important. No way I'm running. Lan Xiu's eyes flashed with cold determination. In an instant, she had several embroidery needles in her hand. A cold smile appeared on her lips. With a flick of her fingers, she held 10 silver needles between her fingers. She took a deep breath, her figure flickering like a ghost, darting out from behind the tree. With a wave of her right hand, the embroidery needle shot through the air with a faint hiss, and a few muffled groans came from the shadows. The arrows stopped. Among the swaying shadows, more than 10 black figures moved like ghosts, encircling the large tree ahead. The sound of dry leaves crunching under their boots was close, and Lan Xiu could even hear their suppressed breathing. Host, don't be stubborn. The system's voice was unusually urgent. Run first, talk later. Your life is the most important. Running away isn't shameful. Why run? Aren't you the one telling me to handle them? Lan Xie clenched a sleeping potion in her left hand and held her right hand in a reverse grip. The system responded, I thought these few weaklings were all there was. Who knew there were so many others hiding in the shadows? Host, don't be impulsive. Your life is the most important. Running away isn't shameful. Saving your life is what matters. Forget it. Watch how I deal with them, she said confidently. A faint tremor came from the tree trunk. The nearest black-clad person was now within 3 feet. Lan Xie was ready to strike. How dare you hurt little you? You're asking for trouble. A clear, sharp voice cut through the air. Before the words finished, a silver light shot toward her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The approaching shadows froze in place. In the next second, blood spurted from their throats, forming strange red plum blossoms. With a flick, a golden-laid bone fan spun back into her hand. The fan's surface was splattered with blood, making her fingers look like jade. A figure in red descended gracefully from the tall tree. His appearance was strikingly handsome and enchanting. 17 bodies collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with disbelief still frozen in shock. Lan Xie stepped out from behind the tree. Hey, demon, how come you're here? The man in red, Dong Fong Ming, smiled charmingly and closed his fan. Little you, are you all right? Lan Xie shook her head. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. I'm fine. Before she finished speaking, the man in gray, and several black-clad figures tried to escape. She flicked her hand, and several silver needles shot out from her fingertips, gleaming coldly. At the same time, Dongfang Ming threw his jade bone fan into the air, drawing a sharp arc with its edge. Bang!
Bang!
Bang! The enemies fell to the ground, kicking up dust. The fan spun back into her hand. Dongfang Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at the girl across from him with a playful smile. "Little you, your embroidery needles are quite skillful." Lan Xie glanced at his smooth, jade-like bone fan and slightly smiled. "The blade inside your fan is not ordinary." Suddenly, she felt a shadow cover her. Dongfang Ming had moved close. He leaned in and whispered near her ear, his warm breath brushing her temple. "It seems Emolian is just so. When little you was in danger, did he show up?" The folding fan playfully lifted her chin. "Why not ride the horse and explore the world? Stop joking, you troublemaker." Lan Xie pushed away the fan. She did want to travel the world, but now she had a secret mission. She needed to rebel. There was only a year left, so she had to quickly build her strength. Suddenly, Lan Xie felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck. Dongfang Ming's precise hand strike had hit her. As her consciousness blurred, she silently cursed in her mind. What does this troublemaker want to do? "I was careless." Dongfang Ming caught her gently as she collapsed. His fingertips brushed her furrowed brow. "Little you," he whispered softly, like a sigh, carried away by the wind. "I can't just watch you marry that guy. Mo Li Yuan. Fireflies in Miao territory can reflect the stars.
If you don't like it,
I will go anywhere with you, even to the ends of the earth. Just stay with me, okay?" Their figures disappeared into the mass grave, leaving behind a field of bodies scattered on the ground. An E and an heir escaped from the black-clad men, following the trail of the carriage to the mass grave. The ground was covered with corpses, blood still fresh, and a heavy stench filled the air. The two took a deep breath, exchanged a serious look, and saw the concern in each other's eyes. "Search," an E commanded softly. They quickly spread out, searching among the bodies for clues. But after a while, they still couldn't find Lan Xie. An E clenched his fists, his voice low and heavy. "Where is the princess?" An heir's brow furrowed as he looked around. Could she have been taken by those black-clad men? Hearing this, their hearts sank. If that was true, the consequences would be terrible. An heir crouched down and pulled out a blood-stained embroidery needle from a corpse's throat. His eyes narrowed. This needle must belong to the princess. But the other bodies had been killed instantly, with clean cuts at the throat, clearly inflicted by a sharp weapon. And E pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. It seems someone came to rescue her and took her away. An heir clenched the embroidery needle tightly, worried. Who could that person be? And where did they take the princess? The situation was unclear. Every moment of delay increased the danger. An E made a quick decision. An heir. Go report to the master. I will find the princess. An heir nodded firmly. There was no other choice. Without hesitation, they split up and headed in different directions. Mo Li Yuan left the palace quickly, riding his horse at full speed back to the regent's residence. He dismounted swiftly, and the butler came forward to greet him. Before he could speak, Mo Li Yuan asked coldly, "Where is Yue? Is she still waiting in the main hall?" The butler bowed his head and replied, "Your Highness, the princess. She said she had something to do and has left the residence." Mo Li Yuan's eyes darkened suddenly. His whole body seemed to freeze like frost and snow, but he said nothing and walked straight into the house. In the study, he slowly sat down at the desk. His fingers curled slightly as he took out a beautiful box from his sleeve and opened it. He picked up a blood-red jade bracelet from the box, gently touching the bright red jade that looked like blood. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. This was a keepsake left by his mother for his future wife, and it also symbolized the regent's wife. He paused for a moment, his eyes deepening as if thinking about something. Finally, he put the bracelet back into the box and closed the lid. Tonight, he planned to find Yue again and personally put the bracelet on her wrist. As he was lost in thought, suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Before anyone could announce, a clear young voice rushed in. Young uncle. Mo Fan ran in, panting heavily. He collapsed onto a nearby chair, his chest rising and falling. After drinking 2 sips of tea to catch his breath, he looked up and asked, I heard you ask the emperor to arrange a marriage. He widened his eyes, looking very surprised. Young uncle, you moved so quickly. Isn't that a bit too fast? Mo Fan looked at the bracelet on the desk and walked over. Hey, isn't this the blood jade bracelet that grandmother always treasured? It's said that Emperor Taizu got a fine piece of Hetian jade in Baiming and gave it to grandmother.
She's always cherished it.
When my little aunt got married to the northern border 5 years ago, grandmother had that jade made into 2 blood jade bracelets, one for her and one for herself. When the empress asked for it last time, the empress dowager scolded her and made a fuss, losing face. It was quite funny. The little aunt Mo Fan mentioned was Princess Enlin Chuan, who was 2 years older than Mo Yuan. Her mother had died shortly after her birth. The Empress Dowager took Princess Enlin Chuan in and raised her herself. She was very fond of her. When Princess Enlin Chuan reached adulthood, many court officials' sons were chosen as her matchmakers, but she didn't like any of them. 5 years ago, in the northern region, King Wei Wuxian from Saibei came to Dongyao to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. Princess Lin Chuan surprisingly fell in love with Wei Wuxian. Although the Empress Dowager was reluctant to see her daughter marry far away, she couldn't bear to see the princess cry. In the end, the Empress Dowager agreed to let Princess Lin Chuan marry to Saibei. Mo Yuan glanced at him faintly, closed the box, and put it into his sleeve. You are so weak and short of breath. You should go to the secret guard camp to train for 3 months tomorrow. Mo Yifan immediately groaned loudly, walked over, and sat down heavily on a chair, leaning back. I won't go. That place isn't suitable for a person like me, he pouted, then leaned closer with a mischievous smile. I heard that the little emperor uncle just came out of the palace and is eager to send his congratulations. Mo Yuan ignored him, gently tapping his long fingers on the desk, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the window. What is Yue doing right now? Mo Yifan looked at the absent-minded little emperor uncle across from him with a narrow gaze. Hey, he suddenly leaned forward, eyes sparkling with mischief. The way the little emperor uncle is acting so love-struck, could he be thinking about Miss Lan? TSK. This cold-faced, emotionless figure of the emperor uncle might be about to be ruined. Mo Yuan withdrew his gaze, his long fingers rubbing the blue porcelain teacup, and cast a cold glance. Are you very free? Huh? Mo Yifan blinked foolishly, pretending to be innocent, but saw that Mo Yuan had already set down his teacup. Since you're so free, Mo Yuan's voice was as cold as a frozen pond. Tomorrow, we will set out for Jiangnan. Before he finished speaking, Mo Yifan suddenly jumped up as if burned by fire, his crimson brocade robe swirling chaotically in the air. No, no, no! He kept waving his hands, the jade pendant at his waist jingling. My nephew suddenly remembered there are 10 ledgers in the house that haven't been checked. Also, the emperor asked me to go to the Shuntian prefecture to learn about case solving with Lord Bao. I need to train my patience. There are 3 murder cases to investigate, and the Grand Counselor's warehouse was robbed. I'm so busy I can't even touch the ground. Just then, the carved wooden door creaked open with a sigh. Dark Second stepped in swiftly, looking anxious. He cupped his fists and bowed. Master, something has happened. Mo Yifan walked over to Dark Second. Dark Second, what happened? You look so worried. Tell me, what's going on? Mo Yuan's knuckles turned white, and the sandalwood table beneath his hand cracked with fine spiderweb-like lines. An heir knelt on one knee, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Mo Yuan coldly looked at an heir. You better pray that Yue is safe, or else. An heir trembled and lowered his head even more. Mo Yuan stood up and left the study. Tian, prepare the horse, gather the dark guards. Even if we have to turn over the entire city and a radius of 500 miles, we must find Yue. Tian responded and left. Mo Fan hurried into the courtyard. Wait for me. Little imperial uncle, I want to go too. When Mo Fan came out, Mo Li Yuan was no longer in sight. He looked down at the ground where his little imperial uncle had just stood. The blue stone slab, there was already cracked 3 inches. Mo Fan swallowed hard and quickly chased after him. Lan Shi suddenly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a flickering crimson curtain. She tried to move her fingers, but found she couldn't. She could only glare fiercely at the figure in front of her. Little Yue, you're awake. Dong Fongming's lips curled slightly. He twirled a strand of hair with his fingertips, then turned around, a teasing look in his eyes. Little Yue, with that look in your eyes, my heart is about to break. Stop wasting time. Lan Shi's voice was cold as ice. Untie my acupoint. Dong Fongming suddenly leaned forward, his fingertips lingering at her earlobe. Not now. Where are you taking me? Lan Shi forced down her anger. How about Miao Kingdom? Dong Fongming suddenly smiled, the red mole at the corner of his eye strikingly bright. Dong Fongming. Lan Shi's voice sharply rose. Untie me immediately. She still had points to earn and forces to build to defeat the evil emperor. She had no time to go to Miao Kingdom. Not going to Miao Kingdom is fine too. Dong Fongming turned around, his back to her. He picked up a blue porcelain teacup and took a sip, the mist blurring his fierce gaze. Where do you want to go, little Yue? I'll go with you. Dong Fongming, what are you going crazy for? She closed her eyes, then opened them again, flames burning in her eyes. I want to go back. Stop messing around. I have things to do. The teacup was heavily placed on the table, making a crisp cracking sound. When Dong Fongming turned around, his sleeve swept the incense burner on the table, ashes falling onto the embroidered gold carpet. Go back to find Mo Li Yuan. Dong Fongming said each word as if squeezed from his teeth. Is Mo Li Yuan worth you worrying about like this? Where was he when you were in danger? Lan Shi was stunned. Why was this guy so angry? He knocked her out and sealed her acupoints. Shouldn't she be angry? Monster, you misunderstood. It has nothing to do with Mo Li Yuan. I followed that person's carriage out of the city to the mass graveyard. Mo Li Yuan doesn't know about it. Even if you don't show up, I am confident I can handle them. Dong Fongming turned around and looked at Lan Xia lying in the carriage. His eyes were full of affection as he gazed at her. Little Yu, do you really like Mo Li Yuan? Please don't like him. I'm just as good as he is. Wherever you want to go, I can go with you. But Mo Li Yuan can't. Lan Xia looked into Dong Fongming's deep, loving eyes and was momentarily stunned. This monster, She knew that Dong Fongming was just a strange old man's grandson, so she always treated him like a brother. There was no romantic feeling. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so relaxed around him, letting him knock her out. System. Such deep affection. Unfortunately, Mo Li Yuan is only a point target for the host. System. Stop being sarcastic. Can you help me unlock my acupoints? System. Host, I am powerless. What? Are you so useless? System. If you weren't useless, how could someone knock you out? Lan Xia choked. I'm not useless. I just didn't have any alertness around Dong Fongming, who knew he'd suddenly go crazy. In her heart, she wailed. Old man, wake up. Look at your grandson. You've kidnapped me. Dong Fongming, this carriage is bouncing and I feel sick.
I'm hungry.
Stop the carriage. Dong Fongming glanced at her, saw her face was a little pale, and said, Pu Nu, stop the carriage. Outside, Pu Nu, who was driving the carriage, immediately pulled the reins to stop. Huh. The carriage came to a halt. Dong Fongming's voice rang out again. Pu Nu, go hunting and roast some meat. Yes, young master. Dong Fongming, unlock my acupoints so I can get down and stretch. I feel uncomfortable lying here. Dong Fongming suddenly stood up. As he bent down, his hand brushed past Lan Xia's ear. What are you doing? Before she finished speaking, she was lifted horizontally. Little Yu, didn't you say lying down was uncomfortable? Dong Fongming chuckled softly, his throat vibrating. He stepped out of the carriage, leaping down from the carriage pole. Lan Xia's eyes reddened with anger. Her black hair spilled over his arm like a waterfall. Unlock my acupoints. I can walk by myself. Orient Ming seemed not to hear anything. He carried Lan Xiyu to the riverbank and gently placed her on a flat green stone. "Little you, do you want to eat grilled fish?" Orient Ming's eyes slightly narrowed as he lightly brushed her scattered hair. Lan Xiyu closed her eyes weakly and said, "Whatever you want." Orient Ming chuckled softly, withdrew his hand, and took off a black iron folding fan from his waist. With a gentle twist of his wrist, the fan suddenly opened with a sharp sound, cutting through the air like a blade and leaving a silver line on the water surface. Splash! At the moment the water splashed, the fan carried back a fat, healthy fish. The fish's tail was still flapping vigorously, water droplets splashing on his handsome face, adding a touch of mischievous charm. Orient Ming put away the fan but looked troubled by the fish in his hand. His long fingers pinched the fish's gills, his brow slightly furrowed. How should he handle this fish? Pu Nu emerged from the woods carrying 2 wild rabbits and a large bundle of dry wood, his rough cloth clothes stained with a few withered leaves. He immediately saw his young master holding a struggling fish and hurried over, placing the dry wood on the ground. He reached out and said, "Young master, let me handle the fish." Orient Ming frowned slightly, his slender fingers gripping the fish's gills tightly. The fish's tail slapped against his wrist with a crisp sound. "No need," he said coldly. "Hurry up and start the fire." "Oh." Pu Nu scratched his head, placing the 2 rabbits aside, and squatted down to start the fire. Soon, the crackling sound began. Orient Ming glanced at Lan Xiyu, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. "Little you, I will personally grill the fish for you." He casually broke a branch and skillfully skewered the fish, placing it over the fire. "Young master." When Pu Nu returned with the prepared rabbits, he was surprised to see Orient Ming grilling fish himself, especially since the fish scales hadn't been removed yet. "Shut up," Orient Ming said without looking up. "Hurry up and cook the meat. Little you is still hungry."
Pu Nu secretly glanced at Lan Xiyu.
He scratched his head. Well, the young master can grill fish like this, but with the look the young master gave him, he thought, okay, I'll keep quiet. Pu Nu sat on the other side of the fire and started roasting the rabbit meat. The fat dripped into the fire, sizzling loudly, and the delicious aroma quickly spread. System. Host, in about an hour, your acupoints will automatically unlock. When that happens, kill their master and servant. Lan Xia responds inwardly. There's no need to kill them, system. Why not kill them? The system's voice suddenly sharpens. Dong Fong Ming kidnapped you too. Remember, the host once tried to kidnap the Regent King but failed and got slapped. Now this evil demon has kidnapped the host. Shouldn't he be punished? Lan Xia is speechless. Even out of respect for the strange old man, she wouldn't harm Dong Fong Ming. Besides, Dong Fong Ming is skilled in martial arts and poison, so it's not easy to catch him. "Old man, are you still there?" She sighs silently. "Thinking about something?" "You're so distracted." Dong Fong Ming's voice suddenly sounds beside her, warm breath brushing her ear. Lan Xia quickly snaps back to reality. She notices Dong Fong Ming has crouched in front of her, holding a roasted fish, close enough to see the shadows cast by his eyelashes. She instinctively wants to step back, but can't because her acupoints are sealed, so she just stares at him. Dong Fong Ming chuckles softly, uses a dagger to cut a small piece of white fish, and offers it to her lips. "Try it. This is my first time grilling fish." "How does it taste?" He tears off a piece of fish and feeds it to her, eyes shining with anticipation. "Xiaoya, try it. This is the first fish I've ever grilled in my life." His tone is proud, as if he's achieved something great. Lan Xia's nose twitches as a burnt smell mixed with fishy odor hits her face. She closes her mouth in disgust, but is held by Dong Fong Ming's hand at the back of her head, and the fish piece is directly shoved into her mouth. Her eyes widen. The moment her tongue touches it, the roughness of fish scales and the bitter burnt taste explode in her mouth. Her eyebrows furrow so tightly they could trap a fly. In the next second, she spits out the fish with a loud "Pa.
Pa.
Pa. Dong Fong Ming, you idiot. Fish isn't supposed to be grilled with scales still on. And you've burned it to charcoal. Can't you smell the burnt smell?" Lan Xie's chest rises and falls violently. Is he trying to poison her with this dark cuisine? Dong Fongming freezes in place, a flash of panic crossing his handsome face. He quickly throws away the burnt fish, pulls out a plain white handkerchief from his pocket, and hurriedly wipes her mouth. Sorry, Xiaoya, he says regretfully. This is my first time grilling fish. I have no experience. If only he had asked Ponu to do it. Not far away, Punuo saw this scene and sighed. His young master was truly lost in love and couldn't find his way out. Oriental Ming. Lan Xie took a deep breath. Let me go. I really can't go with you. I have things to do. She looked directly at Oriental Ming and spoke seriously. Oriental Ming paused in wiping his face. He slowly put away the handkerchief, his eyes deep and calm like a pond. Little you, he said softly, what's so good about Imo Liyuan, Oriental Ming? You don't understand. I can't live without Imo Liyuan. His eyes suddenly darkened, and the air around him seemed to freeze. You love him that much. His voice was cold, like ice. What if I take you away from him? Lan Xie felt an invisible pressure. His gaze reminded her of a fierce beast in the forest, dangerous and focused. She forced down her unease and said seriously, Oriental Ming, I see you as a friend. Don't push me, or we won't be friends anymore. After a long moment, Oriental Ming sighed bitterly. His anger seemed to fade like a tide. Fine, I'll let you go, he said with a tired voice. Lan Xie felt a little relief, but then she heard him continue. But little you, can you do me a favor? What is it? He lowered his eyelids, casting a shadow on his face. Help me control my mother's poison. His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Lately, her poison has been acting up more often and she's become weaker. Okay, I can try, she nodded. First, you need to untie my acupoint. Oriental Ming looked at her with a hint of complicated emotion in his eyes. His long fingers gently tapped her shoulders and neck a few times. Lan Xie immediately felt a warm flow rush through her limbs, and the sealed acupoint finally opened. She moved her stiff limbs and slowly stood up. Oriental Ming, bring your mother to the capital. I will see her. He looked at her face for a moment, then sighed bitterly. His eyes dimmed. Fine. I was too late after all. At that moment, Punuo's rough voice broke the tense atmosphere between them. Young master, Miss Lan, the barbecue is ready. Little you, aren't you hungry? Eat some barbecue. I'll take you back. Lan Xie nodded and followed him toward the fire. Punuo had already cut the rabbit meat and placed the tenderest part on clean leaves, handing it to her. Thank you, Lan Xie said as she took the rabbit meat and took a small bite. It wasn't very good, but it was better than the grilled fish cooked by Dong Fongming, and at least she could swallow it. Dong Fongming sat opposite her. The firelight flickered on his handsome face. He hadn't eaten and mostly watched Lan Xie with a complicated, hard-to-read look. Lan Xie naturally knew Dong Fongming was watching her. She pretended not to notice and continued eating her grilled meat. Dong Fongming suddenly stood up. He opened his folding fan with a swish, his sharp eyes like a blade, directly looking toward a nearby place. Before Lan Xie could react, a system alert screamed in her mind, almost piercing her eardrums. Host! Host! He's coming! He's full of killing intent. Lan Xie's temples throbbed. System, be quiet. As soon as she spoke, a dark figure appeared like a ghost on a nearby tree branch. With a face as handsome as a fairy, covered in a layer of cold frost, Emolian's gaze swept over Lan Xie by the fire. Seeing she was safe, his tense jawline relaxed slightly. Ha ha! The Regent King lives up to his name. He found us so quickly, Dong Fongming said lightly, shaking his fan with a teasing tone, but his eyes held no smile. Emolian's cold gaze like an icy blade swept past Dong Fongming, then turned to Lan Xie. His voice softened instantly. Come here. Lan Xie put down her grilled meat. Just as she took a step forward, Dong Fongming suddenly appeared in front of her, closing his fan with a snap. Xiao Yu. Dong Fongming turned his back to her but raised his voice deliberately. Didn't you just tell me that you're only playing with Emolian, that you're interested in his power, and that you don't truly love him? He paused, then his tone suddenly became flirtatious. Today, Take this chance to tell him clearly. You don't love him at all. You only love me. You choose to wander the world with me. Lan Xia's eyes widened, almost choking on her own saliva. What was this demon talking about? Ha ha ha. Host, he's trying to trap you. The system laughed gleefully inside her mind. Lan Xia's face darkened. System, do you have to be so gleeful? System. Sorry, host. I don't know what's happening either. Recently, I've just been really into watching dramas. Emily Yuan's face instantly turned as dark as ink. His hands clenched into fists, with his knuckles turning white. Blue Shiyu could even hear the clicking sound of his teeth grinding. Dong Fong Ming. Don't you dare. Blue Shiyu was about to explain, but Emily Yuan shot forward like an arrow, claws extended, aiming straight at Dong Fong Ming's throat. Dong Fong Ming opened his folding fan, blocking the deadly strike precisely. The two separated immediately, but then clashed again in an instant. Emily Yuan's palm wind was fierce, each move carrying the power of thunder. Dong Fong Ming's body was graceful, and his folding fan flashed with cold light as he opened and closed it. Blue Shiyu helplessly shouted, "Hey! Stop fighting." It was okay if she didn't shout, but her call made their fight even more intense. Blue Shiyu had a black line on her forehead. Punu, standing nearby, was also worried, afraid that their young master might get hurt. At that moment, Mo Li Yuan seized a flaw in Dong Fong Ming's stance, slapping his shoulder with his palm. Dong Fong Ming grunted and took several steps back, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Dong Fong Ming, Blue Shiyu instinctively cried out. This call made Mo Li Yuan hesitate slightly, but Dong Fong Ming took the opportunity to strike back. His folding fan's edge brushed past Mo Li Yuan's neck, leaving a bloodstain. Mo Li Yuan wiped the blood from his neck, then quickly moved to Blue Shiyu's side, his eyes dark and unreadable. Did you really say those words? His voice was very soft, but it felt like a heavy hammer hitting Blue Shiyu's heart. I didn't. That was Dong Fong Ming talking nonsense. Blue Shiyu hurriedly defended herself, glaring fiercely at Dong Fong Ming. But Dong Fong Ming smiled, looking devilishly charming. Little you weren't saying that just now in my arms. He deliberately licked the blood from his lips. You said the Regent King is cold and stiff like a piece of wood, but I know better. Blue Shiyu noticed Mo Li Yuan's aura growing colder. She hurriedly said, Dong Fong Ming, if you keep talking nonsense, I will make you regret it. Dong Fong Ming looked at her with a grievance. Little you're really unrecognizable when you lift your skirt. Just now you were with me. Blue Shiyu's face darkened. This devil was deliberately causing trouble. Emily Yuan's eyes turned completely cold. He slowly drew a soft sword from his waist, the blade shining coldly like autumn water. His voice was terrifyingly calm. Dong Fong Ming, today you will die. The Eastern Dark Ghost flicked his folding fan, and several thin silver needles shot out from the fan's ribs. It depends on whether the Regent King has this ability. However, I believe little you won't just watch me die. Mo Lian charged straight at Dong Fong Ming's throat with fierce intent. Dong Fong Ming blocked with his fan, and a sharp clang rang out, sparks flying. Their figures intertwined, and within moments, they exchanged over 10 moves, each one deadly. Lan Shi supported her head with her hand, standing nearby. She watched Dong Fong Ming's smirking face as he fought, feeling furious. Clearly, this demon was deliberately provoking Mo Lian. Mo Lian's eyes flashed with cold light. His left hand suddenly changed into a palm and struck Dong Fong Ming's chest again. Dong Fong Ming grunted, stepping back several paces, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mo Lian seized the opportunity, flicking his right wrist. His sword, like a venomous snake, shot straight at Dong Fong Ming's throat. Young master, be careful. Pinu's eyes turned red as he shouted desperately, but it was too late to save him. In a flash, Lan Shi moved strangely in front of Dong Fong Ming, her black hair flying from the sword's energy. She closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and without any defense, she stood directly in front of the sword's edge. The system screamed, Host, Mo Lian's pupils shrank suddenly. He spun his wrist forcefully, forcing the sword's momentum to shift aside. The tip of the sword brushed past Lan Xi's neck, slicing a strand of her hair. He took several steps back, his chest heaving violently, his face pale. Just 1 inch more, and the sword would have pierced her delicate neck. Little Yue, are you crazy? Even if you care about me, don't throw your life away. Dong Fangming approached from behind, leaning close to Lan Xi's ear. His breath was unsteady, but carried a smile. I knew you wouldn't just watch me die. He looked provocatively at Mo Lian, whose face was grim, and deliberately placed his hand on Lan Xi's shoulder. Lan Xi suddenly opened her eyes and glared fiercely at Dong Fangming. Shut up, she snapped, slapping his hand away. Though she said that, she subtly moved to block Dong Fangming's front, just enough to hide Mo Lian from his view. She could feel the chaos in the person behind her from that heavy palm strike. If it weren't for the strange old man, she might have just watched Mo Lian draw his sword. The system cried out. Wah. Host, you scared me to death. Mo Lian watched everything unfold with a grim face, his expression dark enough to drip water. In his eyes, Lan Xia was clearly defending Dong Fangming. She was willing to risk everything for him. How frustrating. Memories flooded back like a tide, and those sweet words were still fresh in her mind. Mo Lian's eyes darkened with a storm of emotion. Lan Xia, you said you only loved this king. And you can only belong to this king. I won't allow you to have feelings for any other man. Yue, Mo Lian's voice was deep and frightening. Come here. Those 2 words weighed 1,000 pounds. Lan Xia turned around, her heart pounding. The oppressive aura from Mo Lian made it hard to breathe. She instinctively took a step forward, but was grabbed by Dong Fangming's wrist. Little Yue, Dong Fangming's voice was playful, but his hand was cold as ice. Are you sure about this? Going back with this ice block, or wandering the world happily with me? Dong Fangming, Lan Xia, and Mo Lian shouted together. Lan Xia shook off Dong Fangming's hand and walked away. Suddenly, Mo Lian moved. He stepped in front of Lan Xia, wrapping his arm around her and pulling her into his embrace. His sword pointed straight at Dong Fangming. Dong Fangming, I won't kill you today. It's because of Yue. His voice was cold and firm like iron. If you dare appear in front of Yue again, I will definitely kill you. After speaking, he lifted Lan Xia into the air and quickly disappeared. Dong Fangming stood alone, tall and firm like a pine tree. His deep gaze watched the 2 figures walk away until they disappeared from sight. The wind gently brushed past, making his robes flutter, but it couldn't away the lingering gloom in his heart. Pu Nu quietly approached and called softly, "Young master." However, Dong Fangming seemed not to hear him. He slowly closed his eyes, clutching his chest tightly, where an indescribable pain was spreading wildly. Little Yue, he whispered softly, full of helplessness and sorrow. It was as if her name was the most tender pain in his heart. Meanwhile, inside the regent's palace, night had fallen deep. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows on Mo Lian's stern face. He carried Lan Xia and hurried all the way until they reached the main bedroom, where he suddenly stopped. He threw her onto the soft bed. Mo Lian followed closely, pressing down on her and holding her firmly. His gaze was sharp and intense. Listen to my explanation. Lan Xia supported herself with her hands on Mo Lian's strong chest, her eyes flickering with panic and unease. She swallowed hard, trying to steady her breathing. Dong Fangming is talking nonsense. I only see him as a friend. In my heart, I love only you, so deeply that I can't live without you. I really mean it. Mo Lian leaned down, his lips crashing onto hers like a storm, fiercely kissing her. This kiss was rough and passionate, filled with his frustration and anger, as if he wanted to swallow all her excuses in this deep embrace. Lan Xia almost suffocated from his kiss. She pushed him several times but couldn't make him let go. Mo Lian's kiss was both punishment and possession. He wanted to tell her in this way that she belonged only to him and no one else could take her away. After a while, seeing her struggle intensely, Mo Lian slowly stopped. His face was cold and grim. Are you so disgusted by me touching you? And you still say you love me? Lancia looked up sadly, tears shining in her eyes. She pointed to her slightly swollen lips and spoke with a trembling voice. Are you a dog? Look, it's bleeding and it hurts so much. Seeing her lips really bleeding, Mo Liyuan's expression softened instantly. He pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. His hand gently stroked her back, his voice tender and deep. Yue, I want to hear you say you love me. Lancia pouted, calming her emotions, and softly said, Mo Liyuan, I love you. I love you. That night, Mo Liyuan didn't let Lancia return to the Marquis of Wu's residence. He kept her close, listening to her repeatedly say she loved him. Later in the night, Lancia was so sleepy her eyelids kept drooping. Every time she dozed off, Mo Liyuan gently woke her up, making her say she loved him again and again. The system watched happily. It hoped the host would keep saying she loved Mo Liyuan non-stop to earn more points. This night, Lancia said, I love you, countless times. By dawn, her eyes were full of dark circles. She looked expressionlessly at Mo Liyuan and said, Mo Liyuan, enough. I've been saying this all night. My mouth is dry, I can't speak anymore, and I can't keep my eyes open. I want to sleep, boo. This man is too torturous. He makes her so thirsty that she can't even have a sip of water, and he won't let her sleep when she's tired. Mo Liyuan got out of bed, walked to the table, poured a cup of tea, and then returned to the bed to hand it to Lancia. Lancia snatched the cup and drank it quickly. She finished the tea in just a few sips. Looking at Mo Liyuan, she said, I want more. Mo Liyuan smiled slightly, took the cup from her hand, went to the table, and poured her another cup of tea. Lancia took the cup and drank it all in a few sips again. She frowned, got out of bed, went to the table, picked up the teapot, and started pouring water vigorously. She was so thirsty, she thought she would die. After a while, Lancia put down the teapot, turned to look at Mo Liyuan and said, I need to go back and get my things. I haven't been home all night, and my maid will be worried. And her brother was soaking in a medicinal bath. She had to go back and watch over him to prevent any accidents. Mo Liyuan walked over and embraced her. This king will take you back. Before Lancia could resist, Mo Liyuan held her and walked out. Mo Liyuan took Lancia back to the Marquis of Wu's residence. When they arrived at Shilling Courtyard, he entered the room and directly held Lancia in his arms on the bed. Yue, sleep now. I'll come to find you again tonight. After speaking, Mo Liyuan got up and left. Lancia watched him leave, sighed in relief. Last night, this guy was like a madman, so exhausting. She sat up and asked the system, How many points did I earn last night? The system replied, Congratulations, host. You earned 20,000 points. All right, after a sleepless night, the system had swallowed quite a few points. Having 20,000 points left was not bad. Lancia got out of bed. As she opened the door, she saw Chushuan and Chuxia at the door. Chushuan's hand was frozen mid-knock. Miss, I saw that the Regent King brought you back just now. Did you stay at the Regent's residence last night? You look so pale. Did you not rest well? Lancia lowered her eyes. Not just not resting well, I didn't rest at all last night.
I'm exhausted.
Bring me some water. I want to wash my face and go see my brother. Spring and early summer exchange a quick glance, both surprised. Could it be that Miss didn't mean to be so bold last night? Was it really a whole night? No, Miss isn't married yet. Why are you just standing there? Go get some water for me. Oh. Chun Xia quickly ran out. After a short while, Chun Xia returned with a cup of water, placing it on the shelf. Lan Shi walked over, washed her face, and cool water droplets slid down her cheeks, making her feel much more awake. Early Spring stood nearby, looking serious. Miss, today the main hall in the front yard set up a memorial tablet for the second young lady. Hearing this, Lan Shi paused slightly with her handkerchief, then nodded gently. I'll go check on it later. After tidying up, Lan Shi first went to her brother's courtyard. She pushed open the door, and a faint medicinal smell filled the air. She saw the old healer had already prepared the herbs and was carefully giving her brother a medicinal bath with acupuncture. Lan Shunye's body trembled slightly in the bath. But when Lan Shiyu entered, his body suddenly stiffened and a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Lan Shiyu didn't look at him. Instead, she took out a delicate porcelain bottle from her sleeve, opened it, and slowly poured the liquid into the bath. The old healer saw this and asked curiously, "Young miss, what are you pouring in?"
Lan si iwe mai lai.
It was just to help her brother's legs absorb the medicine better. She asked the old healer to continue acupuncture on him. The old healer shook his head. "No trouble at all. With this map of acupoints, I've learned quite a bit." Lan Shi nodded and turned to leave. Just then, Lan Shunyi suddenly spoke. "You are Lan Ling Ro." Lan Shi stopped in her tracks but didn't look back. She simply said calmly, "Today, the estate is holding her funeral. Brother, you can continue your medicinal bath. It's fine to appear a bit later. I'll go now." With that, she stepped out. Lan Shi walked through the long corridor decorated with plain white silk. The white lanterns hanging in front of the memorial hall swayed in the wind. The front hall was filled with the heavy scent of sandalwood and burning paper money. That wicked sinner. What sins has the Marquis of Wu's family truly committed, The old lady's withered fingers tightly grasped the rosewood armrest, her knuckles turning white. "In just 3 months, we've lost the main wife, then the eldest daughter, and now my poor original son." Blue Creek Yu sneered coldly. This old woman clearly didn't care at all that her brother had his legs broken. Lan Jiaoyun stood beside the old lady, gently patting her hunched back with delicate hands. "Grandmother, don't be too sad. You still have Yuna." She glanced at Blue Creek Yu, who had just entered, a hint of coldness like a snake flickering in her eyes. Unlike some people, who don't seem to care after all the trouble at the estate yesterday, Aunt Hong pretended to wipe tears with an embroidered handkerchief, her voice soft and delicate. "Yes, grandmother, the doctor said yesterday that you should avoid big joys or sorrows and take care of your health. But the young lady usually has a close sisterly bond with the second young lady." "How come? After the second young lady's death, the eldest doesn't seem to be sad at all. Your mother and daughter act so hypocritically. It's truly disgusting." Blue Creek Yu's voice was cold and sharp, like winter wind piercing the heart. "A concubine and an illegitimate daughter. Don't you even know your own status? Who gave you the courage to question me, the legitimate eldest daughter?" Lu Shi's face slightly changed, but she forced herself to stay calm. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun, unable to hold back, glared at Blue Creek Yu. "What? Big sister doesn't want us to ask. Are you feeling guilty? Yesterday, so much happened at the estate, and you weren't here. Is it because the second sister hanged herself because of you? Or maybe the second brother was blinded and had his limbs broken by you?" As soon as she said this, the air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes focused on Blue Creek Yu. A cold smile appeared on Blue Creek Yu's lips. She slowly approached Zhao Yun. Seeing this, Zhao Yun instinctively took a step back, panic flashing in her eyes. What do you want to do? If you guessed right, are you going to hit me?" "Grandmother is still here." Chun Xia couldn't help but speak up. "Miss Third, perhaps you forgot. Our young lady went to the Regent King's residence yesterday to ask the doctor for medicine. Otherwise, how could the doctor come to the estate to treat the second young master?" Enough, the old lady suddenly slammed the tea table beside her. "The guests coming to pay their respects outside will arrive soon. If you keep making noise like this, are you trying to make the Marquis of Wu's family a joke in the whole capital?" The housekeeper's hurried voice came from outside the hanging flower gate. "The Duke of Protectorate's residence has arrived." Mrs. Qin and Mrs. Lu supported the elderly lady of the Duke of Protectorate as they slowly entered the memorial hall. The old lady walked with shaky steps, her voice trembling. "My poor rower. Why can't you understand? Your grandmother is here to see you off one last time." Yi Yun stood beside the coffin, clutching a plain handkerchief, gently wiping away tears from her eyes. "Elder sister rower, I've come to see you off." Hearing this, the old lady of the Duke of Protectorate was overwhelmed with grief. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls, unstoppable. Mrs. Wu, the wife of the Marquis of Wu, shakily stood up and staggered toward the old lady of the Duke of Protectorate, her voice filled with deep sadness. "Old sister, it's our Wu family's fault for not taking good care of Yunqing and her daughter." Hearing this, the old lady of the Duke of Protectorate felt a complex mix of emotions. She didn't speak, only silently wiped her tears. At this moment, Lan Xie stood quietly to the side, watching everything with a cold gaze. She didn't like the heavy, sad atmosphere. Moreover, Lan Linger's death was caused by her own actions. She turned and left the hall. The housekeeper's voice echoed in the courtyard, and many guests had already begun to arrive one after another. Amid this heavy atmosphere, Qian Duoduo entered and immediately fixed her gaze on Lan Xie standing outside the hall. Qian Duoduo quickly hurried over, calling out, "Yeah." Lan Xie turned her head at the sound, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Her lips unconsciously curled into a faint smile. "Duo." Qian Duo stepped forward quickly, holding Lan Xie's hand tightly, her eyes full of concern and worry. "Yeah, my condolences. Don't be too sad. People who pass away cannot come back." Lan Xie only raised her eyebrows lightly, a calm smile on her face. She pulled Qian Duo to the side and whispered, "Who said I'm sad?" Qian Duo carefully observed Lan Xie's expression. Her bright eyes showed no trace of sadness. She finally let out a sigh of relief. "Yeah, do you know? I've come to your Wu family residence several times, but they said you weren't home and that you went to the Protectorate Temple." Qian Duoduo's words carried a hint of blame and some grievance. "Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to go with you. I only heard about what happened at your house yesterday, so I came here uninvited today." The two talked outside the morning hall for a while. Lan Xie promised Qian Duo that after the affairs at the estate were settled in the next few days, she would come to visit her. After hearing this, Qian Duo left. She lit a stick of incense, bowed 3 times, and then left the Marquis of Wu's residence.